From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's only one thing you can do when expectations are that high. Meet them. And there's only one way to stop being haunted by the ghosts and the legends and the champions atop this building. And once again, the Boston Celtics stand alone for all time. It is Banner 18. The mission demanded is mission accomplished.
And that is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition. Live as always here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Rye in the back, live on the Fan Can, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Boston Celtics win their 18th championship in convincing fashion.
Yeah, there was a point in that game. Even in the point in the day where it was like, okay, like when will I just be like, okay, just give it to me. Just put me out of my misery. Instead of the waiting around and just delaying the inevitable, because winning 4 in a row against this team was going to be very, very difficult. At what point did reality, not even reality, just did it set in? Like, okay, just let's we speed the clock up a little bit, please.
And what was that moment?
I think when I woke up yesterday. It was. I think it was like there was a time in the second quarter. Hauser's second three. If that dude was going to start chucking up threes and making them, it was going to be tough.
I would probably say for me it was the other white boy.
Rebound, Celtics have it. Horford outlet. It's Pritchard again. Pritchard, half court. It's in the air.
Oh!
He got it. He did it again. Peyton Pritchard did it again with the world watching. He knocks down a half court three that will send the Boston Celtics into the locker room with a 21-point lead.
And that took it from 18 to 21. And that just has you going into the locker room like this little leprechaun is up this guy's rear end. And are you freaking kidding me with the roof being blown off the place?
In the college game, a lot of the announcers say that because at the end of the half in college, they don't stop the clock. It's a running clock. And they'll always talk about a end of half basket where the other team, it basically becomes a buzzer beater. It's worth double and triple the amount of points psychologically.
Yeah.
And that very well may have been the case there because 21 points, you weren't going to come back from 21. 18 was going to be tough anyway.
Yeah.
But when that dude's just going to, is that the only shot he has at his arsenal?
I know.
It's a half quarter.
Right.
Is it the only reason why they got him here? I don't remember him at Oregon.
Travel.
Yeah. I don't remember him at Oregon making the half court shots left and right, but apparently this guy's Steph Curry when he steps beyond 45 feet.
It would be interesting, probably painful to count up the end of quarter totals in this series. The great Doug Collins, way back in the day, always talked about finishing quarters strong. And if you took the last minute or 2 minutes of each of the quarters, I don't know whether you do each quarter or the second quarter right before halftime. And I know for the first quarter, it felt like the Dallas Mavericks throughout this series felt like they should have had bigger leads. And then the Celtics just would go on a run. And they did it last night. That 9-0 Boston run, that was just a flurry. That you got hit. You got hit really hard, and you're staggering to hang on, it feels like, right there off the jump. But it was a 9-0 Boston run at the end of the quarter, and they end the first quarter up 28-18. You're down 10.
Yep. And look, the Mavericks withstood what we asked them to do was the early rush, right? Withstand that early onslaught. And it's not like the Mavericks were right there with them. What was it, 9-2 to start or something like that?
Yeah.
But they got back to within 3, within 2, within 1. They got back there. So, they withstood the early rush. That was, job number 1 was accomplished. But they got nothing, and I mean nothing, from their 2 big guys in the first half. And that was a problem that you were not going to be able to overcome.
More than the first half.
Right. Well, yeah, for one of them.
I mean, Kyrie Irving with an absolute no-show in Boston. When this series went to Massachusetts, he completely shriveled up and disappeared. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And Kyrie talked about being close, but still far because the Mavs end up losing in 5.
I mean, it starts in the summertime. It starts, early in preseason when you're developing your habits. And I think we went 0-4 in preseason to start, which wasn't the best start. But we got off to a pretty decent start to the season. We started off as a 5th seed and then started on the road in every series, and we were able to accomplish this, and we were able to grow as teammates and as a brotherhood here, a sisterhood here, where we can really take that as a positive note into the summer. So, yeah, failing at this stage definitely sucks. It's a bitter feeling. Because you want to keep playing and you feel like your best game is coming up next, and the shots that you shoot next game are coming up, and now we got to wait, I think, 2.5 months, 3.5 months to the new champion. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to grow with these guys in this locker room, everybody across our organization. We've been able to celebrate our wins, but also learn how to celebrate our losses too and how to grow from that.
5 of 16 for Kyrie Irving, minus 11. His plus-minus for 15 points. He did have 9 assists. Looked like he totally decided that he was going to settle for 3. The magical all-time finisher around the rim completely disappeared in this series. He did have, at least 3 rim outs that I can count in Boston with what felt like some bad luck. And then Luka goes 12 of 25 for 28, 12, and 5.
Yeah, but Luka's first half was not very good at all. 9 points, and Kyrie having just the 5. You get 14 points from those 2.5 in the first half of a game. It's that your backs are against the wall and you're on the road. You're just not going to win.
I tell you yesterday before the game that Josh Green and Daniel Gafford were going to be the best Mavericks on the floor offensively. And you're getting smashed.
Yeah.
But it was Gafford and Green. Mm-hmm. Without Josh Green in the first quarter, you might be down 16.
Yep. PJ was a waste of space out there last night.
Yes.
Green was fantastic. Green made it like that was a tremendous game from him. It's like when you get a game like that and you don't take advantage of it, that's what hurts the most. That your 2 stars don't show up, and that you have your 3rd best player, if you want to call PJ your 3rd best from an offensive standpoint, doesn't show up. What are you going to do?
And they were gassed. You could feel it. The fatigue looked like it had set in. Luka shooting airball 3s. Peyton was keeping a running count of how bad he was from distance. He was 2 for 9 yesterday. At one point, Pepe tweeted that Luka was 0 for 5 from 3, really 0 of 13 going back to game 4, 1 for his last 20, and 9 for 41 in the series at this point in the third quarter. Luka, obviously banged up, was asked to reveal how injured he really was.
It doesn't matter if I was hurt. How much was I hurt? I was out there, tried to play, but I didn't do enough.
3 for his last 24 in the last 3 games.
From 3.
1 of 7, 0 of 8, 2 of 9. That 3 for his last 24 in the last 3 games of the series.
What do you attribute that to?
That's fatigue. When you're to me, some of those are going to be you missed that could have gone in, like they're just bad bounces, right? Kyrie had a couple of them, like you said. So some of those are that, but you could generally tell. I went to a Mavs game at the end of the year.
Well,
I know, right? And you could just tell there was maybe like 10 games up. You could just tell like he was gassed, right? Everything was short.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe the week off or ish before the finals was going to give him a little bit of a rest. It just didn't. You're tired. You're beaten up. You're injured. Not like Boston guys are the same, but Luka does have the knee injury or the leg, whatever you want. The contusion in the chest. He's got all those things. But yeah, when you go 3 of 24, when you're well below your normal averages, I think a lot of that's fatigue.
There was some intrigue as to who would be the NBA Finals MVP. We'll tell you who got selected in case you just shut that off. Hopefully they burned down the entire city and there's nothing left of Boston, Mass, or the state this morning in celebration. And hey, at least the Texas Rangers played. Or did they? It's a Tolo Tuesday. We'll get through it together. The future still seems very, very bright. Bobby around the corner at 6 a.m. We have another Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway Tuesday morning with Sean and RJ. Just getting started on The Fan.
Tatum, left-hand dribble, coming strong, in the paint, kick out to the wing. Jalen waiting, open three, got it! Tatum has 9 assists in the first half.
And Jaylen Brown ends up winning the NBA Finals MVP as the Celtics win number 18. Good morning, Metroplex. Bobby is already in the production room cooking up something to make us feel better about the end of the Mavericks season. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. Who were you thinking would win Finals MVP, and who would you have voted for?
I thought last night after the game he had, I thought Tatum might have won it.
Yeah,
I thought Tatum was probably going to win it. Get like a backdoor cover, as they would say, a backdoor NBA champion, Finals MVP, which I would have been upset with because I would have bet it. I was thinking of betting it yesterday because he was plus 350 and Brown was minus 350 going in the day, but they gave it to Brown, and I don't have a problem with it. It's
Kyrie said he thought they should have split it.
Yeah, I mean, like I would love to see the voting. And I don't know if they are. I haven't seen them release it, but I would love to see the voting on this because I wonder how close this was. Because there was not a great choice. Neither one of these guys was the runaway winner, I don't think. I probably would have voted Jaylen Brown, but if I was voting in the moment in that game, you easily could have swayed me to say, okay, Tatum in the most back against the wall moment of their season. If there was one, because his team doesn't really have one, Tatum played great or better. So that may have swayed me, but I don't have a problem with this.
And then Drew Holiday was an early favorite in the series. He got his scoring off early yesterday. 15 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 turnovers. They had 7 turnovers as a team. The Mavs almost doubled them up. They had 13, but I tweeted it out. The numbers are not good when Drew Holiday scores, and he was there early.
Yeah, he was, and the numbers are not good when he scores. But look, he was the guy that I would have voted for 3 games ago. He's just a very solid, really, really good player, and he is the exact type of player that you need to win an NBA championship.
Yeah,
You gotta find him.
Jaylen Brown averaged 21, 5, and 5 in the Finals victory. Would be interested to see, aside from Iguodala, who averaged that little of an amount to win Finals MVP. But then you saw last night why he can get it easily because of the defense on Luka. And then that mic'd up moment, man, that is an all-time dog moment for Boston when he said, if Luka's in, I'm staying in, as he was mic'd up. And he made Luka's life very, very difficult and tough.
Very tough. Very tough. He wins the Finals MVP, and I just saw something. I think he's the first one since Iggy to win one without being an All-NBA player. He was really good in this series.
I think someone tweeted highest paid player in NBA Finals history.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Every year you're going to have higher wages and such. I don't have a problem with him winning the MVP. He's a really good player. I don't know what this does for his status in the league. I mean, obviously, he gets that kind of killer dog label to him. But I feel like he kind of already had something like that. Is this going to help him make an All-NBA team? Probably not. Although, is he the one that you just default to on the Celtics now? And not Tatum.
And then Jason Tatum trying to recreate. Bobby has turned me. I don't hate Tatum. I hate plenty of other Celtics more, which I'll rip off that list during the 6 o'clock hour here on the show.
Like, nobody really hates Tatum, right?
Yeah.
He's like a Romo, Dak. He's just a likable guy. He just,
it's just corny though.
He's corny. He's
corny and cheesy as he got on the mic yesterday with Lisa Salters.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it!
Oh God.
So lame.
So cringy. So cringy, as he definitely was thinking about trying to recreate Kevin Garnett after they beat the Lakers on the exact day. Yesterday was the anniversary of that Celtics, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, KG title.
I'm so hyped right now. Anything's possible. Anything's possible!
And of course, that went into the all-time audio bank for ESPN and ABC to use, and Jason Tatum Tried to recreate
it. You got
and get your kid out of the locker room, man. Okay? Enough is enough. He's in the team picture. This is like, was it Steph's kid that he always carried around? Or was it Jason Kidd's kid that was always around?
They're both. They're both always there.
Burn that poor kid's eyes with the champagne in the locker room. Did he have kid goggles on? How long did he stay in there? Let the teammates celebrate together. You get the kid up out of there. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Pepe, your thoughts after the Mavs season officially ends?
Well, the good news is I was able to reflect on the season after their about 11th shot of the game when they were about 2 for 9.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't as disheartening as maybe to some others, but just, I'll raise my right hand, left hand. I was wrong. I picked the Mavs in 6. I did not think they were going to go down in 5 games like this. I thought they were going to be able to put up a better fight. I didn't believe in the Celtics. I thought they had an easy path to the NBA Finals, but man, they dominated all season long. Very impressive by the Celtics, but positive. We'll be back. I'm confident in the Mavs moving forward. Luka, I think he'll get healthier this offseason. Hopefully he doesn't play in the Olympics. He'll be fine, but it'll be tough.
Well, I would be stunned if he didn't play in the Olympics. He's going to magically be healthy.
And do we actually want him to play so that he runs?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want him hanging out in Slovenia with that dark beer. You don't want that. You need him out there playing. And it's
KP was rocking the Miller Lights last night in the locker room.
You don't want Luka to have time. Now, look, he's going to have less time than ever in his career off. All right, so that's good.
And being a dad,
absolutely. But yeah, there's zero chance that dude isn't representing his country. Zero chance.
Yes.
I assume that if he had to pick one, my assumption is he would pick winning the Olympic gold medal. I feel like a lot of international players view it like that. That's my assumption.
Of course, if you wanted to get an escape like Peyton, you could reminisce on the Mavs' fantastic season, or you could switch over to the Rangers and catch another beatdown.
Left-handed batter. He swings and hits one deep to right. Adolis is back. He turns. He looks. It's gone. Nimmo, a 2-run homer. They immediately neutralize the 2 the Rangers scored. And it's 9-2 Mets. That was a rocket.
14-2. New York, RJ, with 22 hits. And they scored 6 runs in the second inning. John Gray was battered. 3 innings, 11 hits, 9 earned, 2 strikeouts.
Mets are a hot team right now.
6 in a row.
Yep.
Rangers have lost 4 in a row.
And this was an absolute beatdown to the point where the Rangers put in a position player to fill the final inning in a third. Andrew Kisner, my college roommate's cousin.
Oh wow!
Who he doesn't know.
How many position players are we going to get this month? Well, I think we're up to 2.
Yeah. Look, I love it when it happens. If it's 14-2, why are you wasting an actual real arm? But yeah, so been in a third for Andrew Kisner, saving the rest of the bullpen.
And now you look up in the standings. Seattle has won 3 in a row, and you are now tied with the armpit.
Oh no,
that's
disappointing.
You are tied with the Houston Astros at 33 and 39. Both are 9 games back.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And then the wild card keeps creeping further and further away as the Rangers are now 7 back of the wild card, the final wild card, which is Minnesota.
How many do you have to be back in the wild card to say we're not going to aggressively buy?
I think it's both games and teams. So there's more than 5 teams ahead of you. You might not. I would say the number's probably going to be in the 5 or 6 range. There's 7 right now. But again, if it's 5 or 6, there's only 2 teams ahead of you. I think you might go ahead and buy because you got to trust. Is Kansas City really going to keep this up? That's what you got to ask yourself. The Red Sox, who nobody really thought were going to be great coming in, are they going to keep up a 500 record? Is Toronto underachieving or is Toronto really bad? Do we buy Detroit? Right? Tampa. Is Tampa going to finally wake up? They're under 500. And then what's Houston? So you got some questions ahead of you there. Those are some good teams that have so-so records under 500, Toronto and Tampa, that we didn't think necessarily we're going to have under 500 records.
Let's relive the agony and pain of Game 5 and figure out what to do moving forward. We will do it together with the 6 a.m. Club. We're going to hook you up with Rangers-Padres tickets during the 7 o'clock expressway to try and make things better. Bobby Roberto Belt joins Sean and RJ and the 6 a.m. Club to relive Game 5 and this fantastic Dallas Mavericks season. We'll do it next.
switches to the left hand, attacks with the mid-block, stop and start on Lively, runs it off the window, scoring the foul. The world said, Jason Tatum, you have to show us with the championship on the line, and he has been the best player on the floor from the start of Game 5 to this very second.
Celtics radio with the call. Good morning, Bobby Belt. This is Sean and RJ as the NBA Finals end with an absolute beatdown. 106-88 Massholes.
Sucked. That definitely sucked. And it had I really thought they had withstood the initial punch. When Josh Green came in and hit those 2 threes and Derek Lively comes down the court and gets that lob dunk from Kyrie, which was an impossible looking lob. I genuinely have no idea how Kyrie got the ball back. But when Boston is forced to call a timeout and it's like, man, they were up 9 and you survived the WWE crowd pop of Porzingis walking in.
Yeah.
You've taken a punch, you've come back and you've rallied, and Josh Green is hitting shots. Okay, you've got guys who are hitting open shots that you've had trouble with early in the series. I really thought right there, I was like, okay, they've weathered it. And then they just...
The 9-0 run.
Yeah. This they finished so many different quarters in this series. I heard you talking about it when I was coming in. There were so many different times where it felt like there were the end of a quarter where in the final minute they would outscore you 9-2 or 8-0. And it was just... Last night it was in the final minute 52 of the first quarter and the final minute 52 of the second quarter. They outscored you 22-4.
Wow.
And
Final
that was
2 minutes basically of each quarter.
Mm-hmm. Of the first and second quarter, they outscored you by 18. And that's where a big chunk of this game turned.
Let's go through the notes. We got good Luka early on. It was a Jaylen Brown foul. He owned it.
Good behavior, Luka. Good basketball, Luka.
When you said good Luka, I was like, wait a second. We talking about the first half?
I was like, we're coming with sarcasm today.
Yeah.
All right, Sean.
Good behavior, Luka. Derek White picks him again from behind. How many times did that happen in this series? But they did not go inside with the paint advantage. And they started off with 4 deep threes. Broken offense, stagnant offense, no one driving, no one penetrating, and then finally they got the DJ alley-oop. But that was 4 deep threes to start, and I was like, oh man, they're not trying to go and bang inside. Mavs were 2 of 11 to start. 2 of 11 to start. And then after Al Horford hit a 3 to make it 9-2, Josh Green hit those 2 threes. Finally, it's like someone's here to save them. Someone is here with a surprise save. And they withstood that storm. As Bobby said, the Celtics started 6 of 18. Both teams seemed gassed. Both teams seemed worn out. And then Mike Bassick getting the Dante Exum 3 put in his face.
In your face, Mike. That's all I could think.
Of the 18 Mavs points, 11 came from the bench. 11 of the 18 came from the bench. Maxey getting destroyed by social media. He missed his threes. Tolos were not happy with no Jason Kidd timeout. Luka was getting called out by others as being sloppy. 28-18 after the first quarter.
11.
We tried everything.
Bench points. You're in the first quarter. You're thinking that's a quarter where you have like 35 points. You know, you're already getting 11 from your bench in the first quarter. Where, I mean, you're not getting rest that much yet in the first. So when you have 11 bench points in the first, I mean, you're expecting you should be in the 30s in the scoring, not under 20.
Boston then started hitting their threes. Their 5th made 3. You know, it was only a matter of time. They were up 12 to start the second quarter. Kyrie at this point is 1 of 5. Tatum is just driving at will. They're up 15. At this point, Kyrie and Luka are a combined 2 of 7. Missed free throws from Luka. What was the free throw percentage for the series for this team? Last night, they were 7 of 13 from the line. 7 of 13, and Luka was 2 of 5.
That was something that throughout the playoffs, there were different points. Even during the Clippers series, the Thunder, there were just different games where it's like they would shoot 11 of 20 from the free throw line. They were awful. And look, when you go up against a team where you are so clearly disadvantaged like you are against Boston, you can't just say no thank you to free points that they're giving you.
Right.
Yes.
As consistently as, especially Luka in the series. Luka was awful at the free throw line in the series. He was, what did he finish from the free throw line? I know there was a point yesterday. He shot 58% from the free throw line in this series.
How many attempts?
He had, it looks like 30, roughly.
58%. The first Boston turnover took place with 6 minutes left in the first half. That was their first turnover. I thought Daniel Gafford had a very nice night. Again, it was Gafford and Green, your two best players. Tatum at this point now has 9 assists. PJ turns it over. Jaylen Brown layup, you're up 15. And then Kyrie dives into the broadcast table, and our buddy Mike Breen says someone said something to him which was disgraceful. He called out some Boston fan or fans for being disgraceful with Kyrie when he dove over there into the broadcast table. Tatum hits a 3, they're up 20.
I'll give him credit for that too, by the way. I know Kyrie was shook every game in Boston. He was not good. I think he ended up shooting 33% for the series in the games in Boston. But I mean, we always give people credit for hustle plays, diving in the stands like that, but especially for Kyrie to dive into those stands knowing exactly what that was going to sound like. I at least will give him brownie points for that.
Luka, by the way, 17 of 29 for the series from the line. That's not good.
Points in the paint, they were losing 30-24. Luka with more missed free throws. At this point, he's 1 of 4, and then that little freaking leprechaun hits the bomb. Pritchard, 67-46. Bobby tweeted out, missed free throws through 4.5 games. Boston 11, Luka 12.
Yeah, and when you're losing the points in the paint to Boston, who chucks more threes than anyone in the league by a wide margin,
and a banged up Porzingis,
right? You're not even trying to go inside. They weren't. I assume their game plan going in was find an open outside shot. Find a 3, because I think they figured their best chance of winning the game was not going inside. It was getting hot from 3. I assume that was their best chance. They thought that.
It looked like it because their shot selection in the first quarter was bad.
Yes.
Where it was just, and it was so confusing because we saw in games 3 and 4 that when Porzingis was out and they would attack the rim, they were having success. Like Boston, that was the one weak spot it looked like that existed in Boston's defenses. When Porzingis is out, they can't challenge shots at the rim the same way. And they go in there, and I mean, Boston's doing you the favor that Sean had asked for, which was Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum putting up threes early. Bad 3. Like, they were putting up awful shots in the first quarter, too. And you had an opportunity, and it was when the first 3 shots or whatever it was for Luka, front rim out, I was just like, crap. This isn't the locked-in performance I thought we were getting.
Third quarter starts. The Boston threes continue. They're now 12 of 23 from 3 and up 25. Now, the Kyrie finishes are not going down, not the same. He's now 2 of 10 from the field, 1 of 6 from 3. The Mavs at this point missed 15 of 21 threes. They missed 15 of 21. Luka 0 for 5. Again, really 0 for 13 going back to game 4. Josh Green trying. He hits another 3. And then the real backbreaker for me, the most maddening thing that happens for me in a basketball team that I'm rooting for is the lack of hustle offensive rebounds. That is where I became I wasn't furious at any other point in the game when Derek White and the Celtics were chasing down offensive rebound after offensive rebound. Al Horford just back tapping. There was that 3 on that one possession where they started missing some chippies too. They didn't score on the possession, but right there I was like, they're screwed. If you can't secure defensive rebounds to try to score to create any type of run, it's over and done with, and that's why I said they're fried. They are fried physically because Drew Holiday and Derek White were just going and grabbing offensive boards. For the game, real quick, choppy, Boston had 15 offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
15. The Mavs had 7.
Yeah, look, when you're already losing, when you're losing in the series and you're down in the game by close to 20 points.
Yeah.
You're already emotionally gone. And the other team has an extra little giddy up step.
It's a 3rd and 7 penalty on your defense.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a 3rd and 7. We got the stop. We got the stop. we had the stupid infraction, automatic first down.
Automatic
it's a
first down.
backbreaker.
Yeah, so you're already fried, and then you add that on top of it, and it just kind of snowballs.
Timmy enters the game. Does not take long for him to jack it up. 9 minutes, 0 for 1. We were asking who you would rather play, Tim or Jaden Hardy, and Tim tripled him up in the minutes, 9-3.
How?
So that's improvement.
How does he get 9 minutes and only get off one shot? You ain't in there for any other reason.
I will say, I was like, this is their only hope. This is their only hope for Hardaway to hit 3 threes here. That's it.
I mean, and I was losing my mind in the group text when it was happening, but when you're doing things like putting in Hardaway, which is, it's late, you're trying to catch lightning in a bottle, whatever, I don't care. But like when it's second quarter and you're trying to hit run-stopping shots with Maxey, like, hey, let's there's a building run here. Let's try and where what can contribute to that run is missed shots, because that keeps the energy in the building going up. And when you have Maxey take back-to-back shots to try and stop a run, and he just completely bricks him. Neither shot was close.
And did not want to shoot right under the bucket with that one.
Yeah, he went Ben Simmons. He was terrified of it. This is here's what's frustrating. 2 minutes left in the first half. There's 2 minutes left in the first half, so this is what, the 22 minutes into the game total. By that point, Luka and Kyrie were 4 for 15 shooting. The rest of the team was 13 of 20. You got your role players to step up in the way that you had demanded the entire series, and Luka and Kyrie just bailed on you at the end.
And this is the only small window I felt in the third. I know everyone was packing it in, but it was a 17-point game. And I tweeted, a stop and a 3 makes this 14. 14 you feel decent about. It's manageable. Boston had missed 8 straight. And I'm like, all it takes here is a 3. And you're down 14. Luka gets the 3. He airballs it. 1 for his last 21 at that point from distance. He airballs it. 5 straight Celtic points. That was the final nail in the coffin to me. But that was it. 17. Make it 14. Luka 3. Airball. The Mavs 7 of 28 from 3 after Maxey was terrified at the end of the third. That was the final nail.
The thing that's so frustrating about this is we talked about coming into the series the historic efficiency of the Boston Celtics offense and just how good they were. And I mean, you look at their numbers this year, they shot 48% from the field, almost 49% from the field. They shot 39% from 3. This series, Dallas held them to 43% shooting as a team and 33% from 3, and you couldn't take advantage of it.
Both teams shot much more poorly. Their assists per game were down compared to the entire season. I mean, I think that's also. I bet you if we were to go look, I would wonder how most NBA finals are in terms of how they differ from your shooting percentage from the season. You're tired.
Better
defense
teams.
is ramped up. Better teams. It makes sense that it will be down. It's just who loses less.
Just real quick, we had talked about earlier, and I know a lot of people don't want to hear it. Sometimes you, Sean, about Luka's wearing down or his beat up nature. But I remember we talked about Kyrie, like this is the most Kyrie's played in forever. And I had to look. I was like, how much more has Luka played this season than compared to other seasons? This year he finished, when you combine the playoffs, it was like 700 more minutes than he's ever played in his career. Like way over. And please, God, do not play in the Olympics. Do not go play for Slovenia, please.
There's no chance. There was a better chance that he misses this series than he doesn't go play. It probably means more to him.
It does. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the same sort of thing that we hear about a couple of years ago.
Dirk fell that way.
When the baseball players were talking about the World Baseball Classic, like, I'd rather win this than the World Series at this point, like, because it's for my country. And he is Slovenian to the core.
Now what? Now where do we go? Let's take some calls. You can congratulate the Mavs on their season. You can call out whoever you want. Tell us what missing pieces are there. Calls with the 6 a.m. Club at 877-881-1053. Were you fine with Kyrie going on over to the Celtics bench? Was it Kyrie Kumbaya, Kyrie Baya in the post game saying things are bigger in life. This isn't the worst thing that can happen to us. We'll play you that audio as well. Your Mavs season phone calls after the NBA Finals ended at 877-881-1053 are next. But let me hook you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There's only one thing you can do when expectations are that high. Meet them. And there's only one way to stop being haunted by the ghosts and the legends and the champions atop this building. And once again, the Boston Celtics stand alone for all time. It is banner 18. The mission demanded is mission accomplished.
Celtics play-by-play, Sean Grandy, associate of the show, after Boston wins the championship last night. We'll take some Maverick phone calls here for the 6 a.m. club. We have a Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway at 7:20, and it's all open via the D&M Leasing Hotline, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. These are facts that I'm about to spit, as usual. One, you had a fantastic, spectacular season. It's an absolute win. It's a no-brainer statement. None of us thought that they would be there at the beginning of the year. None of us thought they would get to the NBA Finals during the year. Once you started playing around with the matchups, you're like, okay, maybe there's a possibility when the playoffs started. We all picked them to beat the Clippers. We picked them to beat Oklahoma City. I had them losing to the Wolves, but the Wolves had not been there before. They had a lot of obvious holes in terms of inexperience and soft players with Karl-Anthony Towns. And then so many of us, everyone on this show, rode that emotional momentum to pick them in the finals. But during the course of the year, they stunned all of us. So a spectacular, surprising season, no doubt about it. This does not feel fluky. Now, will the Mavs be back? Brian Windhorst is like, I feel really, really, really good that we will see Mavericks confetti dropping one day. I don't know if they're going to be back to the NBA Finals because the West is so difficult.
Yeah, and
but will they be a serious factor? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, they're going to bring back a large part of the same team. They'll be a good team. They'll be a top 5 seed. And look, they dropped to 7, they bumped to 3. I mean, you're in the margin of error there. But they'll be right there. You get the playoffs if everybody's healthy. They could beat Oklahoma City. They could beat Minnesota. They could beat Denver's the wild card. Did Denver care this year? If Denver did not put forth the effort this year that they will next year, was Denver playing above their heads 2 years ago when they won the title, or was this year what they really, really are? That's the wild card.
Jason Kidd talked about the Mavs' hunger that he foresees next season.
This season started in Abu Dhabi, and it's been going on for a long time. So for this group to spend time together, to fail, and to understand what it feels like to fail, and also to see what failure is, and then how do we get better and learn from that. And that's, I think I've got a great group of young men who will be hungry this summer and will come back ready to play at a high level.
All right, let's get to the Tolos. Mike in Fort Worth, start us off. Your Mavs reaction after last night and this season. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I was getting ready to say something, but Sean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, you guys, I'm proud of them. Of course, Kyrie and all that, he only had like one good game. They got to get better play off the bench and all that. But overall, I'm proud of them. We'll be back. I feel real good, really good for next year. It's gonna be tough with Denver and everybody. But yeah, I'm proud of them. A lot of times you guys on the radio overanalyze and you overreact. We got to fire the cook now. You hear they'll be back next year. I'm fine with it. They weren't even supposed to be. Boston's been the best team all year, and basically Boston got a better team. That's why I tell my son sometimes, hey, you guys got a good team, but you got to beat them. You just win your time. Next year, I think you'll be there. But Boston, they just had a better team. And, yeah, that's my feeling. Same thing that guy Windhorse said. Yeah, I feel real good about the Mavericks. You can critique it. Of course, there were a lot of problems, but I'm more worried about the Rangers, to be honest with you. The wheels started hitting.
Fade. I can't really hear you too well, Mike. Thank you for the call. And that's the other thing. You know you lost to the superior team.
Right.
You don't feel terrible about that. I don't know what the Green Bay Packers are really going to be. They were young. They were fresh. They caught fire at the end of the regular season. I don't know if Jordan Love is definitely the dude, even though I've been a fan of his. So that was a much worse feeling. But I think this is the first time in 7 years or 6 years that the team with the best regular season record won the championship. But there's going to be a lot of historic conversations about that team this morning. Whether you agree or disagree, there's going to be conversations about them. And you lost to them, and they handled you. So that makes it easier to deal with for me.
The Mavs were a pretty heavy dog. What did we say? They were about 70%. Yeah, it was about the implied odds on Boston winning the series going into it was about 70%.
If you lost to the Knicks or Pacers, who pulled off a miracle, banged up by getting there, well, Stephen A. couldn't put them all on the ESPN pregame and postgame, just going down his Rolodex of, let's get Josh Hart on. Let's get Julius Randle on. What, Charles Smith wasn't available?
Yeah, you would have, if you lose to the Knicks with Brunson, you'd never live that down.
Look, here's the only thing, and I guess I'll be the wet blanket in this perspective, is, Boston's better. The frustrating thing is, if you told me Boston was going to play offensively like they did over the course of the series, I'm feeling good about Dallas's chances to win that series, and I'm definitely not thinking they're getting beaten 5 pretty easily.
Yeah.
And that's what's frustrating is Luka and Kyrie Luka was better than Kyrie, but there were a lot of stretches where Luka didn't step up the way you needed him to.
But their defense can never be forgotten. That was real deal.
Right.
That was real deal defense.
Like 04 Pistons. Like they're swarming.
Yes. Ray and Has it. You're up next. Ray, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
What's up?
Hey, man, Mavericks, hey, man, congrats to them. They fought hard. They had to win how many games at the end of the season to get into the playoffs? We didn't see that coming. Hey, at the end of the day, Luka's still the best player on the floor. I don't care what anybody says. We'll take that all day. Man, just congrats to those guys, man. They fought hard all year.
Thanks for the call. What about Kyrie? Let's summarize this. A lot of Kyrie questions. Did it tick you off, or did you think it would be an issue with him going over to the Celtics bench before he checked out and congratulated everyone?
No, I didn't. I mean, did it become an issue?
No, I haven't felt that it has.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it really. But I was like, people are going to be ticked off.
Yeah, someone would, I'm sure.
Is he placating them? Is he simping to them? He did. I was worried also that he was going to have a Romo, this isn't the end of my life quote or comment, which again plays a lot better in DFW than if it was in LA or New York. He did tweet after the game, "Tribe, stay together no matter what. Through the ups and downs, wins and losses, success and failure, keep your head up high. The mission is bigger than us. I love you all." Ella.
I don't have a problem with him. Essentially, there were a lot of hurt feelings there in Boston between what happened with him, Tatum, Brown, like between those three that they've done a lot apparently to repair when you hear them talk about it. So I have no problem with him publicly like, hey, I was a big reason why you guys didn't win a few years back. And so I am going to publicly show you support for, hey, good job getting this done without me. And so I don't have a problem with that.
Do you feel within yourself that you're going a little bit lighter on Kyrie versus someone else that you would shred, take apart, and kill because of his turnaround, because of the sensitive issue that it is, because of his greatness? I mean, how are we going to be talking about what he did in Boston specifically? It was a complete no-show. He's my number one disappointment from the series.
Yeah, he
not even close.
Oh, I think you're right.
I'm really disappointed. I'll start off. I'll be the bad guy, although I think a lot will agree. I'm disappointed from two different aspects. I thought that this whole tribe perspective thing, Phil Jackson-esque energy, would give him some type of advantage in the approach of dealing with the Boston crowd. Like, hey, it's just words. It's just words. I thought that he would, Professor X elevates above it. So I'm disappointed there. None of that did anything. And number two, man, I have even more respect for dogs like Kobe and Michael and Dirk. Like, Kyrie idolized Kobe Bryant and Luka. Luka's in that conversation. If that crowd, if you were a true ultimate stand at the end of the day alpha dog, a crowd fears messing with you a little bit. Like, if that crowd did that to Kobe Bryant, it would not affect Kobe in the negative at all. I'd be terrified as a Celtic fan that he's going to drop 45 on you. It would get him going. It would get the juices flowing. That type of cold-blooded killer, Kyrie is not that. Kyrie Irving is not that, and I'm very, very disappointed in realizing and admitting it. No Kobe energy at all. If he's the Mamba, Kyrie was the caterpillar.
How many times did he...
Butterfly.
How many times this season, during the regular season, did Kyrie score 16 or fewer?
During the regular season? 6.
7. How many times did he do it in the playoffs?
6.
7.
8.
Okay.
He was, and this was a consistent issue. Oklahoma City, he was not great for a lot of the series. I think
we overrate. This is why RJ's right to a degree when he's like, okay, you won the championship. It doesn't. I'm not going to dog Dan Marino. Dan Marino had Kobe Bryant, I think, type energy, cold-blooded alpha killer. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers does. I don't know. But the point is, he hit that one shot against the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we take that and we go, he knows. He's got all the answers. He's got the championship pedigree. He's got it all figured out, and he'll relay that. What is Kyrie Irving going to pass along to the rest of the guys in championship moments after he just did that?
Yeah. I mean, like, he did score. He averaged 27 in that series.
Yeah.
He had a great series.
Yeah.
But he did not show up in this one.
I was just expecting that to carry over in terms of dealing with all the crap.
I was too. He did not show up. He did not show. Obviously, something with Boston screws them.
Yes,
something there does. And
he was shook.
Is the shaking hands a kumbaya with the fans? I don't think so. I think he was just being a good sport. Like I just think he knows how to win. He knows how to lose, and he knows how to lose the right way.
I think it was two-part. I really do deep down. He wanted to pay his respects, fine, cool, classy. I think he wants to get them off of his back too. I think he wants to be like, this is a parting. This is my final. My bad. Like it's in his brain like that. He even talked after the first two games the other day about how it was. You could tell in his words it was still a factor. What we have to do moving forward is figure out if that is going to apply to other situations or this is just a separate, isolated thing against Boston. Of Kyrie being your 2 or your second superstar to win it all.
I think it's definitely
magnified by Boston.
I would say 80-20 it's Boston. Like, I mean, there were definite struggles at times where the Oklahoma City series, while you were out for a lot of that, Sean, Chop and I talked about it almost every game. It felt like, why won't Kyrie, take control while Luka is clearly not himself? Why won't he just take the offense on himself? And it was so frustrating at times that, again, I think a large part of it is also he probably was worn down. He played a ton of minutes, more than he had in a decade. And we probably don't think about it in these terms. Kyrie is the same age right now that Dirk was when they beat the Heat. He's that old.
Yeah.
He's where Dirk was at in his career when he finally won.
Yeah. 2 things here on the Franklin Injury Returns fan text. 1, you got to remember Kyrie's an undersized guard that's aging. The length affected him.
Yeah.
And then the other side is the tribe-esque attitude from Kai got them in part to the finals. Do you want this Kyrie or do you want the other Kyrie?
I don't know.
This Kyrie.
Right, you want this Kyrie. Yeah. The other Kyrie may have been better suited to play in these moments.
Why can't I sprinkle in some,
you got to sprinkle
pepper flakes of anger?
Which we got it at times.
Yeah.
That Minnesota game on the road where he hit those consecutive threes and he started talking. We got it a few times.
All right, we got a few more fan texts and a couple more Tolos. I have a list of things I hate even more about Boston, and I think I'm ready to make the statement that I hate that fan base and city more than filthy. We continue with our NBA Finals coverage on Sean, RJ, and Roberto next. But I also hate dragging and having low energy and not knowing what is going on inside my body. That's why
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Rebound, Celtics have it. Horford outlet. It's Pritchard again. Pritchard, half court. It's in the air. He got it. He did it again. Peyton Pritchard did it again with the world watching. He knocks down a half court three that will send the Boston Celtics into the locker room with a 21-point lead.
More Mavericks phone calls and texts for the 6 a.m. club. If you want to get in, 877-881-1053. Sean, RJ, and Bobby after the Boston Celtics overtook the LA Lakers for most NBA championships all time. Scott in Frisco, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Scotty.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? I just want to say, over the last couple of days after that blowout win here in Dallas, everybody was like, "Oh, the Mavericks are this, the Mavericks are that." Did you not realize that the Celtics are playing down and basically resting their guys? I mean, they took their starters out in the third quarter to get ready to go back to Boston and take this thing at home.
Well, we did. Bobby didn't. We were like, "Hey, look, it's very easy to say." Once they got hit with the first punch, they were like, we're up 3-0. Let's go win this at home. And that's what last night felt like.
I think Boston is absolutely flat. I just don't think they consciously, where I disagree was like, I don't think they were just like consciously like, let's go home. I'd rather win it at home anyway. I just think they were flat. And they reached a point in the third quarter. They're like, all right, we're not going to win this game today.
It's amazing how whole teams can be flat the same day.
I know.
It really is. How sometimes just one guy. It's amazing when an entire team can just come out flat.
Coaching, usually.
And we wasted a whole viral social media campaign that took place yesterday. Let me go and change my profile picture back right now.
That was completely disappointing. That you had everybody locking in, everybody joining arms together and trying to come together for the Dallas Mavericks. Luka even was walking in with wired headphones yesterday. Just like the LeBron meme from 2016.
What year is this?
So this was the that's the whole thing. It was from 2016. It's a picture of LeBron looking like super locked in while they were trailing 3-1 going into that series with the Warriors. And LeBron brings them back, rallies them, and it's just this famous photo. So yesterday, the very popular Mavs streamer, content creator, slightly biased is what he goes by. He had changed his profile picture to a photo of Luka looking like LeBron with the headphones in. And he was like, I need this energy from everybody. And then it was Lindsay Fulton on Twitter, who's a big Mavericks fan and one of the big DFW sports people. And she was just like, anybody who changes their picture to this and replies back to my post, I'll follow you. Oh. And that triggered 700 guys to do it. But she got it going. And then the Mavericks were tweeting about it. And within 2 hours, just about any Mavericks fan on Twitter had their profile changed to the same picture, and
the Mavs did it.
Yeah, everybody was coming together. We thought this is it. They figured it out, and they're rallying. This is our moment, and then they came out flat. And as Lindsay tweeted later, Dallas Mavericks Twitter came more ready to play this game than the Mavericks themselves seemed to. So it's frustrating. It's upsetting, but you know what was there was also
take me through your decision to change it. And kind of give in with the craze.
Well, I was because at first I was just like, okay, a bunch of people are doing this. This is funny. But then it was more and more. We're like, I was getting inundated with tweets when I had observed it. I got hit with 30 tweets in a few minutes. That were just like, come on, lock in, be a man of the people. And so when they start trying to target whether I'm a man of the people or not, then I'm like, all right, fine, I'm in. And it took me an hour to change my picture too. Because Twitter, for some reason, was just not letting me do it. They kept switching my photo back, but then I finally got it. So it worked out.
Did you switch it?
No.
Why?
Knicks fan.
Knicks fan. I hate the Knicks. Gosh. I don't know. It's just, first of all, I don't even know I don't even know the photo I have, how I would be able to find it again. I have no idea where it is.
You would
it's a big
save
pain.
it, and then you would change it.
It's a pain in the butt. Like, it's too much work. Yesterday was a day anyway for me, so I wasn't.
I'll switch it on over. It's not back to the original. Pepe, did you switch?
I did, and then when Pritchard hit that half-court shot, I said, all right, now it's time to go back.
Oh, you switched you switched at halftime.
During the game, I did, yeah.
There it is on the Fake Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Ryan put it up.
How many dumb, and I understand, I'm not saying that, well, that's where the series was made, was dumb luck. But how many dumb, lucky shots did they hit in this series? It felt like it was that Warriors series where Jason Richardson was hitting fall-away threes with a hand in his face from 35 feet.
He was literally checked into the game just for that play. He played 1 minute. And the 1 minute is only because they only have in full minutes on the ESPN box score. That's it.
It felt like they hit every back-breaking shot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there was a point yesterday where outside of game 2, when Sam Hauser knocked down those first 2 threes of the game, when he walked in, there's a point that if you just take out game 2 where he was 0 for 5 and struggling, other than that, Hauser was 11 for 14 from 3 in the series.
Zach in Grand Prairie. Zach, you're up next here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
What's going on, fellas? Real quick, man. Obviously, disappointing into the season. Definitely hurts. It definitely hurts. However, they came out. Defense was crazy. We got to give them credit.
Yeah.
To Sean's point, 100% Boston is now on my number 1 hate city list. At least Philly, there's some kind of, I guess you want to call it respect between us just because it's been years and years, but man, these front running fans out here in Boston, it's incredible. Real quick, the biggest thing that I'm going to dislike about this series going forward is the fact that from here on out, Jason Tatum versus Luka talks. Jason Tatum's going to have the ring, but clearly the better player is Luka. And now we got to hear about how Jason Tatum's legacy is better. Thanks, guys.
That's a great point. It's a fantastic call. I got a tweet already. Let me get the handle because I love to call out stupidity by name. Mike McCormick. 2 years ago, I said I'd take Tatum over Luka, and twice on Sunday. Now Tatum is a champ. And again, I take your sports card away. You shouldn't be allowed to watch anymore if you watched the series and thought that Jason Tatum is the better player. You're an idiot.
I don't know. And I seriously, I don't
You were making the case yesterday before the game. I'm curious as to whether you still feel that way. You said in no way should Luka not be the finals MVP.
Oh, he was the best player in the finals. I absolutely think he should be the final. I mean, he should have.
After last night, you still
No,
think?
after last night, no.
Okay.
He had a bad game. But, going into that, I mean, look, it was clear who the best player on the floor was in this game, the entire series. It was evident. If the Mavs had, maybe even, let's say they had won last night, losing 6. Yeah, you lose at 5, it's going to be tough. But nobody really thinks that Jason Tatum is a better player than Luka. That's a fake argument. That's not a real argument. And also, I think to the college point, I don't really think anybody actually thinks Boston's front running fans. Those are old school generational fans.
Yeah, that racist runs deep.
It does. It really does. It's hard to the
ingrained.
core and ingrained in you as a child. But I don't think there are front runners up there, and I certainly don't think that you're going to hear anybody try to say that Jason Tatum is a better player than Luka.
I think if Tatum misses the entire series, Boston wins in 5.
Oh, it's not that.
Yes.
No, because he did a lot. He did a lot outside the scoring. I mean, what do you have? He had
Points, rebounds, assists. How did he stack
What do you
up?
have? 10 assists and a half almost.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that is their.
How many assists did he average in the series?
I'm not sure. I think he led them in assists.
Last night.
So, but the entire idea is because it's just the way their ball movement flows, especially around the perimeter. He's just naturally a part of a lot of that. To me, it's not like he's making a ton of. There wasn't a bunch of Luka, whoa, look at that find there. That was incredible. It's like
7
he's
assists.
finishing the rotation.
He averaged 7 for the series. That's a ridiculous take.
22, 8, and 7.
Chris in Dallas, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, guys. Yeah, definitely agree with the last caller. Disappointing end of the season. I do think, though, that if you had asked me this question back in early May, I don't think that we'd even be at the point that we were having this conversation. I don't think at that point we were really convinced until that last run of 16 games where the Mavs played outstanding. after recruiting Gafford and P.J. Washington and making some of those changes, we'd even be at this point. So I think I have actually a lot of faith coming out of this in what Jason Kidd and what Cuban are able to do with constructing this roster, because the team was not looking this way going in. I do also think that on this one, Derek Lively was probably the most exciting part of this entire thing, with how much better he played almost game in and game out. And it just looks like the rate at which he's learning and clicking with Luka makes him a really, really nice piece to have on the roster for the next couple of years. I think they'll have some good shots. Last thing I'll add here is I do hate Boston, but I think after the last couple of years, I will always hate the Clippers more. Thanks, guys.
The Clippers more. Yeah, Derek Lively, man, that broadcast was slobbering over Derek White's block where he hit Derek's right hand. It was a clear foul, and they're like, oh, he's not afraid to get dunked on. And Doris Berg, 76'4" guards. I got him on my hate list that's coming up. Brandon and Waxahachie. Brandon, you're up next on The Fan.
Hey, how you all doing?
What's up?
Well, one thing I want to touch on, congratulations, Boston, but I think that the Mavericks have a coaching issue in the finals. I'm just trying to see why there was no type of a change-up when we was having problems with scoring. Why no Hardy in the game? And we don't run set plays. We do a lot of ISO. And I think that goes down to coaching. You got to switch things up, especially in the finals. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks for bringing that up. Jason Kidd, he got crushed by a lot of people last night. Biden video, Jason Kidd when the Celtics are on a run, with everyone else dancing around him and clapping and everything, and Jason's just standing there. So Jason Kidd was getting crushed for that. Why is Maxey still getting any type of minutes? You were going to lose by putting Hardaway on the floor from a perception standpoint, unless he ripped off 3 straight threes. So that's the J Kidd criticism.
Look, you can criticize the rotations, and that's been a common thing over the years. With Kidd for sure. I think there was a lack of options for him to use. Like, is Hardy really going to come in and change the game? You're down 3 games to none. You had Hardaway get hot in the last game. You had to see if he was going to get hot in this one. He got 9 minutes. He got 1 shot off. Like, that's not why you're in there, bro. Like, you were not in there to get 1 shot off. You were in there to get 6 or 3 or 4 or whatever. Kidd was not the reason they lose this series.
My Chris Jericho list of why now hate Boston more than filthy is Jacob deGrom coming back to help Max Scherzer, and a Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway, all on the way, that we want you to win as being part of the 6 a.m. club. Pat Doney from Boston as well, coming up on The Fan.
Let's get you over to A.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Tatum, left-hand dribble, coming strong, in the paint, kick out to the wing. Jalen waiting, open three, got it! Tatum has 9 assists in the first half.
And Jaylen Brown walks away with the NBA Finals MVP. All the cameras trying to focus in on Tatum to see how he would react. Brown split the bouquet with him, saying, "This is my brother in arms." They're posing next to each other for the championship photo, and it's all part of the Celtics winning title number 18. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Pat Doney from Boston and NBC5 coming up at 7:20, and a Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway.
I no longer buy the narrative that people have brought up about Brown and Tatum. That, there could be tension there, because I genuinely, after seeing Jason Tatum's personality on display, he's going to be passive to Jaylen Brown. Any conflict that could potentially be there, Jason Tatum will diffuse it by going, you know what, let him have his moment. Let him do, I don't need that. Like, he's very
carrying around that trophy. Like, he won the NBA MVP, but that works out when Jaylen wins Finals MVP and he can have the little trophy. And Jaylen Brown was mic'd up in his pursuit of defending Luka Doncic last night.
If Luka give it up, I'm not letting him get it back. You know what I mean? If you want to get the ball, bring it up yourself. If Luka stays, I'll stay. If Luka stays, keep me in.
He can defend, man.
And he's a dog.
Yeah,
he absolutely is. And that's it. There were so many times, and they talked about it on the broadcast, but did you see how many different times?
He's the best two-way player. He's the new Klay Thompson.
I don't know that I've seen anybody, and it's one series.
Best two-way in the league?
I might, don't let me disrespect Giannis. AD is so good defensively, even though I can't stand him personally.
Right. Wembanyama's the greatest player of all time, according to Woj.
That's right. But best two-way, because we never talk about stars defending or really good offensive. Jaylen Brown's not a superstar.
Right.
We never talk about excellent offensive players defending.
Right, because there's guys that could, Butler can defend, but he doesn't play. He didn't seem to care between October and March. There's guys. Kawhi used to be able to. He doesn't do that anymore.
He's just never available.
He's never available.
When he's out there, he's good. The thing that I came away with watching his defense that I feel like there may not be anybody better in the league at, he does not get lost in screens. You cannot screen. You cannot screen him off of the ball. And they tried so many times to do that with him, with Luka on him, and he would every single time fight through the screen or get under it and stay on Luka. And that screen and roll stuff, that's a big part of what they do to get mismatches for Luka.
It is. And also, some guys will get caught defensively chasing. He always seems to kind of be anticipating where the ball's going to go and get there before, so he doesn't have to chase.
These are all defensive first-team names over the past few years. You count the great offensive players. Anthony Davis, Rudy Gobert can't play offense. Bam Adebayo was decent player. Herb Jones. Can't even tell me what team he plays for.
I can.
Who?
Pelicans.
Good job. Wembanyama made it as a rookie. Brooke Lopez, future of Derek Lively. Drew Holiday, Alex Caruso, Jaren Jackson, Evan Mobley, Marcus Smart, Rudy Gobert, Giannis, Mikal Bridges, Jaren Jackson, Draymond Green. You know, you have Anthony Davis on there. You have Giannis on there, and Bam can score as well. But Jaylen Brown, the new Klay Thompson in terms of the perimeter, great offense and great defense. He wins Finals MVP.
Yeah, because a lot of those guys that we're talking, like the names that stood out to me is like, okay, they've got good offensive game, even if they're like Brooke Lopez has passed it a little bit, but I mean he's still been a good offensive player.
He's a shooter.
Brooke Lopez, Giannis, Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo, and Anthony Davis, and we're talking about 5 guys right there. They're all basically bigs, and Brown is not. That's what makes Brown stand out about it too, is that he's that good defensively, and he's a guard forward. He's not a power forward center type of player.
I think I now hate the city of Boston more than Philadelphia. I definitely hate San Francisco. Philly's not even 2 on my list. San Francisco is up there over Philly. Philly has been bumped to 3. And I don't know San Fran or Boston, which one. I'm just picking one for each season of hatred.
Philly, I think Philly's just like, they're just like diehard sports fans. They don't have a whole lot to live for. You know, like they don't annoy me like that. I'm more annoyed by the teams in Philly than the fans.
How do you feel about Boston fans? Boston, New York, Philly fans as you grew up in that area.
So
rank the racists.
New York fans are like, I think they're the most like kind of in your face about, because they want to let you know they're New York fans. That to me that could be off-putting.
Best atmosphere in the playoffs was the Garden. Not even close. The Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden. Boston,
you
I'm
felt
least
that
annoyed.
you felt the MSG crowd through the television. I didn't feel the Boston crowd that consistently. That's why I'm extra disappointed in Kyrie, because it didn't feel like it was that bad. In Madison Square Garden, they would have chanted "F you, Kyrie" in the stadium.
In the stadium. I think Philly fans are the most everyman. Like they're just like they're blue collar, just kind of like the everyman. Boston are elitist fans, and then New York are the annoying fans.
Yeah, and
just like in your face about it.
Venue, the Garden, Madison Square Garden was great during this whole playoff run. And not just Madison Square Garden, the way the Knicks fans were traveling and taking over places was big. But last night was the first game out of the 3 that were played in Boston where I could feel it through the TV screen early. Like that did seem to be a pretty intense atmosphere early on, which is why I was so impressed that they seemed to like break even through the first 6 minutes. Like, okay, you got past that groundswell, and then they allowed him to come back and do it again.
Well, I have my list of hate. I start off with the fans. I was hoping that they put each other in the hospital by beating each other up like they did during the Game 4 watch party, and hope that they burn the city down on the causeway out there. I feel like I want to start singing a song that Bobby's going to have in the 9 o'clock hour. Also on my list, Joe Mazzulla. This is all sports hate, y'all, so don't take it too serious. I can't stand this guy. I'm pissed off that he won a championship. Age of 35. He is so annoying in the press conferences. You talk about a dead human inside, religion aside. Don't get worked up over the religion. This was Joe Mazzulla at his press conference, just being a jerk.
Hey Joe, how are you? You talked about it after the Kings game.
You didn't even give me a chance to respond to that.
That's a bad habit of mine. I do that at drive-thrus all the time. I say hi in there. But how are you?
Yeah, sure.
But he's not joking. He's like not laughing back. But part of me wonders. I'm like, man, is Brad Stevens? Is he the genius to another level that everyone thought he was? That he saw something in Mazzulla that I'm not seeing, or was he just forced into this because of Nia Long?
Well, he got the job because of that, right? He was like this next in line. Yeah. I mean, the guy was coaching in the G League a couple years ago, and prior to that, at some very very small schools. He has like a very dry, dark
Belichick
humor. Yeah,
I don't know if he's a genius or not. I don't know if I was watching the series. I don't know, and I wasn't like, oh my gosh, amazing Joe Mazzulla move here.
You know who he reminds me of is Arthur Smith. Have you ever seen Arthur Smith talk to media or deal with it? He's so. It almost is like, are you doing a bit or are you being weird?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's like he was trying to be funny there, like thought, but it just didn't come out super funny.
At least Jason will do the. He'll try to laugh. It's like a sputtering engine. Missoula, no, he's not even trying to turn the key. So I can't stand him. I can't stand Derek White now. He has no personality either. And his stupid teeth now, that's going to be viral everywhere. This guy either hit nothing but net or the top of the backboard. The crap. Now, he's one of these guys I would love to have as my number 4. You love him as a 4 on a championship team, but I can't stand him. He fouled live on the dunk attempt, but he's on my hate list now. I don't hate Tatum, but I roll my eyes at Tatum. Bobby started me down that road, and then
we'll get you there.
And then last night with what he did with that copycat Kevin Garnett crap, that pushed me over the edge.
Oh my God! Oh my God! It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it.
He is Russell Wilson's personality in Paul George's body.
Russell Wilson's personality.
He's not as bad as Russ. Russ is
annoying. Yeah,
Russ is all time bad.
Yeah,
all time cheeseball.
I think we haven't been exposed to as much of like this is we at one point didn't think Russ was so bad either. Like the first 4 years of his career, we didn't have any clue.
Oh, absolutely. You're absolutely right. It goes in because it was a good story. Russ is a good story about that third or fourth round pick, whatever it was. Didn't have the job. They just signed Matt Flynn or whoever. So like they had that. Yeah, I could see that in a couple of years.
Tatum's just corny.
It's Mr. Unlimited.
I may have been happy for Al Horford if he didn't do it against the Mavericks, but I don't hate Al Horford. I don't hate Jaylen Brown. I'll throw a little hate towards Pritchard. Pritchard played 1 minute. That's all.
That's it.
With that 3. So I can put a little bit of hate towards him, but that's my Boston Celtic hate list with their fans at the very, very top. And then I don't like Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah, I think you've got the list pretty much right. I don't, and it's just because he was hitting so many big time good, but I do hate watching Sam Hauser. Like just Sam Hauser putting up 3 after 3, and it's just like, oh, swish. That's irritating. But I think you're right. I don't have, it's funny, we're talking about all this. What is Porzingis' return going to be out? Porzingis is way down the list of sports hate for Celtics people with me.
Well, and the thing that's going to bother me at least is that he's going to go down as like this tough guy legend in Boston now, right? Like, which is like what a turn of events that was.
Yes,
I'll tell you with Mazzulla. Let's fast forward 10 years. I could see if he stays with the Celtics and they play well and they have a good run. I could see him getting a Spoelstra-like change to his perception. Spoelstra was thought of as a lackey, as a nothing, and now everybody's like, if you really dig down deep, he's one of the best coaches in the league.
But we didn't hear, I don't remember us hearing that players were leading huddles like has been reported during this finals, or like you see the mic'd up stuff where Jaylen Brown's basically saying what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Defensively. Like it does feel like he's kind of just, which maybe we've talked about it before, maybe that's the new NBA coach of just let your guys be your guys. And look, I mean, he has to be a sharp basketball mind at some point. Another part of it may be we don't want a repeat of old Ime Udoka, so let's find the most socially awkward individual who will not pick up any women in this office, and let's hire Joe Mazzulla.
How bitter are you if you're Ime? Is he Mark Jackson category now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had his chance.
Ooh,
I mean, he was there. They were in the finals with him. They were in the finals with him, right? Yeah,
against Golden State.
Against Golden State.
But still, like, this was your
sure.
core. This was your project.
Yeah, you and Brad put this thing together for sure.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a good comparison, Mark Jackson. I did think last night. I was like, I wonder if Nia Long is sitting there at home right now, just like, in your face, buddy. Or if she just has distaste for Boston in general and she wouldn't root for them at all.
Yeah, it was the girl from Boston. Yeah, she worked there. She worked in the organization. Maybe she just hates. Yeah, she's probably not a Celtics fan then.
Probably not. She was probably rooting for Luka.
All right, let's head on out to Boston. Hopefully what little is left of it after the Animals hit the streets last night. Pat Doney, Newey Scruggs from our TV partner are there still. Pat Doney from NBC5, where do the Mavs go from here? And is Kyrie good enough to be a championship 2? That's next during the commercial-free Expressway, and we hook you up with Rangers Padres tickets next. But I got a lot of
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Nets play Game 2 of their 3-game series tonight at Globe Life Field. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Tatum switches to the left hand, attacks with the mid-block, stop and start on Lively, runs it off the window, scoring the foul. The world said, Jason Tatum, you have to show us with the championship on the line, and he has been the best player on the floor from the start of Game 5 to this very second.
RJ Choppy, can you identify where Pat Doney is standing in Boston right now? Is that Logan?
Oh, that is at Logan Airport. See, he went underneath. He went to the bag check on the sidewalk, not inside.
Oh, I love the sidewalk.
Very old school. Very old school.
Convenient. All that equipment, all that TV
all
equipment.
That equipment. But I mean, is he flying Air Canada home? That's dicey.
Let's ask Pat Doney on the D&M Leasing
all
Hotline.
planes are dicey these days.
It's not Air Canada, right, Pat? And did you do the sidewalk check-in?
I'm not going to Edmonton. No, I'm hanging out here, and this has been my nemesis, boys. Logan has been an adventure. Yesterday, the Ted Williams Tunnel was shut down to one lane. We landed to cover the game, and it took 3 hours to go 4.5 miles.
Oh.
Seriously. 3 hours, 4.5 miles from the airport to the arena. You guys know, I grew up in Southern California. LA traffic, I mean, it's real, right?
Yes.
This place, my first experience in Boston, that has been one of my biggest takeaways. Has been this traffic is unbelievable in this city.
There was photos I saw yesterday of that tunnel of people just leaving their cars on the side of the road because it's right next to the airport and carrying their bags to the plane. They were just checking in. They were leaving their car.
They didn't even go and get a rental car. They didn't go get their rental car because you couldn't leave the rental car garage because it was so backed up into the garage. They were just walking into downtown. It was epic. Very stagnant. A lot like the Mavericks offense. Hey, how about that?
Pat, was it evident to you in person that they just ran out of gas?
Ran out of gas, and they were the second best team in the series. I mean, the Celtics were the favorites all year long, and they looked and played like it. I thought going into the series that the Mavericks' best chance was if Luka and Kyrie were the two best players in the series, and that clearly didn't happen. And then maybe Boston would be a little bit untested and not live up to the hype with the pressure and all that. And it just didn't happen other than Game 4. I mean, Boston hit so many shots, so many open looks, and the Mavericks role players didn't do that. Kyrie was very average in the series, really, by his standards for sure. And then Boston's star players were stars in the game. And that was just, I mean, it was evident from the beginning of the series. The better team was Boston without a question. And then the Mavs star players did not live up to what they needed to be, which was going to be heroic for them to win this series.
How hostile was the Boston crowd really to Kyrie?
Epic. I mean, unbelievably epic. Really? Every single moment that he touched the ball, I mean, the boos were so loud. Random times, Josh Green is shooting free throws, and they're chanting "Kyrie sucks" at deafening levels. I mean, when he dove into the first row, Mike Breen said that some of the fans had some, I can't remember how he described it, but some not so nice things to say to him, there as he was in the first row diving for a ball. And then I thought he handled the end of the game about as much class as I can remember seeing from a pro athlete. I mean, going and shaking the hands of his former teammates with 3 minutes left as he was checking out, going to hug the Celtics coaching staff, a lot of the guys who he knows from his time when he was in Boston, and the crowd booing him like crazy through that. And he still acknowledged the crowd, kind of gave him a salute a little bit as he was walking to the bench. I asked him about that in the locker room, and he said, look, that's something I learned from the greats, before me. That's the type of thing you do in a moment like this. And so I'm assuming he's referring to Kobe. That's the kind of thing that I could see Kobe Bryant doing back before. And so I thought he handled that part of it well, but I thought the crowd clearly impacted him in a huge way, not just last night, but all 3 games that were played in Boston.
Pat Doney flying back from the airport in Boston on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What I also wish he took from Kobe was to perform when a crowd is going at you like that. We know Luka feeds off of it. Pat, how surprised are you that Kyrie Irving, as great as he is, future Hall of Famer, he didn't respond to the crowd in those moments?
I am surprised just because you're talking about a guy who all season long, and especially during this postseason run and when the Mavericks got hot toward the end of the season, it always felt like, I saw your tweet, Sean, you were right about that last night. It always felt like Dallas could rely on Kyrie getting the ball and going to make a play when the other team was starting to gain momentum. That was one of the reasons that Dallas went on this crazy run to the finals when nobody saw it coming as the 5 seed. It was because when things started to get bad, then they could count on Kyrie to go and stop the other team's momentum shift. And that just never happened. It just seemed so uncomfortable here. I will say, I do want to flip it the other way, though, too. Let's remember, this Mavs team was the 8th seed on March 16th. So 3 months transition there. I mean, it was a pretty epic run. And I will say that many of the players in the locker room after the game, when I was talking to them, they talked about the motivation that this creates. And I mean, I was talking about this with our photographer, Jeff Irwin, who I was riding with on the way to the airport. How many teams do you think would trade places with the Mavericks with their roster right now in the NBA? I mean, maybe 4 or 5 of them. So as disappointing as it was last night, and yes, Kyrie should have stepped up in a much bigger way, I don't think there are many teams who would not trade places with Dallas with their GM making all these great moves. Their best player is 25. Their third best player is 20. Their fourth best player is 25. I feel like they're in a really good place going forward. And as disappointing as this was, it was obvious who the better team was. But I do think this can be a launching point for the Mavericks organization. And there's a chance that this could be the start of something pretty special, and they learn from this opportunity that they had here in a series that they were clearly outclassed.
Pat Doney, NBC5, join us from Boston here on 105 through the Fan. Last few games, Luke was pretty bad from beyond the arc. How hurt did he look, in the tunnel, walking around? Like, how banged up did he look?
He was clearly uncomfortable at all times. I mean, walking around and limping from here to there, and the chest might have been bothering him more than we realized in the game last night. I know he was getting the injection before the previous games. I'm not sure if he had one last night or not, but yeah, there was a stretch where I think he missed 18 threes in a row in this series at some point. That cannot happen. That cannot happen in a circumstance where, he relies so much on the outside shot in his game. So I think that it was something that, he probably was pretty hurt in the circumstance. He ran out of gas for sure. He was a lot of hands on knees toward the end of the game last night. He's had to carry the team because of the way that his all-star teammate played in the series, and he just ran out of gas against a better team that was definitely focused on shutting him down from the moment he touched the ball. Jaylen Brown, every time Luka touched the ball, was all up around him, making him uncomfortable as he brought the ball up, and it clearly impacted him once they got to the 5th game of the series. He was out of gas and probably more hurt than we realized.
Pat, you mentioned you feel like this could be a launching off point for them and an opportunity for them to, learn from this and go to the next level. We've obviously seen in the past, like a team like Oklahoma City during the Durant, Westbrook, Harden years where people were like, this is only the beginning, and it turned out it was the end. What is the greatest threat, do you think, to that sort of reality for the Mavericks, to where this isn't a launching off point and instead this is the peak?
Without question. First of all, great question, Bobby, because I think that it's a good thought. It's a thought problem here to work out. What could possibly go wrong with this team? Again, I don't know how many teams in the league would not trade places with Dallas with their roster and their current setup that they have right now. To me, the number one thing that jumps out would be the health. Luka, all of the questions about his, how in shape he is and all of these things. I mean, there's the jokes that he's the oldest 25-year-old in the league or maybe in the world. I mean, the way that he walks around, and he's supposed to be young and in his prime right now. Kyrie being 32 years old. Derek Lively has dealt with injuries already in his career to this point. That would be the biggest thing that could hold this organization back, in my opinion. What if health just becomes a consistent problem and Luka can't stay healthy, Kyrie being in the back half of his career can't stay healthy, and then Derek Lively, what if he's injury prone? But on the opposite side, I mean, Derek told me last night that one of the things he's going to be working on this offseason is continuing to develop his outside shot. And that was something that we saw in practice and in shoot around here throughout the finals, was he would work on that and just be shooting the ball. And then we saw him knock down that one 3-point shot he had the opportunity to make. if you now have a guy in Derek Lively who is such a great threat at the rim with the lob and attacking the glass, but he can also threaten an opposing team by knocking down outside shots, that will just continue to create more space for the Mavericks offense, for Luka Doncic to go to work. And I think that is one of the keys to this season. If you can get your 6'11", 7-foot rookie, now going to be a second-year player in the league who's been such a force with energy around the glass to now be a consistent three-point shooter, that could be another level that this offense unlocks. And that's something I'm going to be watching to see if that really becomes a possibility for Lively going forward. Can he become a consistent outside shooter?
What was the celebration like inside and outside the arena?
Epic. I mean, I will say, Boston's supposed to know how to handle these championships, right? Like, I mean, kind of a rookie mistake last night. They did not go the Philly route and grease the poles. And so we had
you got to grease them.
I mean, in Philly, they know what's up, right? They grease the poles because they can't trust the fans to not climb things. We had guys hanging off of street lights. It took a good 40 minutes to get out of the parking garage because of the craziness and the masses on the bridges walking around. In the arena, it was loud. Guys, I mean, it was one of the louder arenas I can remember in my almost 20-year career now. And not just in the game, but in big moments, like really big moments, like when Kristaps Porzingis was checking into the game. They love Porzingis.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you,
Yeah.
Porzingis is like up with, I mean, Nui Scruggs was sitting next to me, and he was like, I mean, is Larry Bird checking into the game? What's going on right now? Yeah. It was epic when he was checking in. But, I mean, look, it's been a while since they've won a championship, and this team was the best team all year. They lived up to the hype in the pregame, preseason expectations, and then they dominated in the NBA Finals. So the place was going nuts. Tickets were on average about $4,000 to get into the building yesterday.
Wow!
And they saw their team win a championship here in Boston, and then the city shut down after the fact. So, I mean, it was memorable for Boston fans for sure, but the traffic was a little annoying getting out of the arena. I'll tell you that.
You're the best, brother. We appreciate you joining us amidst the madness, and we'll see you soon in California for some more traffic. Safe flight home. Or to Canada.
Love you boys. Have a great day. Yeah, well, maybe Canada, maybe the All-Star game. Don't forget the MLB All-Star game coming here too, boys, in the year that never ends in sports in Dallas. How about that?
Yes, sir. The great Patrick Doney on the D&M Leasing Hotline from our television partner, NBC5.
And you know what? That All-Star game and that home run derby, you know where you can hear it, Sean Sharif? Right here, 105.3 The Fan.
Right.
Yeah, I usually take off All-Star Week. Not this year.
Not this year, baby. Not this year.
Have you secured entry into the building for any event?
I have a plan. I have a plan. I think
Does it involve a guy who runs a liquor company?
I haven't asked him yet.
Okay.
I haven't asked him yet. I did it though. I did though involve a guy who used to play for the team.
Man, you were just milking Derek for everything.
No. I'm paying. I will pay. I have no problem paying for the tickets. Like but face value. Face value. Okay, I won't pay secondary market.
But
prices.
you want the derby over the game.
I didn't say that. I honestly, I would love to do futures game, derby, and actual All-Star game. Like I really want to see all three events. I want to be out there for all three. Now it's just a matter of how many tickets can I get, and if I can only get two, do I tell the kids, hey, sorry, or do I tell Sarah, hey, sorry?
Gotta rotate.
Or do I gotta rotate them around?
You draw straws for the event.
Draw straws for the events.
I mean, you could, at that point, if you've got two tickets already, then you could credential. And then you could at least get 3 of the 4 in. And you could stand up with a credential.
But he can't sit with them.
He could stand in the area. Nobody's going to kick somebody out with a credential from standing in the same area.
But he would get them seats?
Yeah, but I mean, they could all stand at the back of the thing. Just be like, this is your punishment for
and not sit
being
in
too many
seats.
people. Yeah, and stand at the top.
I mean, I suppose my youngest one could sit on my lap.
You'd have to smuggle him in somehow,
He's
though.
pretty big lap sit.
Yeah.
He's a pretty big boy. All right, speaking of baseball tickets, enough with the Mavericks torture right now. Let's take a little bit of a break during the commercial-free expressway, and thank you again for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Rangers tickets when they take on the San Diego Padres July 2nd. The first 15,000 fans in the stadium will also receive a Nathaniel Lowe Gold Glove bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it's Tuesday. That means it's Brian brought us his favorite segment of the entire show. Let's see what Reddit is talking about.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It is time for Ask Reddit. It's where we take the most viral questions over the last week that have been featured on the 45 million member Ask Reddit forum. Salacious questions. Things Sean doesn't have an answer for most of the time.
Yeah, they're that thought-provoking. Plus, since I'm the only one who reads all the emails, I'm not reading 7 or 8 more that make me think a lot.
Oh, this is the one though that'll make this is the one email Peyton will read. Peyton demands it. Peyton demands hey, I gotta have my answers ready. You gotta make sure that you send me those questions. I need them. So
he's by far the best at Ask Reddit in answering them. I love Pepe's answer.
It's more thoughtfulness than he gives to anything else other than the payload in the course of a week. But we'll also get your thoughts. We always get a lot of thoughtful answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and also on the Twitch and the YouTube. We're going to lead off with you, Sean, because Peyton's doing a giveaway. It's your fault for staggering the giveaway when you did. What's a huge waste of money, but people keep buying it? Ooh.
A huge waste of money, but people keep buying it.
I mean, technically, they don't have a choice. They're compelled. They're forced to. In America, nonetheless. But, I mean, HOA fees for you, I would think, would drive you nuts.
HOA fees, number one is if they still do them, I don't know. Personal seat licenses.
Oh my gosh. Terrible. That's just the biggest ripoff is what that is.
Any fees, right? Like those Ticketmaster fees and such. I don't hate HOA fees if they do what they're supposed to do, which is just like, because you drive through neighborhoods that don't have an HOA and like the yards look terrible, it looks messy. Like I don't that part of the HOA to me is good.
Like
it's everything else.
I just got hit with a $5,000 fee that I have to pay my neighborhood because this little pond is the dam or whatever is going to break around it, and the developer jumped ship. Frankel, if you guys can help me out with this, I'd love to sue the developer and get out of paying his $5,000. I'm in a lemon neighborhood. I'm in a lemon. I got a bad pond. I said, drain the swamp.
That's right, baby.
Just drain it. No one gives a crap about this anyway. Just drain the water out. And the head of the HOA, who is a lawyer from SMU, is like, nah, no lawyer wants to take this on and go after this and go after that. My retaining wall has a broken piece that they said the ground will collapse in the backyard if I don't fix that myself.
Got to build the wall.
Lemon. Yeah. Drain the swamp, build the wall.
Build the wall. I think home warranties are a waste. People still buy them. Like any kind of warranty, extended warranty, home warranties.
Oh.
I mean, because like when I moved, I had to get like a home warranty of like I had to buy a home warranty like the first year of, the new homeowners.
I keep on getting Jeep warranties.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is junk mail.
And I'm like, who buys these? Who buys those things? Like, I don't understand the home warranties. Like,
the most common answer so far on the fan text, of course, is going to be a bit answer. So several answers saying Cowboys tickets right now is the big time answer. Couple answers off of the Twitch. DFW Dad says bottled water. You know something about bottled water? $7.
That's one of my all-time bad takes in college. I'm like, you fancy little brats that all are going to American University with your bottled water. Because I grew up with a well.
So did I.
And well water, you're like, you love it. My water in Sunnyvale is pretty good. I'll drink that out of the faucet, but we had Britas. And I'm like, I will never, ever pay for bottled water. And you just do.
Yeah, we had a well water, septic, all that crap.
I tried to get well put into this house, HOA. Nope.
The people like I know that have well water, like in like the
Amish communities.
No, like say like Wise or Parker County, like they're not like thrilled with the water taste.
They have a well.
Yeah, there's a lot of wells. Yeah, a lot of this. You get in the country, there's a lot of wells, septics, and stuff.
And they're not happy with the taste.
I guess not. Some of the ones that I know that aren't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if everybody is, but the ones I know aren't.
Jeremy from Rockwall replying to the newsletter questions being sent out says the newest iPhones as soon as they come out. Like as soon
I have one that my mother got on. We're still like on a family plan, and I guess I was due for an upgrade, and she brought it when she came to visit with Ava being born, and I looked at it and I said, "That's really large." And they're like,
"Yeah, how big your phone is."
I haven't even taken it out of the box.
No,
this is my old one.
Oh well,
Yeah. I don't even want.
Oh, wow.
I don't care about getting the new phone. Like I just.
You don't even have a case on that.
It's still in the box. I don't even have a case on this anymore. Yeah.
See, my biggest waste of money, or the one that I've always been like, why do people, is when people buy expensive baby clothes or shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Like it'll be a month and you can't use them anymore. So really quickly, Peyton, you got an answer real fast. What's a huge waste of money, but people keep buying it?
Cable TV. You know, there's streaming services out there that are just so much cheaper, so much simpler. You don't need all those channels, so it's cable TV for me.
I'm very happy so far with my DirecTV stream.
I like it.
Yes.
I like it a lot.
I hate that I can't go channel up, the guide. I can't skip pages. Maybe I'm not doing it right.
Yeah, you can skip pages. Just hit the, so are you doing the buttons around the select button or using the channel on the right? Use the channel button on the right. That'll go page down.
I don't know. I've tried it.
Unless we have different remotes.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 The Fan. RJ Choppy, the self-proclaimed social assassin. What's a common social etiquette rule that you just don't agree with?
Tipping while standing.
While standing?
If I'm standing to order, why do I have to tip you? Why is there a tip? Why is there a tip function on the?
So like the fast food checkout, like the to-go food checkout tip.
Yeah, which I don't mind to go.
What about standing at a bar?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
You just got choppied.
Yeah, but like if I go to go food, you're at least packing the food for me. But like if it's just like if I'm standing to order at a fast casual restaurant.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why is there a tip function there? Like, and that's a social custom. You know, you're supposed. They say you're supposed to. But if I go to Starbucks or whatever, why? You know, what's the tip for? You know, I don't get it.
Yeah, and that was the answer from Chris in Caddo Mills on the newsletter. He said tipping. I do tip, but I believe people should just be paid a normal wage. So he doesn't like that. Sean, what is your social etiquette that you just won't participate in?
Just go to me last for everyone. Stop doing that.
Peyton, what is your social etiquette that you ignore? See, Sean's would be answering a question that's directed towards him. But go ahead, Peyton.
I might get destroyed for this one because my parents were so strict on it when I was growing up. But the elbows on the table, no elbows on the table. That one, I still do it to this day, and like I'll catch myself, so I'll take it off. But like it's I can never get comfy with it.
Why is it a thing?
Or hat at the table. My grandmother, blind as a bat, 99. She's still reaching out like Stevie, and she's like, "Feel my hat?" Taking it off. No hat at the table.
I had a neighbor we grew up from. He had like a scar on his elbow from where when he used to put his elbows on the table, his grandmother would hit them with a fork.
Whoa!
Like jab, and one time she like dug it in his. He was born in the 50s. Like this is a different era, Chop. But no, for me, it's if I don't think what you just said is funny, I'm not going to bail you out with courtesy laugh. Just to make sure that things aren't uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know a pretty big fake laugher.
No, I don't think I will bail somebody out with like this is uncomfortable. There's a lot of
you're a fake yawner. I correct myself.
I do that. I do make fake noises. I make fake ambiance, but I don't fake laugh.
Ambiance.
What I do if there's a joke that's like this isn't funny, I'm not going to bail you out of your awkward joke you just told by giving it the uncomfortable laughter so it's not dead silent. You will sit and marinate in that silence for your awful joke. Sean, you ready?
What are the Reddit answers?
Some of the answers that we have over on we got the fan text. First answer here, somebody said, well, this is all well water taste. No, it's because everybody's giving me the answers to the well water and things like that. But the social construct that where
are
is
they
it here?
saying
Jeremy.
that the well water is good or bad?
They say it tastes bad in Texas because of fracking or natural gas. There's a lot of natural gas underneath the.
Okay,
look at that. Jeremy in Rockwall says that his common social etiquette, same thing that like with Peyton. He said it's table manners, that he just doesn't understand what a lot of his. And I still don't understand. Nobody's explained this to me. Why can't you have your elbows on the table? Why is that rude? Kristen gets so worked up at me for my table manners at a nice restaurant, though. Like with the napkin, if I don't put the napkin in the right place, she's like, "Put that there."
How about how you dress?
I mean, I generally, when we've gone out to,
you either are in a sweatsuit or you look like you're going to church.
Yeah, there's no in between.
There's no in between.
That's exactly what it's supposed to be.
That button tucked in, business pants. It looks like you're going to an attorney's office.
All right, I will. This next one here on Ask Reddit, I will answer first because you guys may need to think about it. You may not even have one. I'm certain Sean must have one here. Which celebrity or celebrities have blocked you on social media? And at first, the wording, Peyton, because you're going to be frazzled now, because at first, the wording in the email I sent was wrong. It said, have you blocked, but it's have blocked you. I got 2 that I know of that, 3 people have blocked me. One of them doesn't count as a genuine celebrity, though, Jock Taylor. That doesn't count. So the other 2, David Carr blocked me.
What?
And we're both at NFL Network, too. That was kind of weird.
Why?
I couldn't figure it out. I think I tweeted something and he searched his name and he saw it. It was 8 years ago.
Okay.
So he didn't like that. And then the other one is John Heyman. I went aggressively after John Heyman at one point. I did, once upon a time, 12 years ago, I was blocked by Derek Holland.
What?
No. And he undid it a few years later. But it was a total misunderstanding as to why I even got blocked. I had said something and he thought I was being a smart ass and I was not.
You probably were.
It's like me and my beef with Jose Trevino.
Are you blocked by Jose Trevino?
Not blocked, but he does this follow, unfollow. He's like the Klay Thompson of Major League Baseball.
So who is blocked you? What celebrity's blocked you? I'm sure there's got to be one. Oh,
Hulk Hogan, that freaking worthless piece of skin, Jason Whitlock. I called him out from the Kansas City days when he was in Kansas City. Piece of crap that he is. He's him and Clay Travis. I don't even write Clay Travis, but when something happens to both of them, I'll be celebrating.
By the way, we didn't mention this on the air. My whole Geyer thing that went down a couple weeks ago with Keller, where everybody's like, "Why keep your trust?" I didn't even know it till later. The Dallas Morning News high school sports editor blocked me.
What?
I don't know.
The high school editor.
The high school sports editor for the Dallas Morning News blocked me.
Aaron Wilson has blocked me, like the
CBS.
I don't know who he works for now.
The Houston. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what his deal was.
I got some stories for you here in about 10 minutes.
Good.
Mike Freeman blocked me.
CBS Sports.
And he's a loser. And CJ Wilson.
Why'd CJ? Did you offer him a drink or something?
Has anyone seen or heard? I've seen more Josh Hamilton in public than CJ Wilson.
So CJ blocked me on Twitter, but we're friends on Facebook. Go figure. Obviously I was doing the whole CJ. Hey, dude, what's up, man? Namaste. And I think he just got tired of it. But
Hollins.
Last I saw of CJ, he owns a bunch of car dealerships out in L.A.
Holland said, I don't remember blocking you, Robert.
Yeah, because he unblocked. This would have been 10 years ago that he unblocked me. So it's like I was unblocked in 2013.
Derek could have blocked me. He would have had reason 2 years ago, because our big Derek Holland topic when we first started was like, is he having too much fun? Is he too goofy? Does he not take it seriously enough? And we had that big Derek Holland conversation.
Which I will say, Derek is a good example to that discussion, though, of is he serious enough? Derek is a good example of somebody who does put off the lighthearted fun, but
he's
incredibly cerebral in the way that he studies and does things is impressive.
I thought of him during these NBA Finals when Luke and the Mavs were like, we're not having fun. We need to have more fun. And then Tatum and the Celtics said that on the other side. If you sprinkle in some of that Derek Holland and those big-time moments, both those teams would have been better off.
972, I'm blocked by Fish. 469, Bautista blocked me for sending a pic of his jaw getting cracked every time, every anniversary. So there are some of the answers in terms of people that have you blocked on social media.
Tolo Trey said Bobby probably went after David Carr after he beat Dak in that accuracy contest.
He probably did.
I think it was like I was saying something in reference to Derek Carr, and I made a jab at David in the process, like, well, he's better than his brother. So that was the only thing I had on record there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line if you want to get some of your answers in.
What about Pepe?
Oh, go ahead, Peyton.
Has anyone blocked you?
There's no way.
No one that I've caught has blocked me. But I will say, I'll answer the first question that came through the email is who I have blocked. I haven't blocked individuals, but in fact, I've blocked an entire team. The St. Louis Cardinals, I blocked.
After Twitter. The other day?
No, this was I joined I joined Twitter in May of 2012. So this was within 6 months of the Rangers losing the World Series, and I saw on Twitter, you can follow people. I was learning how to do it, and I said, I can block entire teams. I blocked the Cardinals.
Jeez.
And they probably DM'd you. Thank you. We understand.
We understand.
We understand.
We appreciate you blocking.
We understand your angst.
We certainly understand why you would want to block us. You're entitled to that opinion. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053 for Ask Right here. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
What's something that is easy to other people but difficult for you?
Oh.
Oh gosh, anything that has to do with introducing myself to other people. I like if I see like we're going to training camp soon. There's always going to be some media member or whatever that I may want to talk to, and I refuse to go up and introduce myself. I don't do that. I just don't put myself out there like that at all, ever.
Which is really, it's very weird.
Yeah, he's very life of the party type. It's surprising.
If we're at a bar, you'll be the loud one that could kind of, create a conversation with like a talking point or a typical bar comment.
Right.
At the blackjack table, you don't shut up.
I need an introduction. The moment I have an introduction, I'm fine. Absent an introduction, I just don't feel it's my place. So it's something I got to get over.
That's fascinating.
Eventually, when I'm 75,
the guy who will sing Adele onto basketball broadcasts is like, well, I don't know if I want to say, hi, I'm RJ and I work in this profession.
Working on a car, anything related to a car, changing oil, flat tire, all these things, idiotic with.
So mine is, and I'm
windshield wipers.
I'm so talented in so many ways that I had to go to something that maybe I had to go to therapy for. So for me, it's letting logic and rationality win out against disaster scenario thinking. Like I always assume whatever the worst possible outcome is, that's what I'm heading for. Like this is what we're getting, and even if it's like that's completely illogical, there's nothing that indicates that's the direction it's going. I'm convinced of that. It's the same reason why when I get on a plane, I'm convinced this plane is going down. Even before all the Boeing issues, that was the thought process that I had. Peyton, what's your answer here?
So this one's unique for me because it seems so simple. It's leaving a voicemail. Because I'm talking to myself the whole time. So I'm like there. I'm going, hey, it's me, Peyton. What? And then I forget like what I'm talking about, and it's just me talking, and it's a bunch of uhs in there, and I'm like, I'll just end up sending you a text. I'll text you or whatever.
Yes.
Half the time I don't even get to the voicemail.
Yes.
I do feel like ordering. I'm so glad you can now order food from like a web portal or a Grubhub, because ordering it over the phone in the past when I used to have to like list an order, I was always like, crap, I'm confusing them and I'm changing too many different things up. Some of the answers on the fan text here: whistling is impossible for me, says the 214. I can't do the big whistle.
Kill to do the Phil Jackson whistle.
817 chopsticks, 214 gambling. And so there are some of the answers there on the fan text.
Ask Reddit commercial-free expressway with the Rangers Padres ticket giveaway that we will do again tomorrow and the rest of the week here on Sean and RJ. Worst finals ever was trending. Was that the worst NBA finals ever or in recent memory? Back to the Mavs season ending next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Zerorez. Get that carpet clean, Cleanway, Greenway, Zerorez Way, RJ Choppy Fan Special. But right now, flash sale time.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rebound, Celtics have it. Horford outlet. It's Pritchard again. Pritchard, half court. It's in the air. He got it. He did it again. Peyton Pritchard did it again with the world watching. He knocks down a half court three that will send the Boston Celtics into the locker room with a 21-point lead.
That was the call from Celtics Radio. We all know what happened last night. It was over early. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on a Tolo Tuesday, 105.3 The Fan.
By the way, I told you guys earlier, Peyton Pritchard played a minute 25 in this game, and that right there was like, okay, well, he got in there for more than just a few seconds. I should note there that 1 minute and 21 seconds of that was the last minute and 21 of the fourth quarter. So before that, he had played 4 seconds of meaningful basketball. It was literally just come on the court, hit that shot.
Before he traveled?
Dallas allowed him to. Like, if he's on the floor, literally don't even guard anybody else. Let the Celtics just let the chips fall where they may. That's that dude's specialty.
So while we were just waiting for the painful death to be finalized, I checked out the other things, finals related on social media, and worst finals ever was trending. People were complaining. And remember, we caught some heat for this with the World Series as well. Rangers, Diamondbacks. You got to try to look at this, too, from the perspective of being outside of DFW. All right, because we always talk about, are you going to watch or are you going to care? Here's some of the finals numbers. The Celtics were the first team with 2 halftime leads of 20 points in an NBA Finals. That's not entertaining, unless you're a masshole. Of course, it ended in 5 games. That's not good, unless you're a masshole. The Celtics led by the way, that 20-point stat. In 101 games this year, how many games did the Celtics lead their opponent by 20 or more points?
At any point or at the half?
Any point.
In
100 games.
30.
50.
Every other game.
That is led by 20 or more in 50 of 101 games.
What was the number?
That's crazy.
That's
insane,
all
man.
time.
What was the stat you threw us earlier in the series where it was like they've led by 20 more times than they've trailed by 10?
Yeah.
Or something. I mean,
that's insane. They're the third team in the last 50 years to win the title in a game they never trailed. That's not entertaining. So worst finals ever. Let's go through reverse order and say what was a worst final series or matchup. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Denver, Miami ended in 5. Similar to this? Worse than this? Better? It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. I would say it's similar.
They're in terms of the quality of basketball or the quality of games that are being played, I don't know. But in terms of sexiness, like the appeal, that's not a big draw.
That's worse than this because
to me.
Miami to me, have one player who I consider he's a
dog,
but
he's
a star. He's a semi-star.
Yeah, because this one was Luka is a draw.
Yeah, Luka and Kyrie. There's way more star power.
And the Kyrie Boston fascination was huge leading up to
If that went 7 or 6, maybe it would have an argument. I'll say Celtics, Mavericks better than last year. Warriors, Celtics was better. Bucks, Suns ended in 6.
And that was Suns at a 2-0 lead in that series.
That was more entertaining basketball to me.
More entertaining. Lakers, Heat, bubble.
Did we even
that was so. It was in October. It was so low rated.
I count their IST banner more than I count their 2020 title.
That's interesting because how do we look at the only 2020 title we really look at without a squinted eye is the Bucks because they played a full season.
How long was this bubble year?
How many games did they end up playing that year?
Yeah.
They played 65 because they finished in March. So they had almost a full season, but then they took like 3 months off.
Yeah, I don't discount that title.
Because they didn't even, they didn't.
I do. It's LeBron's.
They didn't even start the bubble until like August something. So they went from like March to August. So it was like a whole new season. It was weird.
Warriors, Raptors, Toronto in 6.
That was fine.
I loved that series. That was good basketball.
Yeah. Warriors, Cavs sweep.
That was a pretty brutal, like in terms of just you get the LeBron angle and that whole dynamic, but the actual basketball itself was pretty bad. Was that the one where
did they play each other 4 straight times?
Yes.
4 straight times. My goodness. 18, it was a sweep. 17, it was 5. 16, it was 7. And 15, it was 6. 4 straight years?
Yeah.
They and
because LeBron went to 8 in a row, didn't he?
The Warriors won those games by 10, 19, 8, and 23 in that sweep. The most memorable thing about that series was the J.R. Smith letting the clock run out in game 1, and LeBron's like, "Would you please?"
Yes.
Would you please?
Spurs over the Heat in 5.
That was great basketball. It was just it was a blowout.
Spurs Heat in 7.
That is one of the, for having zero rooting interest, having zero investment in either team. That is one of the most painful series I've ever watched. Watch it because I was rooting so hard against the Heatles to collapse. So watching them miss that 3 and get bailed out and it kicks back over to Ray Allen to send it to overtime in game 6. That I was rooting hard for the Spurs. It's the only time I ever would have.
And then Duncan, I mean, he had a chance at the end too. That ball was just rimmed out.
Heat Thunder in 5. And that was right after Mavs over the Heatles in 6.
Thunder won the first game. They had a chance to win the second. They blew it. They blew it late, and Miami won 4 in a row.
Lakers Celtics in 7. Lakers Orlando in 5.
That was a rough series, if I recall.
Yeah,
I remember the first, one of the games went into overtime, but I mean everybody was depleted because they thought they were about to get Lakers versus LeBron. And LeBron ends up getting worked by Hedo Turkoglu and Rashard Lewis in the conference finals in Orlando.
Rashard Lewis.
So that was a massive letdown for people.
That was not a great one.
So does this deserve to be thrown into an all-time bad finals?
I mean, not all-time bad. No, I mean it's better than some, but it's all-time bad to me is like any of the Lakers early titles, the 3 they had, 2000
Nets, Sixers.
Yeah, like those were bloods. The Spurs Nets was very lowly rated, but I think it was tied at 2, and then Kenyon Martin.
I hated those finals.
Yeah,
that's where my resume tape
on that
in Jersey
on that final.
Yep,
You
drove to Jersey, scalped tickets, and recorded on my little handheld
during the game.
Yep, in the stands doing play-by-play.
Oh, they must have hated you. Holy cow!
Hey, it's the grind. All right, respect the grind.
I put it, edited over a VHS tape of the game, and I handed my VHS tape to get hired.
This
is play-by-play.
I like it.
The head of the station. I love you, Troy Hill.
Your
not
favorite
Hughes.
Troy H.
No, not Hughes. Hill. It was that's where I was, part-time sheriff on the country station, but it was a cluster of stations, 4 of them, and he had no clue about the sports station. And he's like, "Oh my God! Like, how did you do this? How did you video edit this?" I'm like,
I got skills.
Mark at 142, baby talent.
Game 2 of this finals was the only game where you didn't have one of the teams up by at least 21.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's awful.
I mean, and that's even these games that got close, you got to remember, and not like you don't, but you got to remember, like game 3, it took this furious comeback to even make that look competitive. Even game 2, which was close-ish, that was more about missed opportunities. It wasn't like Dallas was ever right there. It was back and forth. It was like, no, that should have been, it was close enough, but it should have been more competitive, but Kyrie wasn't knocking down shots. And so, I mean, this was pretty bad. The Spurs Cavs NBA Finals in 07 is the one that stands out to me in my head. Is like that was awful.
That was awful.
Like that was just terrible basketball. That was the worst one that I can remember.
Some of the nerdy websites. What's ATR? I don't know. But some smart stat that's above my head. They asked, "Is this the worst NBA Finals matchup in almost 4 decades?"
And is ATR at the rim?
Sure.
Round
number 1. Denver, Miami, 2023. Number 2, Warriors, Cavs in 18. Number 3, Orlando, Houston in 95. 2010, Lakers, Celtics. 2001, Lakers, Philadelphia, what you mentioned.
Do you want to hear the... I was just looking at the 07 sweep for the Spurs. Do you know what the scores were in that game?
Adjusted team ratings. That's what ATR is.
Here were the scores in 07 Spurs, Cavs. 85-76. 103-92. That was a high-scoring affair.
Like the Mavs offense.
75-72. And 83-82 in the clinch.
Go look at some of the MJ.
Yeah, they were low.
Eastern Conference Finals games.
Well, I mean, what like
Indiana?
There was that one game in '97 where the Bulls held the Jazz like 58 for a whole game, and I mean,
57-58. I think was the final.
People have said before. I know it was debated at the time. I remember seeing it as an ESPN talking point when the Pistons and the Spurs played and they went to 7 games. That was the discussion there was this the worst 7-game series in the history of sports? Like just because the games were completely uninteresting and blowouts, or in fact that clincher in the Spurs and Pistons series I think was like 77-74 or something.
Tim McMahon reports that Mark Cuban no longer has control of basketball operations of the Dallas Mavericks. And Nico Harrison reports directly to new governor Patrick Dumont.
Yeah, so in the article he writes, there's clarity, the flow chart, despite Cuban's claims after selling the majority share of the franchise to the Adelson and Dumont families, he no longer has any control over basketball ops.
Wow.
So Nico reports to Dumont, who's kept informed but has shown trust in Nico to handle the roster and personnel matters. Dumont rewarded both Kidd and Nico with multi-year extensions during this playoff run. And the fears within the organization a year ago of Doncic feeling the need to look elsewhere and have a chance to contend have largely been extinguished. So that's good.
Yeah.
He's, he frequently has expressed he's ecstatic with the circumstances and appreciative of the roster moves that expedited their emergence as a contender. So things seem to be on the right track, and Mark Cuban is now apparently, as of today, because Windhorst said that as of today, like new rule, you could sign all your players today.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like they don't even wait. There's no waiting.
Well, that eliminates, I guess you could tamper during the year. But
sure.
The legal tampering period, I guess you can start with moves. Are we happy about this, Tolos? I would guess that the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is going to light up with yeses. Step aside even farther away, Mark. And didn't Mac Engel write about this too?
Yeah, Mac had written about it last week, where he had talked about some of the same stuff that Choppy had heard about how there was basically this sunset like staggering that was in place that was eventually just kind of work him out completely. But Mac had talked about like this is something where he writes, what we should expect is that over the next year or 2 or 3 is Cuban's role with the Mavericks will decrease with each passing season, and the people who have full control of basketball operations, Nico Harrison with Dumont. This doesn't mean that Dumont and the Las Vegas Sands will run the Mavericks into the Trinity River. This does not mean Dumont and his mother-in-law, Las Vegas Sands primary owner Miriam Adelson, plan to move the Mavericks from Texas to the Strip, but it does mean that the team will be run a bit more like the business than it was. One of the many criticisms of Cuban's tenure as primary owner was that the leadership was a tad unpredictable and loose. And that's the thing that I'm sure the fan text, I haven't even opened it up yet. Yeah, people are thrilled that he's stepping away. I do wonder if Cuban did a lot to help revive basketball in this city. Like it was dead. It was just, and I think I don't want to completely
give him his Jerry Flowers.
I don't want to. No, I just honestly don't want to completely throw away what he did the first 10 years he was here, because he did a lot to make the Mavericks relevant and did a lot to make this in terms of
he had a PlayStation.
And it wasn't just that. I mean, it was something where basketball was not fun here.
No,
like he made it fun.
There was no money invested in it. There was no energy.
Are we happy that he's not involved in personnel, or did we not have a good handle and feel on what he actually did with it? That's the question.
I don't have a great handle on what I mean. Like, look, he was definitely in charge of things, and he had to run things by. And that was he breaking down film? Was he evaluating? I honestly I don't know. No, I do know, like, you know, the Giannis situation still bugs me, right? And some of these moves were made. I just that still sticks in my head, but. Mark Cuban was not a terrible owner by any stretch. I mean, Bobby's right. I mean, he did a lot of good things here.
He was one of the better owners.
This is a GM conversation.
Yeah.
This is a GM conversation.
I think so much of it was Donnie. I think so much of it was just, delegating, it felt like.
Yeah.
And in fact, when things turned south with Donnie, it's because it felt like Cuban was trying to take more control.
Is Jacob deGrom working his way back with Max? Did Rory McIlroy apologize? And Justin Timberlake arrested with the breaking news? That's next on Sean and RJ. But let me get you on over to the greatness of her.
Walgreens has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stewart pumped up to Duran and very shallow left. Swings here, and he drives one deep out into right field. Adoli's going back. He's looking up, and it's gone. DJ Stewart, the former Baltimore Oriole, crunches his 5th home run of the year. It's a 3-run blast, and the Mets now lead it 7-0.
2 beatdowns last night. The Rangers caught theirs on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan, 14-2, as John Gray gets lit up. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you.
Yeah, that was a beatdown. And this is, look, I mean, this ruined Kevin Hagelin's theory of, well, if the Rangers lose, then we can get a Mavericks win. That obviously didn't happen. But no, I mean, look, New York's been playing better lately. I mean, this is not
6 in a row.
Yeah, and this is not as bad of a loss as it would have been in terms of just in a vacuum of losing the Mets as it would have been before Grimace threw out the first pitch at Citi Field last week. But in general, I mean, this is just, it's a continuation of they have no power. Even when they're hitting the ball, they're not getting any power. And now you're starting to see issues with, okay, there's been a couple instances lately where they've gotten rocked even on their starting pitching, which has been really strong.
Bassick was tremendous yesterday, just recapping, encapsulating everything that's been going wrong. He said that the Rangers, I think, are the worst team in baseball against like 95 miles per hour plus.
That's not good because, let's
just machete his feet off.
The sport is going to less and less fastballs. Fastballs, I think it was 2 years ago, it was the first time like in the sport's history where fewer than 50% of the pitches were fastballs. But which means even more, when you do get them, you've got to rake. And you've got to take advantage of it. And if you're not able to hit a fastball that they're 95 or above, which that's what's being thrown now. The 88-mile-an-hour dude doesn't exist, right? You're seeing, especially after the 6th inning, the last 3 innings, you're almost exclusively going to see 95-plus.
I don't know if we'll see 95-plus out of Max Scherzer anymore, but he had a problem with a pitcher yesterday, or at least a hitter.
He was not happy with Pete Alonso. So Andrew Kisner was on the mound because the Rangers were down. Let's see. It was like, I think, 14-2 at that point. May have been 12-2. Doesn't matter. They were down big, and Andrew Kisner's in the game. And Pete Alonso left the bat on his shoulders, and Max Scherzer, and you can't really see it on the video, on the radio, he was not happy in the dugout.
You can engage Max in conversation about just about anything, and he will have an opinion about just about anything as Alonso draws a walk. He loves to argue, and good-naturedly, but he loves to take the other side and joust verbally.
I don't think Pete wanted to walk.
No. He didn't want to embarrass the game with the situation as he and Scherzer exchanged pleasantries.
So you see Scherzer in the dugout after Alonso takes a pitch that was up. It was in a little bit and up. And, if he had swung at it, it would have been like one of those embarrassing, I don't want to take a walk here. I'm just going to swing at this pitch way out of the zone.
Yeah.
You see Scherzer, throw his hand out, like, swing the bat. He's like, swing the bat. Come on, man. You're going to take a walk off a position player.
DeGrom going to be joining Max soon?
That's that we're heading more in that direction. So Jacob DeGrom threw 15 pitches from a mound yesterday. It is the first time that he's thrown from a mound since the reconstruction on his elbow. 15 pitches, all fastballs. He's still not thrown any breaking stuff. I thought it was worth noting that Stephen Stevenson, who was doing the write-up on it, had said that it sounds like we're still 2.5 months away from DeGrom, that this would be late August. This would not be earlier in August. Because I thought a lot of what we'd heard was like, sometime after July, but it sounds like now the idea with DeGrom would be at the very end of August. You would have him for essentially the last month of the season, which if you continue to struggle like you have, which it's 11-22 in their last 33 games. Ooh. They're losing 2 out of every 3 games for more than a month.
I think they're averaging like 2.2 runs over this span.
Terrible.
Classics if you think in the third inning, a team has first and second or second and third, that right there could decide the game because of the Rangers offense.
Other teams are sitting there like, hey, let's just get a run in this inning. Let's just bunt the guy over and get a run in. We'll be fine. As I've been following like Derek's rehab and stuff and just the slow. The what?
What substance?
Substance. So, but like it's a slow progression, right? You got to build up, and then every once in a while you'll feel tight. You'll feel like tightness in the arm, and you just shut it down for X amount of time. So like he can be building up, and then all of a sudden have even the slightest bit of like uncomfortability there.
Yeah.
And as they should, they are going to be extra cautious. They'll be, all right, shut it down.
Yeah.
Come back, reevaluate next week, 2 weeks, whatever. So, like, yeah, he'll be going up, and then there's going to be a setback, and then up, and then a setback. And that's just that may be why we get to late August.
The goal is apparently the next 6 weeks is about building up arm strength for him. So that's going to be 6 weeks of arm strength build up, and then you've got a month of hopefully rehab, and then he's back. He said, I'm not sure of the timeline. I'm feeling really good. Touched the mound for the first time today, so that went really well. 1 day at a time. I've got 2 more times this week and just keep moving forward from here. So be great if you could get him back. It'd be a lot better, though, if you could get an offense that didn't look like Kyrie in Boston.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Bobby, you were super impressed with the competitive nature of Rory McIlroy notepadding his apology or his statement yesterday.
I love how seriously he took things by putting a Notes app statement up there about sucking, basically, is what he did. We all know, what is the Notes app for, Chop? What is the Notes app? Apologies. Usually it's like his wife didn't get one of these. Like, here's my Notes app apology for cheating on you.
Oh, my.
Instead, he got
I don't know, allegedly, or maybe, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Separated.
I'm sorry, my short game. Instead, he was just talking about how he was sorry that, man, this one hurts. As a competitor, I'm torn up about this one.
Yeah.
And
I didn't see in here what I needed to see of I should have congratulated Bryson.
No, there was none of that.
He just said congratulations, Bryson.
Yeah,
I like Rory's personality. I've always called him someone who comes up short. But I don't. Go ahead. I know you detest apologies.
No, I think I hate the Notes app thing. That's just. But this is, I think, the way individual sports like golf is going to go. Like, we saw Koepka just do a text interview with a reporter, and now Rory doing this. I just think a lot of times you're just going to see guys.
Yeah, Micah should have just done this after leaving the Green Bay locker room.
I've noticed today. I'll tell you this. Yesterday, I listened to a lot of like national media. A lot of guys were giving Rory more of a pass than I expected, and they kind of feel sorry for him. Like, man, I feel bad. Like that's a devastating way to go. And he had made like a ton of long putts that day to put himself there, and then his putter just failed him at the end, and he gagged it away.
He almost missed it.
So that last putt, if you go back and they did a slow motion, somebody took a screenshot of this. If you go back and you look at that final putt on 18, he almost missed it. He hit the very top of the ball. Now sometimes you do try to hit like middle of the ball, as on the bottom and up. He almost missed this thing completely. Like that was such an awful stroke that he had there on that last putt. Looking back, I feel really bad for him. I was rooting for Bryson. I didn't want Rory to win. I feel really bad for him now. And he's skipping the Hartford Open this week, which is an elevated tour event. That's like one of those ones with a lot of money. He fought for those events to get more money. And now he's skipping. He's taking a whole month off. He's not going to go back to the Scottish Open in a month. He's skipping it. And it's kind of an unwritten rule in golf. Like, once you commit to an event, if you're not hurt, like, you don't back out you don't back out on Monday. That's kind of not cool.
Just means more, Bob.
But like, he's so devastated. And I get it, right? He's going to work on his marriage for the next month. And
He ate this up. He ate it up. He ate up exactly what I was rejecting from Rory. He's like, he's a competitor. I understand it. He's hurting. No. Okay, first off, you cannot say firstly in the second line of your statement. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Bryson, but only after I make it about me at the. No, he makes it at the top. Yesterday was a tough day, probably the toughest I've had in nearly my 17 years as a professional golfer. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Bryson. Really, because like it seemed like you were just throwing a pity party. Firstly, is what you're doing in your statement. But he's talking about like, oh, as I reflect on my week, I'll rue a few things over the course of the tournament. Not bailing and being a poor sport, but just sucking and missing on 16 and 18. But what he's trying to do here is he wants to. A notes app with no statement on it. This is the kind of thing you use when you are Morgan Wallen and you're caught throwing a slur around on a hot mic or you cheated or whatever else. Yeah, that is typically what the notes app apology is for. So what he wants you to see is, look how competitive I am. Look how much this means to me. Look how devastated I am by my own failures. I can't even talk into a microphone. I got to put it on a notes app, collect my thoughts a day later. You're a baby. You are a baby. And for somebody who talks so loud consistently about I hate live and everything else that he wants to bitch about consistently, when he fails, oh, time to go to the notes app. He's soft.
Justin Timberlake has been arrested, accused of driving while intoxicated on Long Island. Not in
Long
it's Island.
On. Yeah, because you're on the island, right?
Long Island, drinking and driving, apparently for
Sagaba. That
would be Boston, wouldn't
That would
it?
be Boston.
Give me a New York Sagaba.
You got Sagaba. So they arrest. They don't know the his reps were. The details not immediately available. The reps have not responded to comment yet.
Do you think he was drinking a Long Island on Long Island?
I think you have to, right?
He's not my brother.
That's kind of the rule.
That is the rule.
That's a Bobby. That's a perfect Bobby drink as an adult. Bobby would go and just order 4 Long Islands.
Literally have never had one.
Oh, that's your dream. 9 different liquors. Everyone would be so impressed if you have 5 of them. You can Instagram, DM, you can story it.
Yep.
And we'll all be super impressed.
You would. I'm surprised you don't make them at home.
Guys, I drank 20 liquors.
I drank so many LITs. I'm lit.
I can't remember. I can't remember what it was called, but there was some. I stopped mixing liquors generally when very early on somebody ordered me a drink that was like equal parts Jack, Jim Beam, and Makers or something.
Okay.
And it was this giant ass shot, and that thing made me fall on my ass almost instantly.
Is Dak Prescott not supporting the Texas Rangers, and why does Bobby care about one of the Bosa brothers' finances, and will that give Jerry Jones a break that he's looking for? That's next in B-Lo, B-Bill, including another problem for the San Francisco 49ers, hopefully, right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss.
States has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
John, RJ, and Peyton on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. Should Corey Seager wear an Eagles hat? Should Luka Doncic be wearing a Giants jersey? No, because they're Dallas loyal, unlike Dak Prescott. This went super viral yesterday, and I was honestly kind of surprised by it. John Machota had put out a tweet. It was a photo of Dak from somebody's Instagram story. I'm not sure if it was from Tight End U itself or if it was from somebody who was in attendance, but Dak Prescott was hanging out there at Tight End U, which is the yearly gathering of tight ends to help further their game, similar like what Duke Manyweather does with offensive line masterminds, which I think is coming up next week, actually, and some of the different quarterback retreats and things like that. But Dak was there in attendance at Tight End U and wearing a New York Yankees jersey or shirt, however you want to say it.
Man, Judge and Soto.
Dude, now I could not see on the actual image if there was a number on the back. I assume that's got to be a Judge jersey.
I assume so because they're both Jordan guys.
Look, it's a style thing.
Yankees,
All right.
Yankees
It's a style thing.
Yeah, Yankees, Cowboys, like that's generally, even for people who aren't sports fans, that's fashion. If
this is Micah, I have a different opinion. And we've seen him in any Celtics gear throughout the finals, but that's a fashion thing. Dak, he's Dallas diehard.
He is, and my assumption is that this is like, because Judge is a Jordan guy, and so is Dak, that they're repping their colleague. To be fair, that's what he is. Well, they rep the same brand. It's common.
Have you heard Brian Broaddus's conspiracy theory
Dak's
about
not allowed to root for the Yankees because he didn't go there?
No. Quite the opposite. He is going to be allowed to root for the Yankees because he's going to that city.
Was going to play for the Jets when they get rid of Aaron Rodgers?
Broadus's theory is, or at least not his theory, he wonders aloud. He's talked about on Love the Star that, I don't know, just the pairing of Giants usher out their quarterback and their head coach. You bring Belichick back to the Giants. You bring Dak in as a free agent to be the quarterback for the Giants. He can throw to neighbors and everybody else. So maybe this is a hint. Maybe this is Dak signaling that I'm going to New York, baby.
That was Nick Wright's theory. Belichick and Dak package. Imagine that for Jerry. You talk about if Brunson beat you in the finals. Imagine Belichick, the coach you may have been able to have, and Dak Prescott, the quarterback you jettisoned off in your division and beating you.
That'd be a crazy turn of events for Dak to go and just say, "Hey, no, I'm gonna go to the rival, not to the Jets, a meaningless organization in the other conference, to the one that is directly competing with you for the conference."
Cold weather, though. You said he's not going to go to a cold weather city.
I don't believe he would.
I don't want to
because
his thumb, the plate, it just doesn't loosen up in the cold. And if you look at his numbers in sub 40-degree temperatures, especially since they're not good.
Now it is. I won't say who it was, but within the last decade, the Cowboys were completely ready to move on from a player. They had all the plans to just move on, not continue it on. They got wind that Washington was interested in signing this player. And when Jerry found that out, Jerry was like, one more year.
Why can't you say it?
What's what? Because it's
where?
I can't say. But there was a player who it's because I don't want to stir things up. But
they're gone.
The
players are tired.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they aren't. Maybe not. Who knows? But the whole idea was, all right, well, maybe we can keep him around. It got some competitive juices flowing, and Jerry was like, nope, no chance. You're not going to Washington. That's not happening.
Like the Mavs and Stars will get their competitive juices going.
How do they get theirs going? Unless it's I mean, if it's a conference finals for the Stars or the NBA finals for the Mavericks, it's hard to get theirs going. But it is something where I do wonder if that became a realistic option. The Giants, like you just mentioned there, imagine having to see Belichick. I wonder if that would push Jerry to just go, nope, not happening. I refuse to let that be a reality. That's not going to happen.
Right.
And so that's something though that Brian has embraced. I guess he didn't float it. I guess it was Nick Wright's or Shaka Smart's, but that is something that Brian is now embracing that he thinks would be an interesting. The team I keep coming back to though is Tampa. That's the one that I look at.
If he leaves, you're rooting for Dak to be in the division, right? First, and then in the conference.
No, I mean, I wouldn't view it that way.
Wouldn't view what?
Like I mean, you're talking about
to stick it to the Cowboys?
No, like I mean, it's he'll perform the way he's going to regardless. Like his performance
Would you be
alone.
more of a Cowboy or Dak fan? He left for the next season.
So I've said this a lot whenever people ask me about covering the Cowboys. You grow up around it, and you're a fan. When you start working around it, you're there every day. You start more just rooting for people and personalities and individuals that you like, and the rest of it's a job. The rest of it you're just trying to analyze it. And so for me, I like Dak. I would root for Dak to have success somewhere.
So for the record, you would not want to see him in the division for him to get his revenge.
No, I don't think it matters. I think revenge for them will be like Sean Payton.
What doesn't matter?
I think him being in the division isn't like revenge for the Cowboys from their perspective. Sean Payton didn't have to be in the division for that to sting Jerry. He could have been with the Giants or could have been with the Saints. It didn't necessarily matter the same sort of way.
Necessarily.
It matter more twice a year.
It would, like he'd get the opportunity. You'd have to see it more in your face, and that would have a week of awareness that would probably suck for them a little more frequently. But Garrett going to the Giants didn't seem to stir them in any sort of way where they were.
We knew he couldn't coach except for Choppy.
So, but I mean, Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier in Philadelphia, maybe that puts some pressure on him. Let's talk about Joey Bosa. One Joey Bosa, who, along with Khalil Mack, took a pay cut this offseason for the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, why do we care about what Joey Bosa has to say about his money? Where he says winning is more important than making extra money is what he told reporters last week. He goes, I want to win. I want to be on this team. I want another shot with these guys in this room, especially Khalil. That's what it was. It was more about winning football games is more important to me right now than making some extra money. We've got a great opportunity here. That's an interesting take to have for somebody who, the Chargers were like the 5th worst record in football. I don't know that it's like run it back. Let's try one more time with this group right here. But The interesting thing there is Joey Bosa is repped by
Don Yee.
Todd France, who is the agent for Dak Prescott. Now, I don't think at all Todd France is...
Brian Broaddus is represented by Don Yee.
Yes, and so is Mike McCarthy now.
Crushed it with his fan negotiation.
That's why
Big
Brian
time.
and McCarthy are so tight, because of their shared agent. But Todd France, I don't think, suggested this. I don't think he would have been gung-ho to approve it. But it is important because there are some agents in the NFL who will say, it's my duty to stand in the way of you screwing yourself. And I'm not gonna negotiate this deal for you. If you want to, you're gonna have to find a different representation.
Wow. And
Because
they don't want to take less commission.
No, it absolutely impacts them, especially Todd France, somebody who there was a lot of murmurs in the agent community and the NFLPA community 4 years ago when Dak didn't sign his deal, Bud Dupree didn't sign his franchise tag, and Justin Simmons didn't sign his franchise tag. They were the only three players who didn't get a deal done or didn't get a deal done off the tag. They were all three Todd France clients while Todd France was looking for a new agency to go sign up with. And there was questions about, okay, you trying to hold those in your pocket as this is my big payday that I'm going to bring to your agency is these three clients I'll hold them off for a year. So that's been something that's been floated or discussed, but this is evidence right here that Todd France at the very least he's not one of the agents who will get in the way of that though. He's not going to tell Joey Bosa, you're not taking less money to do this. He told a story once years ago in an interview he did with Zach Klein in Atlanta where Todd France said he had something similar happen with Fletcher Cox, where he thought everything was going sideways, wasn't going to work out. Ultimately, they were able to negotiate down, and he took a pay cut, and he didn't get in the way of that. So he's got a history of this. So here's the thing. If Dak wants to give the Cowboys a break, Todd France isn't going to be the one who's going to get in the way of that, apparently. So if there's no break given, if there's no hometown discount, like Michael Gelkin referenced yesterday with the Dallas Morning News, that will be a Dak decision. It's not going to be anything that Todd France would block him from doing. It doesn't seem like, because he doesn't at least have a history of doing it. Now, is quarterback money different than Joey Bosa money? Is signing the biggest contract in the history of the world important to Todd France? Whereas he goes, yeah, sure, save him a couple million, Joey. You're not going to free agency anyway. Maybe a different discussion. But overall, he's shown a willingness to let that pass.
Well, I think we all have to agree that it's not just the Cowboys that are holding this Dak thing up, and we all know that. It's not just the Cowboys. Dak's holding this up too.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
So is Lamb, so is Parsons. And obviously so is Jerry and Steven.
I don't know. I think that they
why do you say that like you know that? We heard it about Lamb. Why do you say the same for Dak and Micah?
Because if they wanted to sign, they wanted to give them a discount, they would have. If they wanted to sign for, so they obviously don't care about that. Like if they wanted to sign, they'd have signed already.
Well,
like,
they have to get an offer they like too.
But it's
right, yes.
And we have no idea what offers have been exchanged.
We have no idea what's offers been. But it would be unfair to assume that the highest the Cowboys have gone is, $45 million. They've gone probably. My assumption is
that fair to say that's Dak or that's Parsons or that's Lamb too? If they're just not willing to give a hometown discount, doesn't to me feel like, well, you have a hand in this too.
No, but if they have not come with, if one side has stayed firm with their $60 million offer and the other side has stayed firm with their 50, and nobody's budged.
I just don't know how many numbers are even being exchanged between Dak and them. Like I think it's just been kind of a standoff. CD, I think they've had talks with, and I think those will ramp up. I don't think they've been anywhere close to what CD wants.
It makes no sense that neither side has thrown numbers out. That doesn't make any kind of sense at all. And if neither one is budged, then they're both at fault.
You want to cram in the Ayuk thing or save it for later? Okay, Ayuk. Real quick, Peyton. I know I can't just name it. So cut 18. This is Brandon Ayuk on FaceTime with Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels yesterday.
They said they don't want me back.
They said they don't want me back. And the 49ers do have a history. We've talked about this in the last week or two. The 49ers have a history of saying to first-round picks who are good players, we don't want you back. They've done it pretty consistently. Nick Bosa is the only one of their last 9 first-round picks, I think, who has gotten a second contract. So it's interesting. When you think about...
It's interesting.
It is interesting, actually, Sean.
A lot of interesting things today.
They're all interesting, okay? It's a great time to be alive. The San Francisco 49ers, at what point do some of their decisions catch up to them? Because they don't give second contracts to first-round picks. They've flopped with two quarterbacks they thought were, here's our franchise for the next decade. They still run the ball as like, this is the way that things should operate. And so much of it is counter to where the NFL is going in so many ways. It feels like, are the 49ers actually a model you can build, or have the 49ers been incredibly fortunate and luck is eventually you're going to regress to the mean and it's going to catch up to them?
Below the belt, in case you did not know, we are also your home of the Dallas Cowboys, along with the World Series champion Texas Rangers. What is next for the Mavericks? What do they need? What is your fill in the blank for Kyrie in Boston was what? Let's do it with some phone calls. Some NBA Finals phone calls with the Mavs season over. We'll take them at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 next. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it!
Bobby's taking off his headphones. RJ, and I thought Peyton was going to fist pump. I'm not going to today. Bobby was trying to hours ago, but do it if you wish. Sean, RJ, Roberto, we got Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as the Boston Celtics take the NBA lead in championships with 18. The LA Lakers have 17 by beating down the Mavericks last night, 106-88. Mavericks just out of gas. You could see it. Luka's shots coming up short. The horrific three-point percentage from him. And then the defensive rebound, the offensive rebounds really for the Celtics is the story. And the lack of defensive rebounds with Derek White, Drew Holiday just out hustling all the Mavericks. They were ready to go. They were ready for it to be over.
They were out of gas. They also just weren't the better team.
No.
And they could play this series 10 times. The Celtics probably win 8 or 9 of them.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 10. It's the way it is, dude. Like, this was a better basketball team. They were deeper.
And, Bobby, if you thought that Tatum clip, trying to be a fake Kevin Garnett, hurt your ears.
Oh, yeah.
Tolo just sent me this one from Tatum partying on stage in Boston.
I know everybody will wonder what would happen if we didn't win. I guess we'll never know.
That's not real.
That's real.
That is AI. There's no way he said that.
Oh, yeah. It could be AI. We don't know.
Could it be AI?
Boy, AI is awful. I can't. That's what idiot in a lab came up with that?
Because I was going to give Tatum props for being a Corey Seager fan, an NBA guy knowing about baseball. Ranger, look at Bobby's eyes. He's getting furious.
That was Kanye, though, right? Didn't Bregman rip that off from Kanye?
Oh, he did?
That was Kanye, right? The Grammys years ago.
Oh, so you think Tatum's referencing more Kanye than the AL West?
I don't think Jason Tatum has any idea who Corey Seager is.
I think everything I know about Jason Tatum's personality tells me he watches baseball more than listens to Kanye albums, is what I would assume.
Because he went to Duke?
Because he seems like he got like the.
Is this Duke energy? Are we letting Duke off the hook here?
No, this is like if Steve Urkel hopped in that little Stefan Urkel transition machine and it broke halfway through and it only changed him physically, but he's still the Urkel nerd. That's Jason Tatum.
And then that clown Paul Pierce on social media celebrating.
I'm so hyped right now. Anything's possible! Oh, my mama! Oh, my mama!
I thought Paul had more hookers in the room with all that heavy breathing.
I don't know how he was able to do that with poop in his pants.
I'm curious. The Jason Tatum...
And that was corny when KG did it, too.
It was. It was stupid. But the Jason Tatum little, we did it! Do you think that was spontaneous, or did he walk up to him and I'm going to say this?
I'm going to say this.
I'm
going to say this. Get your kid out of the locker room. You're going to burn his eyes with champagne. Like, we've seen the kid enough. I don't know if I saw more Jason Kidd's child back in the day, Steph Curry's child. All right, we get it. Your boy's with you. Fantastic parent. You're going to burn up his eyes with all the champagne in the locker room.
It's the Boston way, though. Lots of Boston fathers have hurt their children with their alcohol use. So,
is that a statistic?
I mean, I think it's just an accepted fact. Water's wet.
So there's Pierce and Tatum twice with the Seager or Kanye comment. 877-881-1053 to hit us up. Let's take some Mavs phone calls after the season officially ends.
He will. I want to be careful because I don't want to get receipts too hard. But I'm just going to say, he will never win another title. Tatum.
Whoa!
They are never going to have this kind of advantage over the rest of the league again.
Why?
This is just, because that's not a sustainable thing. Drew Holiday's getting older. There's going to be more guys that you have to pay. They're not going to be able to keep everybody around throughout the whole thing. Porzingis is going to get hurt again.
All right, let me give you the seasons left on current contract for the Celtics roster. Choppy, maybe you can assist me with the age. I think I can get both right here because I'm a beast. All right, Tatum's got 2 years left, $72 million. And Tatum is 26 years old. That's prime. Jaylen Brown, 5 years left at 288. Brown is 27. That's prime. Drew Holiday has 4 years left at 134. Drew Holiday is 34. He's older. Porzingis has 2 years, 60 left. KP is 28.
Is that the number of games he'll play over the next 2 years?
Right. Al Horford is old, 1 year for 10. Peyton Pritchard, who cares?
Al says he plans to continue playing, so go figure on that one.
And then Derek White, 1 year, 20 mil, and Derek White is 29. So they're all coming back for next year.
And they are the overwhelming favorites for next year.
Yeah. I don't think I think you're a candidate for receipts by dismissing.
Save it, Peyton. I want you to save this.
So what is your points on it? Why?
Because to me,
they're all coming back and they're young.
No, because Derek White is,
and they play in the East.
Derek White has a year left on his contract. Derek White will probably be one of the guys who ends up getting squeezed by all the money they have to pay to different people.
Yeah.
You've got,
but they could win it.
They could win it next year.
No, but it's not. That's my whole point. Is that Minnesota is a year tested ahead. You've got Oklahoma a year tested ahead. The East is not going to continue to struggle the same sort of way that it has. Like, you've got teams that are on the come up. New York is still on the come up. Those teams you just named were
in the West.
Yeah.
No, I know, but like, you have to
and
play
they're not
those
as
teams.
good as Boston.
Tatum is not going. To me, the whole thing is Tatum is not going to be in a position where they get the breeze run that they get, and his f-ups consistently in the clutch and in terms of against like putting points up is not going to bail him out. He's not going to do it. He's
like,
soft.
you have three worries in the East. You have the Milwaukee Bucks. There seems to be a Dame issue there. He hates it. You got the Sixers, who I'll never take seriously as a championship threat. Go get Paul George. Go ahead, Joel. Recruit him. And the New York Knicks.
And that's
it.
And the Knicks are
Indiana's fun.
What? Yeah, Miami's whatever.
Whatever.
You never know what you're going to get out of them or who's going to show up.
Like a box of chocolates.
Yeah, they're still. Tatum and Brown are still a really good 1-2 punch.
Yep,
they are. They got a very deep team.
What do I bet?
They're
$500 to each of you that he never wins another title.
Okay, but see that
you can call for it anytime.
Yes, it is more likely than not, and you can do this with everybody. Patrick Mahomes is more likely than not to never win a title by the percentages. Just by the percentages, right? They don't have a greater than 50% chance of winning. So by default, yes, it's more likely than not that they're never going to win again. You can make that argument with literally every athlete.
Not in the NBA, you can't.
But it seems like you're kind of dismissing it as lucky.
No, I'm dismissing it as this is coalesced together at the perfect time. They had the fortunate run through the East where there was nothing. Every single star they played got hurt.
You're making it sound like a Giants championship.
No. It's not a Giants championship. It's just, to me, I don't think it's more like, who's an example that I could throw to? It's more like a 94 49ers championship. Not even the same because they hired a bunch of guns, but where it's like, okay, you won that. That's great. It's not going to be the same sort of sustainability. And I still don't think Oklahoma City, Minnesota,
but they're better
probably into the future. I don't think in a year they're going to be. Oklahoma City will be, to me, Oklahoma City is going to be the best team in the NBA next year.
But Tatum, Brown, and Porzingis together for at least the next 2 years?
Porzingis, again, the health, him being able to stay healthy is one thing. And Tatum,
that is big, yeah.
Tatum is not, like, that's the whole thing. Tatum didn't win this series for them.
I mean, he did lead them in points, rebounds, and assists.
I mean, last night,
Are you counting numbers?
No, weren't you kind of split last night? I was kind of split that Tatum could win it over Brown as the MVP.
I thought they were going to throw it to. I definitely thought Tatum was going to win it because of how he played in the close. But I mean, they can't throw an MVP to a guy shooting 38% in the finals.
Would you rather have Jason Tatum or Kyrie Irving next year?
I'm sure Michael Jordan won a title MVP by shooting 38%.
Let's get to the Tolos. Fred in Arlington. Fred,
he did.
No chance.
I bet you he did.
I'm going to look
What's
it up.
the bet?
I bet you
he said, I bet Jordan won an MVP of the finals shooting 38%. No chance.
Michael Jordan had some atrocious shooting nights.
38's really bad.
We went through the amount of awful games that Michael Jordan had in the finals.
Fred in Arlington.
Is it close? Am I even close? I bet you I am.
I'm going to look.
I'm close.
Let's get close. I'm going to look.
Go ahead.
Break it up, Fred. You're live on the air.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Fred?
I was about to say, I'm sorry to say, but I did predict this at the start of the session that they'd lose 4-1, win one in Dallas, and lose the rest.
True.
But, I mean, it shows they have no role players. They need to invest some money in some role players and get them some help. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
That's the glaring problem the Mavericks have.
Look, the number one thing, I know he's a fan favorite to everyone because he crossed his arms, and I always got to be the bad guy telling the truth and reality. And I did it with Maxi Kleba, and I was 1,000,000% correct. And I'm doing it to PJ Washington. That was nothing. I know, Bobby, you can throw at me your little defensive stats or whatever you want to do. They have to get.
No, he's got to be better.
It has to be or replaced. He doesn't have enough refined offensive game. This guy, when he is too good of an athlete. When he puts the ball on the floor, he has to be a better finisher. And it was just basically PJ Washington threes in the corner, and that's it. He has to get that much better at the age of 25. He can develop, or they need to upgrade that third score spot and get an additional ball handler. You're fine with bigs. You're fine with size. That PJ Washington third score has to improve or upgrade. That's the number one glaring thing, in my opinion. Chad in McKinney. Chad, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Peyton. Hey, we weren't supposed to be here.
True.
So we got some national attention, so I'm proud of the Mavericks for that. I'm a proud Mavs fan for life. I was a part of the 2011 season. I was on the drum line. Shout out Mavs drum line.
Oh.
That team wasn't supposed to be there. However, they did come out with the title. But, hey, we were here. We got national attention. There's a laundry list of things we need to fix. But, hey, clapping right now in my neighborhood, clapping it up for the Mavs. So do it because I do it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Chad, I got a quick question for you. When you were on that Mavs drum line, did Sean Dodge ever give you any really salacious stories about Choppy?
So let me tell you about Sean Dodge. He always talks about his left hand. So we can talk off air on that.
Oh, my word.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Chad in McKinney. Edgar in Oak Cliff. Edgar, you're next up live here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Hey, guys. So, two things. Got to appreciate what happened this year. 3 out of 4 big league teams made it to the minimum Western Conference Finals. That's pretty awesome. Even if we have to deal with the mediocrity of the Dallas Cowboys,
yes.
It is what it is. But the other thing is, PJ and Gafford came in mid-season. PJ could become a better three-point shooter. Look at what we did with Dorian Finney-Smith before he got here and then left. Now you got a full off season with these guys. You're going to have a full season with them. Yeah, you got to retool, but I think overall, great season for them.
No doubt.
There's no doubt about
no
it.
hesitation. Tremendous season. That is an absolute success. Chris and McKinney. Back out to McKinney. Maybe left hand again with Chris here on the Fan. Go ahead, Chris.
I think I'd agree Boston's not coming back.
Why?
We heard everything about matchups coming into this and how Dallas got lucky with their matchups, missing out on Denver. And I think that now we throw that same thing at Boston. They got lucky. You throw that team at Denver, it's Western Conference winning at this time. I like the way Dallas's defense came together at the end of the season and through the playoffs. Hopefully they can build on that, maybe add a piece or two to add some defense. But you throw a team in the finals from the Western Conference that can play solid defense, completely different series. Doesn't end in 5, and I don't think Boston does it again.
And thanks for the call, Chris. And Joker would have destroyed them inside.
Oh, for sure.
Murdered them inside.
Yeah,
I'm talking 30-20s.
Yeah. If the Mavs play Denver, I don't know if the Mavs get to this point. I mean, that's a reality.
Well, you at least have
Quite possible.
two bigs that you can throw at them
You can.
versus Denver.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Lively was the Jokic stopper near the end of the year. Jokic could not do anything against him.
All right, let's continue. That was fun. Let's pay off the MJ bet. Bobby,
Which I won already.
Bobby, whoa,
not really.
Are you going to shut the hell up and let me tease it? Just shut up. Just cut off your mic and actually turn on the mic for a Dallas Mavericks song that Bobby thinks will make you feel better about the end of the season. We continue. Is the song not ready?
No, it's ready. I just don't know that it's going to make everybody feel better. It's just it's a realistic view of how the season ended.
We'll continue to kill each other next on the Fan. And, of course, now I have to speak. But I'm not going to let Bobby ruin my palate for the great taste of Hurtado Barbecue and the brand new Mansfield location. You got to go ahead and stop in just around the corner from downtown Mansfield. Do you know the spot that I'm talking about? Open at 11 o'clock daily, right across the street from the park. So grab some Hurtado, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers and the morning show. Grab some Hurtado for the games or afterwards, or have a picnic, or go ahead and eat inside 226 North Walnut Creek Drive. 226 North Walnut Creek Drive, or go to my spot in Arlington, soon to be a huge Tolo spot coming up in August, if my intel is correct. They have one in Fort Worth as well. They have formed a barbecue triangle.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the R weight loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There's only one thing you can do when expectations are that high. Meet them. And there's only one way to stop being haunted by the ghosts and the legends and the champions attack this building. And once again, the Boston Celtics stand alone for all time. It is banner 18. The mission demanded is mission accomplished.
It's demanded is mission accomplished. Sean Grandy, who we had on the show, seemed like a nice guy, with the call on Celtics radio. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Boston has overtaken Philadelphia for me. I don't know about San Francisco as my most hated sports city, with those fans that I hope beat each other to a pulp last night and burned the entire city down. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece at 9:40. Bobby and Choppy have a Mavs song that might make you feel better. That's coming up at 9:30. What are you guys arguing about?
Yeah, the whole point was, he said, I guarantee you Michael Jordan had an NBA Finals MVP where he shot 38%. And his worst shooting percentage...
Why did that come up?
Because Tatum shot 38%, and I was scoffing at it. And Choppy...
And I had no proof of this. I had no idea. I was just...
And as it turned out, he was not correct, so that's why he had no proof of it.
It's close.
Nope. Not even. I literally said 38%. The worst he shot was 41.5% against the Sox.
That's pretty close. I think 41%.
3 percentage points off.
I don't think... Is 3 percentage points a lot? I don't think that's a lot.
I mean, in order for Tatum to get there, he would have had to have...
4 made shots?
Yeah, about that. It's about Tatum making 4 consecutive shots, which we saw throughout the series he was not capable of.
So one shot a game.
Look, here's the deal. Sean, here's a great note for you. Michael Jordan.
Am I crazy? That's not a lot?
Michael Jordan, 35 career games.
That's
not a lot. I mean,
when it starts with a 3, it's really bad.
It's just
like 3 percentage points isn't a lot.
Like, what if it was 41 and 44? Like, you wouldn't think of it nearly as 39 to 40 seems like bigger than 41 to 44.
I agree. That's how I feel. I agree with that.
Michael Jordan in 35 career games in the finals shot under 40% 4 times. Jason Tatum in 11 career games has shot under 40% 6 times. Most of the time. And this is not like that's what his game is. His game is he's a 48% shooter for his career. He's shooting in the finals 37%. Jordan had like 2 games in his finals career that were below Tatum's average.
Because this year, this series, he was 38.8%. Now we're even getting closer.
Right, because the Warriors series, though, he shot 35. So for his career in the finals, he's 37%.
Let's talk about the opposite of Michael Jordan, and that's Kyrie Irving and what he did. Can you compare it to anything? It's hard. I know it's Bobby's Dak defense, like one game. It's just not fair. I wish they had a series in the NFL. But can you compare Kyrie's series to anything else in DFW sports history, as he was scared? I mean, scared, didn't show up, shriveled, whatever term you want to throw out there.
So
Dirk unable to beat Don Nelson when he was the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty, like, you shrunk, dude.
It wasn't quite like this, but the Josh Hamilton Orioles game where he struck out 3 times in 8 pitches or something like that. Some crazy.
Is that possible? 3 times in 8 pitches?
Not possible. But maybe in the last 2 at bats, he struck out twice.
Yeah, no, he did not.
Pitches,
he gave 0 effort.
Yeah, they were disgusting at bats. So like that one kind of sticks with me, but that was more of a give up. This wasn't a give up.
He settled for threes. He did not want to go outside and be the all-time magical finisher that we know he is, and we had seen throughout the playoffs. Like, I'm trying to be extra respectful for some reason. Like, I have this mental block. Like, I don't want to attack and destroy and go at Kyrie like I did Luka after Game 3. But he cowered. Like, there's a mental block there. There's a mental block. He has the yips. Any combination of those things that I said, he did not show up in Boston. The opposite of his idol, Kobe Bryant, Mamba mentality.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the one that stands out for me is Dirk versus Don Nelson. But even still, that's not quite, because they had just proven that they knew how to crack the code on him. That wasn't as much Dirk unable to I choked in the face. It's just they knew Don Nelson knew how to beat him, and Dirk didn't have answers. It's not Dallas. I mean, it's sort of a Texas tie, but it's not Dallas. The closest I can think of in sports of somebody who just has similarly looked rattled by a moment and let it completely destroy the type of play they were is when Darvish has gotten into some big games, like some World Series. And they talk about, man, he was vomiting before the game, and he's clearly and he's just putting the ball over the plate. He can't control it anymore. He is just dwarfed by the, or it's like
what about some of these people that have gone to Yankee Stadium, like Pedro, Who's Your Daddy?
Pedro, the Who's Your Daddy.
How did he perform there? Other crowds that had it in for you.
Pedro had a good back and forth with the crowd. Like, there was games where he dominated, and there were games that he did not, but they always had like a good booing, good back and forth.
Johnny tweeted, Kyrie finally gave Boston the title he promised them.
Yeah. The Astros in 2017 looked like they saw a ghost in New York. That rattled them. They were up 2-0 in the series, and they get blitzed in the 3 games there, and then they go back to Houston and win the next 2.
Did it tick anyone off, Tolos, that Kyrie went on over to the Celtics bench and congratulated everyone? This was Kyrie explaining it after.
When I was shaking everybody's hands, that was more of a sign of respect for their journey. They've been through an incredible 5-year span of going to Game 7s or losing in the finals. So they know what this bitter feeling feels like, being up here and answering questions about what this next year hold. And I think they used everything as motivation. They were healthy, and they really kept their head down and weren't paying attention to any of the personal accolades or individual accolades. I think they just came together as a team and were okay with each person being great in their role and selflessly putting their best foot forward.
I don't have a problem with him going over there and doing that. I do think that he's dying. It's a little some simp behavior. Ooh. Like Bryce Harper wanting to just desperate to be loved by the Phillies fans.
Well, he better. He's there for 10 years.
Yeah. Right.
He needed it.
But I think, I do think Kyrie is that big brother. He wants to congratulate the young guys, be classy. Is simp too strong of a word? Like, what I'm trying to say is,
that wasn't. I mean,
what I'm trying to say is he wants the Boston fans to forgive him, to get rid of this for the future. That's my theory.
I don't think you're wrong. I think, look, I didn't have any problem with him going over there. I thought it was a very classy thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't lose with grace, then you can't win with grace either. Like, that's the point. Like, you can't really truly know how to win until you know how to lose the right way as well. There's a sportsmanship that goes into it.
14 points a game was his average on the road. 14 in Boston. He shot 31%, then 39%, then 31% again last night.
So
awful.
While we were sitting here talking about this, I was trying to think what's even similar in the history of DFW with somebody like in Dallas who had to go back to a venue, like when LeBron went back to Cleveland the first time.
Yeah.
And I was reminded of the discussion when I was younger of Alex Rodriguez going back to Seattle the first time. And they were like, people were throwing Monopoly money, and people were talking about, was he built for it? And he's so image conscious.
Yeah.
And I went back and I was like, I remember there's a lot of discussion about people were thinking he was rattled by it. And I looked at, He was a 320 hitter that year, and in the games in Seattle, he hit like 230 in like 9 games in Seattle.
That's a great example. Great example. Brett Boone tomorrow, by the way. Maybe we can kind of ask him.
I think he was on that team. I think he was on that Mariners team.
Yeah, he was there 01. That was like his first year, I think.
All right, so Bobby has cooked up something in the lab. He was here early this morning for once.
I know.
What's the theme or thought behind this?
So, look,
Sadness.
It's sadness, because it's a sad song. Okay, we're doing The Dance by Garth Brooks. And
spoiler alert.
So, well, I mean, you're going to hear it here in a sec. We're doing The Dance by Garth Brooks, and I listened to it, and I was like, this is a fit for Choppy. So I wrote it, and I produced it, but it's for Choppy to sing. So, look, it deals with all the emotions we felt. The highs of some of the playoff run, some of the tough, hard truths we're dealing with today, and then it closes on a hopeful tone for the future.
Looking back on this playoff run, we beat the Wolves. Hell yeah, that was fun. For a moment, I believed in Kai. How could I have known he'd shoot for 435? And now
love the song.
We'll lose Derrick Jones. Use our exception. Decide God only knows. Well done. We'll draft some no-names out of France. He'll probably never play. He might as well be named Trey Lance. That's a good line. Yes, it's true. Luka was hurting. He was limited, just as Sean Sharif. And Luka would have showed how much he can ball if he was healthy. You know we would have won it all. Everybody, but now the Celtics get too close. They won without Tatum, and we're stuck eating crow. This run was still great for the fans. The playoffs were insane, and next year we'll be crowned the champs.
Wow! Wow!
Well done.
I love that.
That was tremendous.
Strong vocal performance, Chop.
That was terrible.
You were worried you were gonna have to do like 20 takes. We used the first take.
Oh, we did.
That was the
first
take.
one.
Yep.
Okay.
That was awesome,
Yeah,
guys.
well done. Well written song.
You have to play that tomorrow in the 6 o'clock hour for those who missed it, because that deserved to be played twice. Well done, boys. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece to put the final wrap on this Dallas Mavericks season. Next with KMC. But let me go ahead and put the wrap on that job. You're fed up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Tatum switches to the left hand, attacks with a mid-block stop and start on Lively, runs it off the window, scoring the foul. The world said, Jason Tatum, you have to show us with the championship on the line, and he has been the best player on the floor from the start of Game 5 to this very second.
We crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Hagelin, when did you throw the hands up? Which Luka did not do. We got
He
good,
did not.
Good
He
Luka
didn't make a
behavior.
shot, but-
Good Luka behavior last night. Did not make a three either.
A deep shot, yeah.
When did you throw your hands up and you're like, this is done?
Probably about. It wasn't until the second half, even though logic told me it was probably over, and I watched it till the bitter end.
Not even after the Pritchard bomb?
Yeah, no, I thought that was bad, but I was like, we made a comeback down to 8. Let's, in that one game, obviously it went poorly from there. Let's see if we can finish it out. But I sat there, watched the whole thing, wanted to make sure Brown was, I assume, was going to be the finals MVP, but after last night's game, who the hell knows? I watched the whole thing, but yeah, probably early in the third quarter, I was like, okay, we got nothing.
Were you able to watch all
No,
things?
I didn't.
Were you calling the game yesterday?
Yeah.
It's for the best.
Yeah, so, and then I got home, and I was honestly, without even watching the game, it was on, like, I would peek and look at the score and maybe watch a minute during, like, a Ranger in-between inning or pitching change.
Yeah, you watched the same thing, basically, in Arlington.
But, yeah.
Pretty much.
But I just couldn't bring myself to watch it when I got home. I couldn't sleep. I was sad that the Mavs lost without watching it. And then I'm like, I can't do it. I can't go back. It's DVR'd, but I'm like, I can't go back and watch them just get destroyed. It's not fun. I really threw my hands up, to be honest. When it was 91-70 in Game 3 and Porzingis didn't play, that's when I knew it was over. That's when I knew they're way better. We can't compete with this team. It's great. The Mavericks are the second best team in the NBA in 2023-24, but the Mavericks couldn't compete with that team. And I know there was a little bit of hope when they cut it to 1 in Game 3, and then Luka fouled out, and you're just like, they're way better. We're not built for this yet, and maybe we never will be. But my hand throw up was Game 3, no Porzingis, and you got blown out.
Corey, what was your? All right, it's over.
It's kind of hard to exactly remember what quarter it was because it felt like from the second quarter on, it was the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But it was a moment where Jason Tatum went to the basket and finished, and I was like, he shouldn't have. That shouldn't have just happened. And he did anyway. And then I think he did it like 2 more times after that. And I was like, that
Should have
first
at least
one, though.
warned you, right?
Yeah. Easy, bro. That first one, though, was definitely the one where I went, we can't stop that. We're done.
My final nail, it was in the third, and it was a 17-point lead. And I was like, 1-3 here. In 14, that feels gettable.
Yeah.
And Luka got the 3-point look, and he airballed it.
Hey.
And after the airball, and Boston was in the midst of missing 8 straight.
And that happened in Game 3 as well.
Yes.
Where it felt like the lead was there for the taking. Like, obviously, I know they didn't do it, but I felt the same way yesterday. Like, you had been chipping away at the lead, but Boston was in such a slump that I was like, man, I really feel like we should have it down to like 8 or 9.
Then after Luka airballed it, they scored 5 straight, and that was the final nail, I think. It could have been the Pritchard 3. Y'all could have think it could have been the end of the first quarter run, as they had another end of first quarter run, that 9-0 run to make it a 10-point lead. Corey?
That was the time where I wish Kidd would have called a timeout. It was 2 possessions before you finish up the run. It just felt like, sorry, Corey, it felt like everything was falling apart. And I was like, yeah, I'd call a timeout now. I know that's not his MO. And then, of course, we turned the ball over. And I was like, yeah, I figured.
I had like this dream for a second that air ball was going to be the video I showed you of his eyes whenever he closed them and reopened them and he locked it in. You were like, oh, crap. I thought that was going to be the moment. They're all chanting. I was like, all right, that's what Luka needed right there. And then nothing. He couldn't do it, man.
He didn't show up in the game when it mattered.
Nobody showed up to party.
Tim Hardaway Jr. was +1.
Hell yeah.
I should have played him all 48 minutes.
Yeah, honest to God, though, the way things are going, I was like, the only chance is Tim to come in here and jack up and
or
make
Josh
3 in a row.
Green, baby. How does he get 9 minutes and only get 1 shot off? Like, how does that happen?
That is the most amazing thing about
for him.
Game.
For him, I mean, and any NBA player, you're playing 9 minutes, you're a perimeter player. How do you only get one shot?
How do you describe and figure out Kyrie in Boston?
Yeah, well, so we talked about this yesterday, and I appreciated the answer he gave. I thought it was really well thought out, but he just wasn't able to overcome it because he said, I really have to be able to silence the crowd and then be able to overcome my own self-doubt. We saw it yesterday. It wasn't there. He was hesitant at times, and then when he took shots, that's when I knew we were in trouble. When the Kyrie floater and the Luka step back weren't just like pretty much automatic drop-ins, you're like, uh-oh. So that's how I explain it is he talked about I have to overcome my own self-doubt, and for yesterday, he could not.
Is this a fair statement? Kyrie is a good enough to win the title with the Mavericks, just only if they don't face the Celtics in the finals. It doesn't make you doubt larger than that, right?
Well, I agree with that.
I agree to a point, but I'm on his box scores and game logs. Against Oklahoma City, he averaged 15.7 points in those 6 games. Yeah. So if you have big, strong defenders, he struggles. You had people to pick on in Minnesota. You either got a
Who did OKC play him with?
They played him with, at times, Dort, at times, Wallace.
So you think that was also...
At times, Shea.
You don't think that was just a Kyrie's not flipping the light switch? You look at the matchups there, too, with OKC?
I think OKC is going to be a major issue next year. For if you play, let's just say you match up against them in the playoffs, I think Kyrie will have a Boston/Oklahoma City series. Both of those series, one being 5 games, one being 6, his numbers are similar. He struggled against Oklahoma City, too, because of their strength and length, and there wasn't a person to pick on. So
that was the series PJ went off, right?
I believe so. But, I mean...
Yeah.
I do think this. For the most part, all teams have flaws and weaknesses. Right now, Oklahoma City's looking at losing to Dallas and figuring out how do we get better and how do we add. Now, they have a lot of assets to figure out how to add. Right now, Minnesota is in a situation where they got beat by Dallas, and they're looking at their team going, we have flaws. How do we fix our flaws? And now Dallas has to look at the flaws that were exposed against Boston and go, how do we fix these flaws? The issue is, and we'll talk about it throughout the week and throughout the months to come, is the Mavericks lack assets to possibly fix some issues.
You know what's crazy? I was thinking to myself as well. It's amazing how you completely shred and take apart your team when they lose in the finals.
Yeah.
Like, they make it all the way. They had this incredible run. I forget all the previous series, and now I'm like, they don't have a third scorer. They don't have a backup ball handler. They need more defense. Like, you pick apart the roster as if, like, you are not one of the final 2 teams standing.
What do you think Minnesota's thinking? What do you think OKC is thinking? Hell, what are the Clippers thinking? But I'm with you. I saw everybody.
I'm like, Tatum's not that great. Like, how did they win all those games in the championship? He's not a true, like, 1A alpha star. Like, I'm picking apart these teams after you watch them game after game after game.
I saw everybody, not everybody, a lot of people on social media immediately flipped over to positivity mode. And I appreciate that, but I was like, man, that was so fast. I'm still sad that we lost.
It just really helps that for me, that you lost to a team like Boston versus someone you feel like you were better than or even with. Like if the Knicks or Pacers had somehow gotten through banged up,
I'd have
been furious. But do you think this is an all-time team?
Boston?
Yeah, because a lot of the numbers on paper say yeah.
I know this is going to sound Mickey-ish, but we'll find out.
I'll find out.
As in, they have been one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the NBA for a good 5 or 6 years.
Yep.
They finally won the championship. Denver looked like they were going to repeat after last year, and then they lost in the semifinals, and they're like, guess what? We didn't care anymore to win. Like, that was their interviews. It was like, we didn't care. We were tired. We won it last year. We overcame. We finally overcame, and maybe next year Denver comes back with much more motivation to win another championship. This is going to be the tough part for Boston now is they're just going to be another team unless they win at least one more. They have to, in the next 3 years, win one more for now that to become They are this great. They are dominating the league.
They need to be tested too.
But what about just as a standalone team?
That's what I was
But
curious
not as a dynasty. Like, is this like the 94 49ers are considered an all-time team, even though they were not a dynasty in the 90s? Like, do you view Boston as a standalone single year? Like, they could play with a lot of the great teams in the history of the league.
Did you see they had 20-point
The
or
league's
higher
changed
leads in
so much.
50
It's
of their 101 games?
Good.
20-point or more leads in 50 of their 101 games.
And they did that with Jason Tatum. That is wild.
I don't know what that means because
It means he's not very good.
Somebody said
Bobby
this.
hates Jason Tatum.
Oh, okay.
Somebody said this, and I'm
Deservedly
like,
so.
they have to win more for this to become the thing. But this becomes, if you talk to anybody who's not a Cowboys fan, Troy Aikman wasn't good, Emmett wasn't good, Michael wasn't good, right? I mean, you just talk to people, they're like, Troy Aikman wasn't very good. And then they'll go, Emmett wasn't very good. It was the offensive line. And they'll go, Michael Irvin wasn't very good. They were winning by a lot, and look at his numbers. He doesn't have a lot of touchdowns. And I'm just wondering,
it makes him fair.
5 years from now, if Boston were to win 2 or 3 championships, and then it eventually goes away, if we go, Tatum wasn't very good. Brown wasn't very good. Drew Holiday was just a role player. You know,
It's the opposite, though. I think Brown is very good. I think Drew Holiday is very good. I don't think Tatum is what. Look, if they get 2 to 3
Tatum,
titles,
the Troy Aikman of football.
no. Well, I mean, did Troy Aikman throw 3 interceptions in every Super Bowl he was in? Like, Jason Tatum is 12 games into his finals career. He is a 37% shooter. He is, and like, I mean, just if you look at crunch time numbers in the playoffs throughout his career, that dude shows.
Well, I think what Bobby's trying to say is like what everyone wanted to make him into as like
he is not
the
a top 10
superstar
player.
who's a face of the league candidate, not a top 10 player. No.
Despite the fact that he's been named first team All NBA 3 straight years.
I mean, he's top 10. I don't think he's top 5. I don't think he's close.
Well, he's definitely not top 5.
I mean, he's in your top 5.
Reggie's just getting mad over there in the studio
Who's
listening
in
to me
your
talk
top
about
5?
Jason Tatum. I think Kyrie, Luke, or not Kyrie. No. I was Luka, Jokic, Shea, Embiid,
Freak.
Hold on.
Yeah, Giannis.
What's the difference for Embiid, who's never done jack S to get his team anywhere?
No, because again, what we're talking about, like you're talking about team accomplishment where a team has gone forward. If you look at what Tatum does in last 2 minutes, close ball games throughout his career, playoffs and regular season, you look at the way he plays in the NBA Finals in general, his playoff career, that dude single-handedly choked away the Miami series last year. That was all Tatum.
He got hurt.
That was all Tatum.
Jaylen Brown is the person who said, I failed. Jason Tatum got hurt. Joel Embiid, you're focusing on the finals. Joel Embiid can't even get past the second round.
No, but like my whole point is like Embiid doesn't play poorly as Tatum does throughout those games.
I want to see though
because he's never in them.
I mean, I'm sure Embiid, they would have probably swept all the way through to the finals if they had Embiid instead of Tatum.
Just like the year before and the year other than that.
You don't like him because you don't like his mentality because you think he's soft.
He is soft. He has Russell Wilson.
Story.
He's Russell Wilson and Paul George's body.
But I want to see if you can get to 10 without naming Tatum. So far, Freak.
I mean, he got to 100 without naming Shakira. He'll find a way to
Freak, Luka, Joker, Shea, Embiid.
John Koncak.
I wrote down others.
Eric Strickland. Chris Anstey.
Come on, name 5 more.
Let's see here. Who else would I go? Ant.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown. I honestly would have Jaylen Brown ahead of him. You wouldn't have Ant ahead of him?
No, I was referencing Jaylen.
Oh, I thought you were.
What about Anthony Davis?
Yeah, Anthony Davis is like. I think Anthony Davis is crushed. No, Anthony Davis is a better player.
All right, and the other ones I wrote down. Hang on a sec. The other ones I wrote down as possibilities is LeBron, Steph, Brunson, and I think that's it. Who else?
PJ,
Kevin Durant.
Who else would
I don't think so. I'm just throwing out a name.
Yeah, Eric Claxton.
Come on, name the 10.
Let's see here. Who else do I want to throw in there? Wemby. I'll throw Wemby in there. Right. I'll throw Tony Parker.
Corey, what's coming up?
Are you just naming Spurs?
I try to not attack you. Do a serious exercise. You got to be a freaking jackass.
Plus,
oh my god,
you can't do a serious exercise with him. We know that.
I also think Jason Tatum's boring and I hate his face.
Yeah!
So whatever, Kevin, you can sit there and love him all you want today. After Boston just whooped our ass,
that's a different story, though. I didn't dispute that. I just said that's a different story than how good he is.
I love Jason Tatum. Why are you gonna be a Celtics fan, Kevin?
I'm with you. I don't have hate for the Celtics.
I don't either. I'm not. It's just whatever.
Hey, congratulations. I'm happy for the Mavs. Sad for the Mavs. But Boston, to me, at least for me personally, is not a hateable team.
Well, Sean, looks like it's just a love fest today for the Celtics all day on my stupid show that I hate right now.
Oh my gosh.
More of that next.
I do hate the Lakers, so maybe that's why. I'm like, hey, the Lakers aren't tied anymore, you fart knockers.
Bruno Sundoff.
All you fake fans from Maryland that root for the
Walker.
Lakers.
More of that next on 105.
Sean.
How about some commercial? O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, how did you describe today's show to the people out there before it began?
Oh, that was the KNC Masterpiece Twitter account, which is run by just a general KNC Masterpiece thing. And you can follow it at KNC 105.3. Today we deal with the hurt. Tomorrow we heal. All right? So today, be pissed off. Be mad. Text in if you're frustrated. I know a lot of people are probably, they see a bright future and stuff. We'll deal with that crap tomorrow. All right? Last night, you were sitting there stewing in your stuff the entire night. And I want to hear about that throughout the day. How did you feel? What's your reaction to it right now? Did you let it go during the game? I mean, some people may have done that and they're ready to move on. We'll move on tomorrow, but today we deal with the hurt, Mike.
I hear you, and I agree with you.
You can still be happy if you want.
I guess because my hurt happened at the end of game 2 when I thought the Mavs had a chance to win one and still win the championship. And then my hurt happened in the third quarter of game 3 when I knew it was over.
Yeah.
When I knew that we were playing a much better team and that they couldn't beat them. That was where my hurt and anger was. And after a day or two of game 3, I mean, I was very tired doing my Rangers job, but that's why Friday I was like, I don't want to come in and discuss this because one, I'm tired, and then
the
two,
Rangers will make you tired.
Yeah, they will. and believe me, it's at 10:45. It's the Rangers stage now, and I don't know if they're prepared to have the stage of DFW.
Baby.
So I just look at it, and my hurt and pain and anger was in the third quarter of game 3.
And you know what? If that's where you were with Mike the same way, then have at it. Text that part in. Send it in on the Twitch. Send it in on YouTube. I don't know when Kevin's planning on doing phones. But yeah. And Reggie's looking at me with darts right now. Let that be known, man. If you were done with it in Minnesota and you're like, no, I can't go through a finals because my heart just can't take it. That's fine. I want to hear about the hurt today. We'll deal with the healing tomorrow because tomorrow is when we get to fix stuff.
True.
Tomorrow is when we get to fix the team and we get to make all that stuff happen. So there you go, Kevin. That's how we started this off. And for me, I didn't hate the Celtics until Jason Tatum started making things happen late in the third and fourth quarter. And I was like, F that guy and his stupid face. He's not going to win MVP. It's too late to try and make this effort happen. Jaylen Brown already has it locked up.
You were right about that.
And so I was like, that's too late for Jason Tatum here. Try next time, buddy. But he's a good player. I can't take that away. That's a really good team right there that you played. They just happened to whip your ass. That's a sorry feeling this morning. And nobody showed up to party for the Mavs last night. That's what ticks me off the most. Is nobody showed up to party except for Josh Green. Josh Green was like, I'm here. We're from Australia. This is how we do things. And nobody else showed up. Exactly. Thank you.
as you frequently say. Yeah.
I've often said that.
That's awesome.
And just as a addition here, and I think we're going to dive into this further at noon because I think he leaves a complex legacy behind. Tim McMahon reported last night what we said the second the team got sold. Mark Cuban no longer in charge of basketball operations. I know he said forevermore. As soon as that sale got made, I was like, no way in more than 2 years that will stick.
So it's been now done. Mark Cuban, the reality and the truth comes out. He is now just a minority owner who cheers for the Dallas Mavericks.
Which that's a great place to be if you don't want that stress level potentially.
Oh man, he was getting blamed for everything, right? And like you said, we'll touch on it more.
Sure.
You think he'll be at all the games like usual?
Yes.
Or you think he's still going to be a super fan?
Or most of them, yeah.
And I do think that in a way it becomes more relaxing. Now, he's probably a guy, I'm just assuming most billionaires and most people that have had as much power as Mark Cuban had and has, it will probably be really tough that he has no control over a draft situation or a trade situation or a free agent situation. He's been a guy that's had a lot of control. Jerry Jones control, really. I mean, he has been Jerry Jones for a good decade now. So now he goes to just, in a way, cheering for the team. That's all he can do is cheer for the team and hope for the best. And still make a lot of money doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of money, Kevin.
Now, Corey, perhaps because you've riled folks up, or this is just the way they feel anyway. From the 214, the Mavs are out there playing like the Cowboys, choke city. From the 945, oh no, Porzingis has a title before the crybaby. What a day! Oh dear. And
that part stinks too.
That does.
I mean, and he was
a role player who played.
He was a role player, but Mike, game one, he inspired that place, right?
Well, good for him.
And then in this game, he did have. He got the loudest ovation in that arena last night.
He did.
When he
for
came
the
into
intros,
the game, it was the loudest that whole game was when he came into the arena, when he came into the game. So I hate that. I don't like it so much, but he wasn't the reason.
If you're a longtime Mav fan like I am, you've been through this. Mark Aguirre won a championship with the Detroit Pistons as their 6th best player.
Yeah, and home run champion.
It's great. Like for Mark Aguirre, it's great for his life that he went on. He was our star, or supposed to be our star. He was the co-star with Rolando Blackman.
Yes.
Give or take whoever was 1 and 2, who cares? They were both sharing the spotlight as trying to lead the Mavs to a championship. Mark Aguirre quit and didn't want to be part of it anymore. And so you had to trade him for a crap Adrian Dantley. And he went on to win. But Isaiah Thomas was better. Joe Dumars was better. Dennis Rodman, in a way, was better. So you just go, okay, at best he was their 4th or 5th best player. Probably Bill Laimbeer was better. So at best he was their 5th or 6th. But all right, good for Mark Aguirre. But he had something to do with the championship. And so did Porzingis. Porzingis had something to do with this championship. He didn't have nothing to do with it, but he wasn't asked to lead a team. He wasn't even asked to lead a team at all. He was asked to be a great role player on a team, and he was.
This is some of the frustration that's out there, and we'll start to turn the page as the day goes along. From the 903, I was pretty pissed watching how lazy they looked tonight. That is the thing that, with about, 3 or 4 minutes to go in the first quarter, it just... Maybe I'm confusing lazy with just none of their shots were falling, and that made it feel like they weren't doing all the right things. But Kyrie didn't show up. We'll talk about that more in just a minute. Luka didn't show up when it matters. Like, if you're going to tell me what's in the box score, you can save that. Watch the game. He wasn't there to play at normal Luka level when it mattered. And that's the only chance you have against the Celtics team is normal Luka level. And you didn't get anything close to that last night.
Especially when you juxtapose game 5 with game 4. Like, that's the tough thing, right? You abut these two games right next to each other and you go, that desperation that you saw, that, focus on making sure that you get paint touches, that you drive and kick from there, right? That your defensive rotations are perfect. And some of that maybe is communication. And in that building, it's a little bit harder with the amount of noise. But yeah, it did feel lazy just because you looked at how, guys were hitting the floor in the first quarter in game 4. And game 5 didn't feel like that at all.
The only one was Derek Lively, right? Where he smashed
Derek White's
face into the floor.
I'd like to see more of that, yeah.
So I'm going to ask this question based off of what you guys just said about Luka, because we all know he's great. But do you think that he has the want to in him that, let's face it, if he's ever going to reach the standards of Jordan, LeBron, Magic, Bird, Kobe, Duncan, they're all different attitudes. Some of them have similar attitudes. Do you think he has it in him where I want to kill myself if I don't win the championship?
I do. Here is the problem I think you ran into here. It's the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, right? And you could argue that's because of the injuries.
I like that answer.
Because, hell, you saw knee, ankle, chest contusion. And even if it weren't that, you might have found a time where, obviously for a human, he's in really good shape. But maybe for a basketball player, he wasn't in, top tier basketball shape. And that's kind of what I think. By the time he realized, I need that next level, maybe the conditioning caught up to him just a little bit along with the injuries. But as far as mindset goes, Mike, I really do. And I'm not just saying
I like that answer.
I really do think he's got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Ask me the question again.
Do you think he has, I want to kill myself if I don't win the championship, like Michael, kind of LeBron,
Luka,
Kobe, Magic, Bird, Duncan, those guys, Shaq didn't have it. Shaq did win 4 championships. Shaq did not have winning is everything and the only thing.
I'll be very honest here. I don't know. And I think we'll see here, because
I hear you,
because there needs to be there still has to be changes. And I think we're going to get to these at 1. I think I'm going to ask this question at 1.
Okay.
What changes do you want to see in his offseason?
Okay.
Because I don't, those guys made those steps. Kobe had the entire path drawn out for him. Hey, just do all these things. And he was like, all right, I'm just going to stick in that mentality. I'm just going to be that. Luka is still on that way to be there. I think it hurts him to lose. I think he hates losing as much as he loves winning, but I still don't know if he's willing to make that commitment to win. And that's the body type and a couple other things we'll discuss in 1 a little bit. Those things are the things I still need to see from him before I believe that he feels that way that you're talking about, Mike.
I wanted to throw this out there. This is a text from the 512. I guess this is just kind of like my personal mission statement of the day. I want to read this text and say like why I hear their point, but I'm not there yet. I bet if I told you at the start of the season that we would get to the finals and lose this year, you would have taken it and been happy about it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, if I said, hey, you're in the finals, you're going to lose.
I could have won the finals.
Yeah, you'd be disappointed. That is, you change your expectations along the way. And I'll get there probably tomorrow. They lost like 12 hours ago. Like up until probably 14 and a half hours ago. It didn't take very long. I thought we still had a shot at winning the NBA championship. You were 3 wins away. So I'm disappointed right now. If you're pumped for the season, I get that. I'm not taking that away from you. I'll get there tomorrow. Today, I'm still just a little frustrated about how that game played out. If you would have just lost and everybody played their best and you're like, hey, you just lost because they're better. I just don't think you got that again.
If you don't get nervous, excited for games, and then if you don't have a little bit of anger and a little bit of sadness after losing, I don't know. Like that's weird to me. If you're texting in and there's no sadness, no depression,
I'm sad.
No anger at all when your team loses, when they have an opportunity to win the championship, that's weird to me. You're in the minority. I would like to tell you, you're in the minority if you feel no depression, no sadness, no anger. I'm not saying there's different levels of it. And ultimately, us 3 are very happy with the Mavs' overall performance this year and where they got. But they just lost. If you have no sadness, no depression, no anger at all, you are in like the 5 to 10% of fans that never feel any pain of loss.
And that being said, is you can move on from it quickly too. A lot of people, they're like, and a lot of people are casual fans, and they're here for the fun of it and everything, and that's how they feel. When we have this, this deep connection that goes back to childhood stuff, and we grew up here. Every single one of us grew up here as Mavs fans. You guys have been singing "We Got 'Em" for ages, and it wears me out. But y'all and Mike, both of y'all know the Mavs rosters from like 1988 better than I do. But
Steve Alford, Jim Falmer, Uwe Blob, Bill Winnington.
Okay, Uwe Blob. To that point, for the longest time, my favorite video when I was a kid was the HSE standalone release of the first time that the Mavericks ever beat the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, that's right. It was like that big of a deal to Mavs fans. We finally beat the Celtics for one time in our life.
And they showed it like the game before that, I think. Maybe it's 2 games before. Dr. J hits this insane 3/4 court shot. And the Mavericks lose, and you're like, well, son of a gun. And then you bounce back. And I remember that game because
1988 bouncing back.
Uwe Blob scored 2 points, and it was via a goaltend. Yeah. And I always thought, hey, you still got your 2 points. But yeah, so that's what I think of immediately of like my love for the Mavericks. And if you're already cool, that's okay with me. I'm just not there yet.
And I do see a lot of people, Mike, texting in after Game 3 was when they let all that stuff out.
I see that.
And I'm totally, I get that because you're a realist. You saw what the numbers were telling you. You saw what the Vegas odds were saying, even though not everybody cares about Vegas. You're a realist. I'm a dreamer. And I was dreaming that we could make a magical comeback, and it didn't happen. But it's okay. We'll get through it.
I told you. Go ahead.
Are we playing Name a Maverick to make us feel better?
Oh, yeah.
We might need to do that at some point
I'll
today.
do it all day today. Name a Maverick, Mike.
Pavel Podkolzin.
There you go, in your face.
The Russian pituitary gland, I think, was his nickname.
Man, remember when there was rumors early on that we were going to take him with the number 5 pick?
Yeah, and we took Devin Harris.
Yes, clearly that worked out better.
I mean, Nick Fazekas. We took a player who couldn't run. That's really tough to play basketball when you literally have 2 broken legs trying to run. I brought that up to Dirk Nowitzki one time. I go, Nick Fazekas. I go, he couldn't even run, and he just started laughing.
Sandam Singh is a wrestler in AEW right now. We drafted him too.
New Mexico State.
That's a thing that happened. Mike, I'm telling you, like, clearly this is proven to be wrong. And I know at the time, yesterday, you definitely thought this would not play out and I was going to be wrong. I still thought yesterday, I was like, they could still win the title. 100% I did.
And that's awesome. Like, to be that optimistic.
It just didn't.
But I'll tell you what, after the Rangers lost game 5 of the ALCS and lost 3 in a row at home, I was like, it's just the Astros are just better. And then the Rangers proved me wrong. It's awesome when a team that you love, you don't think it's going to happen and they prove you wrong. And let's be honest, for the most part, the Mavericks proved us wrong against Oklahoma City. I'm not saying everybody picked Oklahoma City, but Vegas had Oklahoma City as the favorite. Vegas had Minnesota as the favorite after beating the Denver Nuggets. And you made it to the NBA Finals, and that is awesome, and we should all be proud of that. But we can also be sad and disappointed you ultimately didn't pull off another upset and beat the Celtics.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how Kyrie's continued struggles in Boston ended the series. Plus, based on fan text reaction, we will try to roll out something to cheer you up. All of it next right here in The Fan.
Commercial.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
You did it, Kevin. I didn't think you could get me to smile today.
That's not all bad.
I'm going home. That's a good way to end the show.
Yeah, man. That was a good ender right there.
Yeah, we got a little bit of stuff out. Therapy happened, and now we're back to smiling.
You've motivated me to reboot this thing.
I forgot it. You made me for a second forget about the Ranger game last night.
Oh, no.
He was like, oh, crap. Because yesterday clearly went very, very poorly. I saw multiple people text in, and they're like, hey, we still got the Rangers. And I remember the day after the Cowboys were like, who cares about showing up to a playoff game? We played that to try to cheer people up. So maybe we try that again. Maybe we should have done that after the Stars
No,
lost.
I didn't think it could happen, dude, but you did it. Yeah, man. After the Stars and Mavs have been taken down, I feel better today.
Oh, man. Let's freaking go. Do you want to just live on this high for a second, or do you want me to dive back into the Kyrie thing?
Dive in.
Okay. Kyrie.
Yeah.
Skadoosh.
Yeah, he didn't splash much this finals.
True.
He did not. Now, Kyrie's continued struggles in Boston ended up ending the series. Now, there's a lot of things you could point to.
Yeah, it wasn't just him.
Yes.
He was part of the
absolutely.
pie.
Once again, free throws
Jones.
continued to be problematic. You had an uptick in turnovers compared to what you'd seen. You got worked on the glass last night. Luka struggled from distance.
Yeah, that's great. But if Kai was better, we probably could have won.
Okay.
It would have helped.
I actually do kind of think that.
Yeah.
But you were going to need like a kind of a takeover game. And you go back.
Herculean effort.
Yes, I like that. You go back to games 1 and 2. Kyrie back in the TD Garden, 14 points average, 4 assists, 2.5 turnovers, 35.1 shooting. He was 0 for 8 from 3. Now, last night, obviously the Mavericks lost again. That extended since he left the Celtics. 0-8 in the TD Garden as an ex-Celtic, and he was 5 of 16 from the field, 3 of 9 from 3, which is not good. It's not horrendous, but I think at least one of those 3-pointers came in garbage time. So it was a really rough go behind the arc for the Dallas Mavericks, and I remain concerned because we talked a lot about this yesterday. Kyrie is like, hey, I have to overcome my own self-doubt. Clearly, there's no way, and I think Kyrie is a really thoughtful human being, and I appreciate that he's on the team. I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, if you talked about shutting down self-doubt and then have a subpar game, that I assume will do nothing to shut down your self-doubt.
Yeah, and that's a learning thing I have to get with Kyrie here because he's been an exceptional leader on this team.
Sure.
At the end of the game, I didn't love the whole, hey, I'm out of the game, I'm going to go shake hands with everybody real quick.
There's like 2 minutes
That was
to go or
weird.
whatever.
It was the white flag, though. Like, that signaled the white flag. We're
Yeah.
done, guys. We're putting all our backups in. Like,
Yeah,
that's
we were only down by 22.
Yeah, no, and it was. I think what set Jason Kidd into it though was that they called the timeout, or they wanted to review that play up 22 points. They were like, we're reviewing this crap. But when Kyrie did that, I was like, ugh. Then he goes and he's like, he's the last one off the court. Make sure everybody else goes and does that. So that, like, there's part of this, and I'm like, I see him doing the leadership things. But Kevin, yesterday when you brought this up, what was the thing that I said to you? It's great to say it. Now go execute it.
Fair.
And I don't know
And he
that.
didn't.
And as there's that Mamba mentality that he likes to follow. He loves Kobe and all those things, but he didn't live up to that last night. And whether it was because opponent or whatever's in his head, he's got to get past that somehow. Maybe that was the moment. Maybe losing there to them, to that team, was the moment that lets him let it go. I don't know. But that place, he's got to figure out how to get past it, not just by talking about it, but by actually being able to physically go out there and do it.
I'm with everything you said. I'm just going to add on another layer. I'm afraid, and I think Kyrie's great. I don't want anybody to take away that I don't think Kyrie is great at basketball. I think he needs a player to pick on the other team that's limited defensively.
Yeah.
Because he's so little. He really is. He's one of the littlest great players in the NBA, if not the littlest.
He just plays bigger, and at times I think people forget.
But he needed Steph Curry to pick on in the championship that he won. And Curry is a limited defensive player, and he was hurt in those NBA finals. So he found that guy to pick on. And when I go back through this playoff run, he needed a player to pick on that was a lesser defender, a guy that was considered average to below average at best. And so he needs a mismatch to be great. I don't want to say can't. He struggles to take on a premium defender and figure out how to score at all efficiently. Where Luka can. Yes, Luka had inefficient games in the playoffs, but Luka at times can look at Kawhi Leonard and go, I don't care, I'm dropping 40 on you. I don't care. I'm dropping this on you, Lou Dort, or this on you, Jaden McDaniels. There's nothing you can do, and these are all defensive players. Kyrie, because of his limited size, needs a player to pick on to really have a great playoff game. And usually there is. Usually there is going to be a matchup. Unfortunately, we saw against Oklahoma City and we saw against Boston, if there's not a player for him to pick on, he can really struggle.
So from the 817, somebody's asking, so Kyrie hasn't busted good defenders' ass in his career?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
But not on an everyday basis. He wasn't busting Klay Thompson in the NBA Finals. That was an offensive scheme, and they did a great job of it. Kyrie's great. Kyrie's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm pretty sure he will be. Kyrie's great. I don't want this to be taken away. But let's go over playoff series for the Dallas Mavericks at his age of 32.
Yep. Yes. And you got to be realistic. Tomorrow when we start building, we got to be realistic with what he is right now at 32.
And there was, early on in the Minnesota series, he destroyed Anthony Edwards. That was great. But then there were also switches where he could take advantage of Karl Anthony Towns, or he could take advantage of Gobert. Like
he actually took advantage of Jaden McDaniels a few times.
But he is limited because of his size on how much he can do offensively. What you have to hope for is that there's a little bit of a mismatch that he can take advantage of, where Luka has his limitations too, but offensively, Luka's not limited because they have a premium defender on him. And he can be in a game or so, but not overall, where we've now seen that Kai can somewhat be shut down one-on-one if the matchup isn't in his favor.
Just to add one other layer to this, Kevin, I have to get past, because there was a time when he got here where we are all like, man, his past, right?
Yeah.
I have to decide, and I think where I am with him is, has he, because of what he went through, is he now really good at just saying the right things and not being able to back it up? And I don't know if that's a reality, or, man, this Boston was just that good, and they're in my head now. And I feel like maybe it's those Duke guys. They are really good at saying things.
I just want
saying the right things.
Both of us, though, I think believe, and Kevin, you'll have the stage now, is we both believe he's great.
Yes.
He's just not superior. He's just not on the level that you'd want him to be on, but he's on a great level.
He really
is great.
I wonder this, and specifically about one of the last things you said about the Celtics, because I do think he's great. I do think he can back up a lot of what he says. I don't think he was just saying the right things. I think he really meant them. But I guess my question is, specifically when it comes to Kyrie and Boston, do you think sometimes you can want something just so bad it overwhelms you? Like, I wonder if in this specific instance, he was like, I want it so bad. I know, look, you told me something that the Boston fans were doing before game one.
It was miserable.
That was shocking to me.
And
when it
I
comes,
think they may have said it during the game last night when he fell into the stands.
and that's when it comes to Kyrie. I can see him being like, you racist MFers, like everything. I'll show you. And you just want it so bad.
100%.
Yeah, okay.
So this is the thing that I hate as a coach, saying this to somebody, because I hated when it was said to me, you're trying too hard.
Yeah.
What the... I'm trying. You want me to try less? I want this more than anybody. But sometimes that can be, let's just say you're running, I won't say a marathon, but you're running a 10-mile race and you just start off and you are sprinting. You're like, dude, you're going to die in this 10-mile. Like, there's a pace and there's an attitude and an energy that you have to have. And I do think maybe, I don't know this, only Kyrie can truly answer this. Did he want it so bad that he tried too hard?
That would be my guess. Like you said, who's to say?
And so you kind of go up with too much adrenaline, too much energy on your shot, and it's off. And you're a little bit long. And then you try to make the adjustment and you're a little bit short. And then you start running out of energy because you wanted it so bad early on in the game that you're huffing and puffing because now you've taken your energy to another level that can't sustain that level. I think we see this all the time. I'll say in football. Football is the greatest sport where you can use adrenaline to your best ability. There's golf is like probably the worst to use your adrenaline.
Do not get outside of yourself in golf.
But in football, you can go kill the quarterback. Just kill him. And then you start running out. And you'll see in the first quarter, some teams get off to these unbelievable starts in a playoff football game. And then like, I can't believe they're going to do this. And then their energy just starts dropping because can you sustain that level? And it's tough. And for Kyrie, I really like him. I want him to be part of the Mavs. I want him hopefully to be part of a Mavericks championship team. I thought it was a mistake when they traded for him. It wasn't. It was a great move. But we do have to maybe recognize now that this run is over that he is great, but he does have limitations because of his size.
I think that's a reality. I definitely do.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I want to tell you everything is going to be okay, but it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, the Rangers have the stage for about a month. How are they going to handle it next?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you all are having a better day than Justin Timberlake. And right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick. Don't drink and drive. Just saying.
Okay, so that's what he did last night.
Or early this morning?
In the Hamptons.
Allegedly.
Okay. All right, so
reportedly.
I understand.
Reportedly.
Unless you, let's just say, don't like basketball, then I'm going to assume you're watching the Rangers game. But most likely, if you like basketball, you probably decided to watch the NBA Finals. And unfortunately, by the time the NBA Finals started last night, the Rangers were down 7-0. So if you were kind of like, this final stinks, I'm going to flip it over to the Ranger game. The Rangers lost 14-2 yesterday. And they are just...
That's not good, Reggie, just to let you know.
Thank you, I was wondering.
Playing good baseball. They are 33-39. And John Gray, up to yesterday, was having a great season when healthy. Unfortunately, he had a little bit of a setback where he had to miss approximately 3 starts. And his ERA was in the low 2s. It's not in the low 2s anymore. Right. I will say this. I'm going to give Francisco Lindor a lot of credit. He led off the game, hit a ball 104 miles an hour. It was kind of at Simeon. But either the ball had to have knuckleball spin on it or top spin on it because it fooled Simeon tremendously. It kind of got him off balance. He could not read the line drive at all. And it was hit very hard, and I guarantee you it didn't have normal spin on it, so he missed it. It was a base hit that hard. And then a couple batters later, with 1 out, Lindor scores, and he talks to Stewart, one of their outfielders. He's coming up, and he talks to him for 30 seconds, and he's telling him what John Gray is doing. So there had to be a tell on knowing when he's throwing a fastball and when he's throwing a slider. And John Gray got hit hard. It can happen. But it looks like that the Mets knew what was coming from John Gray most of the night.
Which, like, if you're tipping your pitches, obviously I can see how that would happen. But when you talk about specifically last night, and I realize like a week or so ago, you got freaking rocked by the Dodgers. But it feels like most of these losses have been 3-2, 3-1,
right.
2-1.
The pitching has given you a chance a lot of times. Obviously, last night they didn't. But last night, a lefty pitches for, and I talked about this on the post-game show on Sunday. I talked about it yesterday during the game a little bit. But they had a guy pitching, I believe his name was Peterson, left-hander. Has pitched 16 2/3 innings. He had a .299 batting average against in his limited innings.
Yikes.
And his career hasn't been a great career. His ERA is in the high 4s, I believe, for his career. So he's a guy who's been very hittable. Throws the ball about 92 miles an hour, left-handed, okay slider, but his slider had some bad numbers against in limited pitches, and 16 1/3, it's tough. But he had like over a 400 batting average against his slider this year. And he goes out there and throws 6 innings and only gives up 4 hits. Like, he dominated the Rangers.
Can I ask you a question? And this this might have like a 30-minute answer, so I apologize for this. We've talked about how long the offense has been struggling. This is the offense you have. Bochy is like, hey, we've made all kinds of changes. Yeah. Like, we saw Seager heat up, but what is it that you see that is just absolutely not working? I can't just be that Wyatt Langford's not what we thought he was, and then Evan Carter's been hurt. Like, why is it just not clicking at all?
They are not. This is tough. It's almost when you watch their at-bats, the competitive fire that they had last year doesn't seem to be there on a at-bat to at-bat basis.
Interesting.
I can't say that for Wyatt Langford because this is Wyatt Langford, I think, is overwhelmed by facing major league pitching. And look, I can get it. He didn't even face minor league pitching in his life. Like, they just said, hey, from University of Florida and SEC, which is a great conference. Hey, credit to Texas A&M and baseball Nuggets. They're 2-0 in the College World Series.
Semifinals.
So I look at where he came from facing the SEC is great. I'm not trying to knock this. The SEC isn't anywhere close to major league pitching. 99% of SEC pitchers never throw one pitch in the major leagues.
Sure.
They're just not good enough to ever compete at a major league level. And so with his limited at-bats in the minor leagues last year to right now, he's probably just being overwhelmed with stuff. Like yesterday, he took a changeup, middle down for strike 3. He's young. So to me, I'm like, why are you not swinging with 2 strikes on a fastball looking pitch?
Yeah.
And if you swing and miss over the top because you're out in front, but you just took it. But I can't, this isn't about Wyatt Langford. This struggle of a season for offense is not about Wyatt Langford. It's about Adolis Garcia. It's about Jonah Heim. It's about Nathaniel Lowe. Now, Corey Seager got off to a slow start, and then he got super hot. Now he's cold again. It's a short amount of time that he's cold again.
Yeah, he would need some. He also should, get some help from the rest of the guys.
Yeah.
That'd be really nice if some damn help showed up. But I guess
Leone's not hitting either.
When you talk about the competitive part, and you talk about Adolis, there are times in my mind where I see him just going up there, Josh Hamilton style, just swinging,
going through the motions.
And you said the competitive fire. It almost felt like throughout last year they forced pitchers to throw them something. They forced, and then whenever they got it, they destroyed it.
I like what you're saying. Last year, the Rangers dictated to the pitcher, F you.
Yes.
I'm going to have a good at-bat. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you've done. I don't care how hard you throw. I don't care about your breaking ball. I'm getting on base. I'm knocking this runner in. Now it's kind of like, well, he made some good pitches. Well, I don't care. Guess what? Sometimes the Rangers make good pitches and they figure out a way to hit us.
Yeah.
And they figure out a way how to win the game. And right now the Rangers are just kind of going up there. And it's going to be interesting now because the stage will be on them until the Cowboys report to training camp. And I get it. We'll go over the Mavs. They have 1 draft pick, but we'll go over the Mavs for you.
Hell yeah!
Let's use
it's the last pick in the draft, right?
Yeah. But
move up.
This is the time.
Lamborghini.
The Rangers are struggling tremendously, and in a way, they've been lucky. And here's how they've been lucky. Well, we've been concentrating on the Dallas Stars making it to the Western Conference Finals. We've been concentrating on the Dallas Mavericks making it to the NBA Finals. So as the Rangers have been struggling, it's been okay to kind of push them to the side and just be like, hey, kind of just ignore it because we got a lot of awesome playoff stuff to talk about. And now that the Cowboys are getting close to reporting to training camp, it's always tough. Right now is a nothing time in the NFL, so we don't really have a lot to talk about in the NFL. There'll be things that we try to talk about. But right now, for approximately a month, the world champion Texas Rangers have the stage. And right now, they don't seem to be, in a way, I don't want to say they're not trying. They're trying, but in a way, they're just not engaging in grinding out wins. And maybe that's just the curse of winning a championship.
I was just thinking the word that you used, maybe they are trying, but last year it was beyond that. I'm not trying, I'm figuring it out.
Yeah.
Maybe I get hit by a pitch, maybe I work your pitcher, like you said, Corey, for 11 pitches, even if I get out, but I'm going to do something to wrinkle your game plan.
Yeah. Yeah. And right now, they just seem to be resigned to it's just not going our way.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, make it your way.
Yes.
Stop.
Like Burger King.
Yeah, stop. Yeah. Stop. Yeah, have it your way.
BK, have it your way.
There has to be. I like it. You didn't just say it. You sung it.
Oh my God, I'm done.
Nice.
Okay.
He hit that note.
But I don't know. I don't know what's going to turn around the Rangers. I think at this point, there's too much put on Josh Young coming back.
Yes, because it's like he's going to be the fix-all of
Josh Young's going to hit
everything.
7-run homers every game.
Yeah.
Like it's now. Well, don't worry, Josh Young's coming back. Well, I get it. He hopefully is going to help. It's going to be tough because he really didn't have spring training or a minor league rehab.
And we're going off the 4 games where he looked like a monster, but it's 4 games.
But maybe it's not all him that's like hitting. Maybe he's just inspiring. Maybe Adolis needs him back. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Adolis is like, that's my boy right there, and I need him in the lineup with me.
God, I hope so.
Adolis isn't this bad. Like, he just isn't. We've seen him. He's not this bad. But you start getting to the point where you go, this isn't a month. This is well over a month.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing over and over. In fact, even if you go back to after the All-Star break of his rookie year with the Rangers, it wasn't this bad.
Yeah.
It just wasn't. That was the toughest stretch of being an all-star in 21 and then the second half where he really struggled. This is worse. And I know how good he can be, but there's an energy from Adolis Garcia that we all fell in love with. El Bombi, we fell in love with El Bombi when the Rangers weren't good. And let's face it, in 21 and 22, this team was not good. But we fell in love with that guy because he seemed to, no matter what, bring an energy and attitude to the game. And in 2024, for some reason, and I get it, man, when you keep getting out, when you keep striking out, I understand how it's tough to bring energy. But I don't know. It just feels like Adolis. By the way, this is not just about Adolis Garcia. I want to make everything as clear as possible as I end this segment. This isn't just about an injury. This isn't just about one player. This is about a team. And this team has to decide either we're going to engage in this season and we're going to take games from people, or we're just not. And if it's, I guess in a weird way, they won the championship. So if they want to lose 90 games, I guess we'll be okay with it because they did win the championship. But if they don't start engaging soon, they're going to dig themselves a hole that they can't get out of.
The KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, back to basketball. Did the Mavs learn the right lesson, but just too late? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I was reading an interesting article, maybe yesterday, maybe it was the day before, on The Ringer. And essentially, well, considering they lost, it comes down to this. Did the Mavs learn the right lesson, but just too late? And so a lot of the lesson talked about the specific individual defense of Luka, but I think you can expand it out beyond that. And a lot of people did point out this is not a team that had a ton of time together, a max of what, 4.5 months since February. Yeah. All right.
4.5.
And so I wonder, do you think the defensive lulls that popped up a lot in this final series, I do agree, are partially because the Celtics are really, really good. But I can't give them all the credit for that just because you saw some individual matchups. You're like, that just feels like poor defense right there. Or like poor effort on defense right there.
Yes, I think that still the Mavericks are dictated by shots going in. Okay. Jason Kidd has talked about this from taking over the job from Rick Carlisle. Is it's gotten better over time, but if the shots aren't falling for the Mavs, their defensive energy goes away at times.
Okay.
And so that's going to have to be, if you're going to ultimately win the championship, that's going to have to be fixed. Now, I'm not saying that other teams don't fall into that their defensive energy goes down because their shots aren't falling on the offensive end. But I think for Luka, it's a major extreme.
Okay.
And he's the leader of this team. So if Luka is struggling to make shots, last night early in the game, he's struggling to make shots, then he struggles to engage in other parts of the game.
And like I said, a lot of this article did focus in on specifically on Luka's defense. So we can make it about just him if you want, or about the team in general. But sometimes I think one of the lessons they've learned is maybe just doing the boring stuff is the best thing. You know how we talked about Rory McIlroy talked about like, hey, when I won the 2011 U.S. Open, it was probably what people would have called boring golf. You just stack. Sometimes the Boston Celtics probably play what people think is kind of a more boring style of basketball, but they just stack. And I hope that that's another thing the Mavs pick up from this. Like our lob game getting back on point a lot better these last two games. You love to see it. But I also love to see a steal or a defensive stand where you almost run out the shot clock or force a poor look just because you were stuck on your guy. That might not like be super exciting, but you win, it's super exciting.
I mean, Jaylen Brown won MVP because you couldn't move him off Luka.
True.
And Holiday, you couldn't keep him, you couldn't screen him from anything because he would get to where he needed to go. They have, how many two-way players do they have on their team, Kevin?
I think
50?
6.
It feels like 50 though, right? I could see 6, which that's a crazy number.
It really is. And that's why whenever they want to put the clamps down defensively, which history does show, I know Golden State had 4 very, very, plus defenders on their court at a time with Steph, who was a NA defender.
Average at best.
Average. And so, but when you look back at those Bulls teams, great defenders, length, really good at that part. And that helped them transition into offense. Those things turn into offense for them because of what they did, and that's what you saw with Boston. They were able to turn offense and defense into offense very quickly. And whenever they wanted to spell you for a 10-point run, you couldn't really do anything about it because they could do both sides of it, and that was the effective thing. So does that kind of go along with what you're saying here, Kevin?
Absolutely. And
their team's full of it.
You know, I thought about something when you talked about his offensive, Luka specifically. Like if his shot's not falling, potentially does his defense suffer? Can I ask you one more question to kind of maybe expand that out? Because I crunched a bunch of numbers from throughout the playoffs. Do you think the same thing can be said about his ball distributing or his ability to take care of the ball? Here's the reason why I bring it up. Throughout the regular season, his assist to turnover ratio was 2.45 assists to 1 turnover. All right. In the playoffs, down, but not like shockingly down to 2.24. In the finals, 1.21. He had 28 assists to 23 turnovers. Now, I know obviously one of the things we bring up is you got to give some credit to Boston, but Minnesota's a fantastic defense. You faced other really good defenses along the way, and he was pretty close to his regular season mark. Do you think the passing also, or the ball protection, I guess I should say, also gets affected when his shot's not falling?
Yeah, there's a lot there. One, the Mavs role players stunk in the NBA Finals. So there was probably some assists that you would assume he would get that they just couldn't finish off plays to give him a few more assists in the NBA Finals. But yes, his fatal flaw, one of Luke, I think the major fatal flaw with Luka has to do with his emotional ability to not lose it. Like not the ball, to just lose it inside of him, where he just loses it emotionally and it causes issues. He doesn't realize how much that rubs off on his team.
Yeah.
He is like, it's kind of like, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just hurting myself. No, you're the leader of this team. When you lose it emotionally with yourself, with the refs, with your coaching staff, with a player on the team, it rubs off on the rest of your team. And he's still 25 years old. Hopefully he's learning these valuable lessons.
I think he is, for the record.
So I think that when he loses it emotionally, he can make some bad decisions with the basketball.
Man, they tried to take that out of his hands last night. They were like, Derek Jones Jr., you're bringing the ball up the court tonight. PJ, you're bringing the ball up the court tonight. Just take that off of his plate for just a little while.
How did it work?
Didn't work out, Mike. Didn't work out.
I feel like that's where Dante Exum is valuable, and he's the one guy
he can bring it up.
who can bring it up, and you're not scared he's going to get ripped at half court.
There were a lot of those times, Mike, where it felt like they didn't know how to get Luka the ball once they got past that line.
And Luka's a horrible player without the ball.
Yeah, because he doesn't know exactly where to go to receive the ball.
I'll say he's a very weak player, but he does not work very hard off the ball.
Something that he can probably learn this offseason.
Okay, now that you bring that up, I'm just going to toss a couple things out there, because I know I've seen some people like, hey, how can you think that Luka has that I don't want to lose worse than anything mentality, because they think he's out of shape. I know people have brought up his lateral movement and that slowing down his defensive abilities. So Grant Afseth asked about Luka playing in the Olympic qualifier. And I understand why Luka would answer it like this. And he goes, I don't want to talk about that. Well, what's next? I have some decisions to make. I'm just trying to get a bit healthier. We'll talk. We have interviews in 2 days, right? So I'll give you an answer then. So
probably got to talk to a doctor, say, hey, what's up with this knee?
Probably so. But that is a slight concern I guess I have. Maybe it's more than slight. I understand why he wants to play for his country. That is aspiration, I'm sure hundreds of thousands of people would have to be
Mike
in the
wanted
Olympics.
to play for his country.
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, and we got him a bronze medal.
Yep.
But is that the best for his recovery or for his ability to get in shape? Because I know you can be in shape basketball-wise, but if you're just worn out, you just played like 100 games.
Yeah.
Or maybe a little bit less, because I know you didn't play every single regular season.
Didn't the Celtics go 80 and 21
So,
21, yes, sir.
So I think Luka played like 90 games this year. And now you're like, hey, now I have to move to the qualifying tournament, then potentially the Olympic. It's just, you get worn down. And so then your recovery is probably, I'm going to at least rest a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And for somebody who runs around all the time, I'm guessing that just sitting on the couch is probably like not best for your body makeup.
Right. But I don't think he should play in the Olympics at all. For Slovenia, I know that stinks, but there's a lot of ways that you can, one, if he has to have like a minor surgery, he's going to have a little bit of rest for that surgery to recover. But through that, you rehab. But you can do a lot of, and I know this was when Jordan was hurt, but there's a lot of things that happen now. You can, to lose weight and to keep your cardio, you can get in the pool and you can run in the pool. You can swim in the pool. There's a lot of ways that he can work on his cardio without playing basketball
and without impacting his joints. You know, like that's a huge factor.
To get off of his knees the way that his knees are getting destroyed, because he's probably throughout his career in NBA basketball, he's probably carrying 10 to 25 pounds of extra weight that eventually hurt your knees over time.
He's probably already 30 years old in basketball years, Kevin.
In a way, he might be,
because he was playing professional.
That's
so early.
interesting.
I mean, I don't think he's going to have what I would consider a long career. I don't think he's going to have a Dirk or LeBron or kind of Duncan.
Just because he was playing at such a high level at like 16.
And he plays heavy.
Okay.
So I think he plays at a little bit of a heavier weight. And if you think about the guys that have played these super long careers, they didn't really play at a heavy weight, especially early on. Like, I guess Shaq might be an exception, but think about how horrible Shaq was the last 5 or 6 years of his career, because, you know, it wears on you to play, especially basketball, at a heavier weight than probably you should be. But there's a lot of things that he can do to get better without playing basketball in Slovenia. And I get people are worried if he doesn't, then he's going to get 30 pounds overweight. But there's so many different ways to stay in shape and to improve your cardio and to lose that kind of 10 pounds of, I don't know if you want to call it baby fat at 25 years old. But
well, I get which.
A little beer belly action.
He does.
Maybe?
He does have a little bit of a beer belly. And you kind of want him to be, I don't want to say heavy. He uses his body in a way that really destroys teams, defense. But he is too heavy. He's still trying to work on that. It's weird that did he gain 15 pounds during the season?
I heard you say that before. I'm not entirely sure I can tell. Totally.
I feel like he from the end of the year through the playoffs, it felt like he put on some.
Okay.
Just seeing it, because he did look fitter and trim early in the season, and I don't know exactly what happened, but man, he did have a kid. We know what that does.
He's, once again, I want people to understand, he is great. He is one of the best basketball players in the world. But there's another level he has to take it to. Michael Jordan was winning MVPs and averaging 37 points a game, and he had to get, I forget the guy's name, but he had to change his total workout program in the offseason to become the best player to lead a team to championships. And so Luka's at that point. He can stay great and make all the first-team NBAs he wants, but if he wants to take it to the level of, yeah, there's no doubt he's the best player in the NBA, he has to take his training and his brain to another level.
Which Kevin's not rooting for. I just want to point that out.
What?
He loves Jokic so much that he doesn't want Luka to ever overcome.
I would much rather the Mavericks win than the Nuggets win.
I don't know about that.
That state of Denver next to Colorado.
That's not.
That's a Blake. That's a fun Blake.
There are definitely some of those out there. This comes in and it kind of circles back around to what we were talking about. Somebody texted in, Luka just doesn't want to play defense, period. I disagree with that. I think maybe sometimes that's true, but you look at the last month of the regular season, he played tremendous defense. You look at the beginning of the playoffs against the Clippers, tremendous defense. I know it was isolated, just game 4, but tremendous defense. That's what's so frustrating. You've seen the flashes. I'm not saying he's ever going to be, even third team all NBA defense or anything like that. But you've seen flashes that he can do it. It's just these first 3 games, he really eased back, and the Boston Celtics saw it, and they're like, we're going to pick you off every time.
I don't think it's the desire to play defense. I do think he needs to recognize the difference between regular season defense and playoff defense and how much that changes games, because in the regular season, you can let a guy fly by you. In the postseason, that can't happen as frequently as it does. And I think Mike's right about his body. He has to work on his footwork. He has to work on his shape in order to do both things if they're going to choose that he's the guy.
Probably for another segment. I don't know if a human being can have the ball in his hands that much and be a great defender.
It's a thing that I don't know either.
I'll have to go back and look at those efficiency numbers because I didn't break down that aspect.
Could Michael Jordan do it?
Phil Jackson said no. Phil Jackson said we have to run a triangle offense. 1, you have to involve your players, and then 2, can you? And it's a different game now, but I just don't know if you can be asked to do that much offensively. And I would shoot back at Ryan Drees, who texts me all the time because he's not a big Luka fan. I get it. He's a Golden State fan. He's like, he doesn't pass the ball. He dribbles too much. When you watch PJ Washington and Derrick Jones Jr. dribble the ball up the court, does it look like those guys can make decisions passing them the ball and say, hey, now you guys dribble and make a good pass to a person? So they have to get better around him. But also, I think the Mavericks understand this. I don't know if Luka does or not. Handling the ball that much takes so much energy out of you. And then defensively, that's where he decides. And I understand he has to make a decision somewhere. Where do I rest?
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, it feels like the time for some fun.
Let's have fun.
So in honor of a tweet from Deion Sanders, what's the best lie you've ever been told? 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line, or you can hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube. We want to hear from you. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your cup, all for only $5 for a limited time at Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, if you get the opportunity, will you tell Derek Holland to just get his ass up to the studio already? He's just wanting to text us, like, come hang out.
All right.
He's busy rehabbing or whatever.
He might be golfing.
Okay, well, then he's not busy.
I want to go golf.
Me too.
I would love to golf.
Last time I played golf was before game 1 of the NBA Finals, and I never knew me shooting an 85 was going to be the score of the Mavericks game 1.
And
I was like, man, I had a good day golfing.
Some of the other
I didn't
games.
know the Mavs were like, oh, yeah, we're going to shoot that too in the NBA Finals.
Now, yesterday.
Play like my son. He shot like 140.
That's me, man. But I'm there having fun and drinking.
Yeah.
We brought up the story that supposedly Deion Sanders demanded that Colorado players go to the rap concert of Shedeur Sanders, to which there's a whole lot to it. We talked about it yesterday. Coach Prime tweeted out, "This is one of the best lies I've ever heard. God bless you, and I pray you sleep well tonight because we are." Lord Jesus.
Lord
That's
Jesus.
LAWD, Jesus, of course. And so we got to thinking, what is the best lie that you have ever heard? 877-881-1053. I feel like this could turn poorly because the first couple I saw were I love you and I do.
Oh, come on.
So this
on.
has the potential
It's out there for you somewhere, I promise.
for
I'll fix
a
it.
lot of
What?
sadness.
I'll pay any amount of money to win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's the biggest lie in DFW.
Because you thought he was going to fix those relationship
It's
things,
the
right?
biggest lie that Jerry Jones tells. That's
Dr.
the
Love?
guy who made the salary cap. He's the guy who pushed for the salary cap. So it's a complete and utter lie. Like, I'll give you this. George Steinbrenner, when there was the lockout in 1994, the lockout was based off of the owners wanting a salary cap. You know who didn't? George Steinbrenner didn't. He's like, I don't want a salary cap. This is the way that I know I can beat teams. Like, it doesn't ultimately mean I win, but I know I'm going to always outspend teams. Jerry never was the number one spender in the NFL. He knew that he was eventually possibly going to have to be, and there was no way he was going to pay Emmett and Michael and Troy a premium amount, then also add the other premium players you need around him. So he's like, I never actually want to spend a lot of money in football. I want to make a lot of money in football. I don't want to spend a lot of money in football. So I want to create a salary cap. So in the early 90s, he helped the NFL create a salary cap so he would never have to compete with, at the time, Minnesota, San Francisco. I know we're two of the highest spending teams in the NFL. He was got up to 11th, I think, his last year before the salary cap came into effect. So it's the biggest lie in the world when Jerry comes on this radio station and tells you that he would spend any amount of money. He never did, and he never was.
It is a...
Agreed.
It is a... what is it? Something that you can't prove? That specifically right there is a statement that can never be proven, because what he will follow up with, if you say, okay, I have $400 billion, he will go, or give me $400 billion, he will say, can you guarantee me that I'll win?
Yeah.
Because if you can guarantee me I'll win, I'll do it. But that's that place.
Because he knows you can't guarantee.
That's that safe space
It's
that
a
he can
beautiful
play
place
with
he
him.
put himself in 1993 or whatever,
Yeah.
when he created the salary cap.
Now, multiple people have tagged on with that, as you can probably guess, from the 214-469-469. Again, 972 and 409. We're going all in. Jerry Jones, Jerry Jones, Jerry Jones. From the 214, best lie I've ever been told is I'm the handsomest boy. You know what? You go out there and you be the handsomest boy.
Well, because you're the handsomest man now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless they're still a boy.
Aren't you just cute when you're a boy?
I think you can be handsome. Like, you know, whenever
Okay.
you dress, you put on the suit, you do the hair a little differently. Now you're handsome. You're starting to. That's what I say to my kids, at least. You look handsome today. It's different.
But do you mean it?
It's a little more dapper than just your regular. You look cute today.
Oh,
you look handsome.
Yeah. You know what it is then? Because I was going to say the thing that my mom told me, but I'm going to change it and hope that somebody in the room doesn't rat me out. It was when I had to tell everybody that Brandon was cute as a baby. I thought he was weird looking, and
Well, that's a lot of babies.
I know, it's
like
true.
that's
Babies are
another
weird.
lie. It's just like, oh, that's a cute baby. No, it's not.
But
Stop
see,
it.
I did think Noah was a cute baby. I thought Brandon's head was squished up funny, and I just didn't think he looked super cute. When everyone's like, "Oh, isn't he the cutest?" And I was like, "He is."
Did you love him like he was the cutest, though?
Well, you shouldn't. Hold on. You shouldn't let looks determine how much you love somebody, Corey.
That's a no, Corey.
But
Definitive no.
I loved him.
Man, that's
so
going
much.
back to Jerry's safe space.
But
That
I
was a
didn't
good
think he
line.
was cute. I didn't. I was like, he's kind of weird looking, but I love him nonetheless.
It's amazing that the microphone broke over there. How much you mess with that microphone? Because I'm like, is that microphone in the way again? And then you move
I couldn't see a mic. It
Then
was
the
in my.
next segment, you move it back to where it was.
I like to fidget.
My cousins lived in New Mexico, and I didn't know the.
Okay.
Yeah. Then
Did they throw pizzas on the roof?
No, they didn't throw pizzas on the roof.
Did they do crystal meth or whatever the blue stuff was?
No, they made their money drilling for
Did you
oil.
watch that whole show and not know what?
What was? I forget. It's a long time ago.
Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I know it was Breaking Bad. What were they smoking or eating or
They
whatever?
were creating
Meth.
crystal meth.
Yeah, there you go. Whatever. I'm not going to try it.
It's
good.
They told me this, and I believed it as a kid because I was gullible then. They said that in New Mexico, it gets so cold when their words come out of their mouth, they freeze. And all I could think was there was these huge stacks of igloos created with frozen words. And I believed it for about 3 years. And they were like, he's in Texas. He'll never be able to see it that cold, until one day it iced over. And then I was like, hold on. And they were like, no, it just wasn't cold enough. And I was like, oh, okay. So I believed it for a little while.
See, so you thought it was like,
yeah,
and then it froze.
Just froze. The word would freeze and come out of there.
That's kind of amazing.
Because I used my imagination, Kevin.
From the 817, Columbus discovering America. Man. Well, we changed that day.
It was already discovered.
Look, that's why they say history is written by the winners, right? Because he's like, hey, I discovered this thing. There was all these people here. You're like, well, hold on just a second. Didn't they discover it?
Don't worry about that
And they're
part.
like,
Don't worry about that
I
part.
discovered it.
Yeah.
You ever thought of this? The Bible was really written by the losers. They all died.
That, Mike, I had not ever.
I mean, it is kind
That's
of like
kind of
when
blowing my mind a little bit,
when you look
actually.
at like, hey, because people say, well, something is, well, that's false because the winners wrote it or whatever. You're like, ultimately, the losers wrote that.
Yeah.
And then a whole bunch of people still believed it. Like, it kind of like contradicts like when people say, oh, the winners are the ones. You're like, look, I mean, ultimately, if you don't think this is true, like ultimately the losers wrote this. They all were murdered.
The Catholic Church did run Europe for a good while.
It's true. And
yeah, but that Bible was already written before then.
We did some other bad things.
What?
From the 972, best lie I was ever told is I'll never cheat again. Oh my gosh.
On what?
I think
like
maybe,
a test?
No, I think maybe they meant on their partner,
On their partner's test?
What about at golf? It could be they were cheating at golf and they were like, I'll never cheat again.
Does that have this high stakes consequence? Like if the person you golf with was like your wife and she was like, I'll never cheat on you, or I'll never cheat on golf again. Wouldn't you rather hers like, you can, I guess if you have to, you can cheat on
It
golf.
depends on how good of a golfer she is.
Wow.
Yeah, how much is it per hole?
Yeah.
You know?
Mark that.
No.
Mark
No.
that.
No.
Yes, you better.
No.
From the 940. He's just a friend. Don't worry about him.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey.
man.
Oh, Biz Marquis?
Yes, but I think, I think that is the exact situation right there. From the 469, you're not fat, you're just big boned.
Just husky.
Yes, husky.
Husky.
And a lot of people have political thoughts about all of this, and probably
Name one. Don't name one.
Probably won't dive
We
into
don't
all
need
of
that on this show.
Best lie they've ever been told that Tupac is dead. He is definitely not.
Oh, if we're going down that path.
Prove it.
The idea that Stevie Wonder is blind?
Yes. What a brilliant
Man,
lie.
what is it with you?
Because that man can see.
You too.
I've seen too
about
much proof.
There's too much. There's too many coincidences.
He's sitting front row at the NBA games.
What's he seeing, Kevin?
Yes.
What's he doing? He's just smelling the hardwood?
Listening
You
to
have
the
heightened senses
shoes.
when you are blind,
Yeah,
right?
did he show Cedric Sabalos how to dunk in the NBA dunk contest?
I don't.
What about the
This is how
time
you pretend you're blind.
What about the time that he got the video camera and then stuck it up to his face and started recording things? Or the time that the stand fell in the middle of an interview and he caught it and kept it from hitting somebody in the face?
But couldn't he be like legally blind, but still kind of see a little bit?
I don't have answers to all your questions.
Okay, well, it seemed like you guys were the foremost authority on the vision of Stevie Wonder.
We gave you the proof. You decided to do the pudding thing.
From the 214, I'm super intrigued to know what their alternative answer to this is. The biggest lie, or the best lie, is that George Washington was the first president. I would like
Benjamin Franklin.
I would like you to follow up with that and tell me who you think the first president was.
Dude, here's the thing that I guess the lie about that I learned from the stand-up comedian from Tires, Shane Gillis. They're not wooden teeth.
Oh?
Huh?
We all think that George
yes.
Washington had wooden teeth.
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy this, Kevin.
He had other human teeth in his mouth.
Shut up!
Other humans that may have been owned,
Yes. He had other teeth put into his mouth.
What the
that
hell? Are you kidding me?
That was the bit where Shane Gillis is like, y'all should not have ended with this. This is not where you end with. Like,
what?
Yeah. Yeah, go check it out, dude. There's a whole convention on him or something, or a place where you can go look at it, a museum.
You can use
Holy
museum with
crap,
convention, huh?
dude. Are you serious about this?
That's what I'm. Yes. So now, how do you feel about his wooden teeth?
What about one of the biggest lies that we like talking about because he's the greatest basketball player of all time? The ceiling is the roof. Because it's not.
Oh, I was going to say that he retired from basketball.
The ceiling is the ceiling.
That's true.
Yeah, there should be something between the ceiling and the roof.
Yeah,
I think
That's fair. Milo insulation.
Yes.
Is what you should have.
Insulation from Milo's for sure.
God, you guys should get paid for talking about
By the way, I did want to point out, Kevin, one of my favorite moments of telling a lie, and this is not the one I told you.
What?
No, that's one, by the way, was we were watching Rambo one day, and this girl walked in, and she was like, "What are y'all watching?" And we said the documentary on John Rambo, and she goes, "Really?" And she sat down and started watching it, and she was like, "So he was in prison, and then he just takes over?" And I was like, "We had her convinced that John Rambo was a documentary,
my God.
and then there was a part 2, and even more." And she to this day still thinks that John Rambo is a real life human.
Oh my God. I so want to talk to that person. From the 254, best lie. Pluto isn't a planet. Put some respect on that little guy, man.
Who cares? It's so far away. It's a planet. Who cares? We're not going there.
That's a fair point. I'm going to add part to this text right here from the 214. Anything that Brett Favre says, and I'll add, especially when it comes to welfare, borrowing, and repayment.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
look.
He likes volleyball.
He does, man.
He's trying to support volleyball.
He likes volleyball a lot.
they were chief executives before Washington. There were 14 chief executives.
Okay, I was not sure where we
Washington.
were going with this.
And I don't know exactly.
CEOs.
Because it was presidents of the Continental Congress and the Confederation Congress. And I just don't know how that fits with like what we would look at as Washington being the star. I don't know. It all depends.
Oh, man, from the 254, y'all lying about being in Nebraska.
I tried to tell people we were not in damn Nebraska. We were at a furniture mart in Frisco, or the Colony.
It was off the street formerly known as Lawrence Phillips Way. You just went right by Frank Solich Boulevard and Tommy
Eric Strickland.
Yeah, no, Tommy Amaker.
Frazier.
Tommy Frazier, thank you.
None of
then
that's
you
true.
pull up and it's right off of Tom
Yeah, but we
Osborne
interviewed the
Place.
dude from Plano. He went to Nebraska.
Rex Burkhead.
Yeah, it's Rex Burkhead. You could actually name
What does that have
street
to do with anything,
because
Mike?
it's close to Plano, so you could actually name it Rex Burkhead, and it would make a little bit of sense.
Checkmate.
No!
You're close.
No!
You're close. I don't know who else went. Darren Erstad. He went to Nebraska.
Are you sure about that?
From the 903.
I think so.
I'm not going to lie. I really thought George Washington's teeth were made out of wool.
There's the guy that
That's a text that came in.
How did you think he chewed things?
There's that dude who pitched Joba Chamberlain. I think he had all the bugs around him in the playoffs. I think he played at Nebraska.
It was a Joba.
Don't be proud of that, Kevin.
We're the
Yeah, it
KNC
was
masterpiece. Right
He was
here.
born in Lincoln, Nebraska.
See, I told you, man. I know my Nebraska.
I don't know what to do with that. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy.
Lincoln is the state. Nebraska is the city, right, Blake?
The biggest threats to break the single season receiving record and a list that will make you mad, or more Nebraska facts. One of the two will happen next on The Fan.
Tolos Chiafalo here coming to you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registration 2023.
Goff takes the shotgun snap back, wants to throw over the middle, got a man wide open. Amon-Ra, St. Brown, touchdown, Detroit Lions. Goff looked up, saw 14. There wasn't a Packer in sight. 24 yards, second of the year for Amon-Ra.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Still a lot to deconstruct from the last segment. I'll probably spend the rest of my day reading up about George Washington. But in the meantime, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with Jerry Jones. Remember I told you yesterday that Roger Goodell was testifying in the Sunday Ticket lawsuit. Well, leading up to that, Jerry Jones talked to someone from the Associated Press about why he likes the TV deals the way they are. And he doesn't want them split up and individualized by team. And then he pointed out he would make a lot of money if they did split it up. And he said, quote, "I'm convinced I would make a lot more money than the Bengals. I'm completely against each team doing TV deals. It's flawed." He could have said any other team, but he's like, you know what? I would make a lot more money than the Bengals. Ouch.
In your face, Mike Brown, the broke boy.
Okay. It's not because he understands like where his brand is in power.
Sure.
And he also understands that like he can leverage a lot more in any negotiation whenever he's having these kinds of conversations, because people are wanting to be part of the Cowboys brand.
Are you saying he's made sure to make sure the Cowboys have the least amount of advantages as possible?
In what?
In everything.
Even playing.
Besides money.
It just feels like you could have said, I don't know, and a lot of other teams before the Bengals, but preferably than any other team. And instead he goes, we make a lot more money than the Bengals.
They're a bigger fan
point.
base.
I do.
Maybe everybody in those owners meetings, maybe they all sit there and they're just like looking at numbers and they're like, God, really dragging us down over there, Cincinnati.
They can't pay T. Higgins.
Yeah. I know y'all went to that Super Bowl. It didn't help very much.
By the way, did you see the really weird way that Cincinnati described the T. Higgins thing yesterday? They said, we have come to a 1-year contract agreement with T. Higgins. And
That's what it is.
No, you didn't. You just signed his franchise tag.
That is an agreement for 1 year, and it is contractually obligated.
That is a weird reframing of it, though, as if they didn't put the franchise tag.
However, it is correct. In fact, it is technically correct.
And never forget, Kevin, the winners get to write history.
That is...
So now they're recreating the history.
Yes, I know, Mike, except for in the Bible.
Is it?
I need to think about that a lot, too.
Is it a moral failure on their part? Probably.
Because they're broke.
Now, let's stick with the Cowboys for a second. Remember, gambling in football, if you play football, is wrong and bad. and you shouldn't do it.
But
However,
if you don't play football,
I can announce to you today that the Dallas Cowboys have inked a sponsorship deal with Aristocrat Gaming, the slot machine company. So, of course, it is still totally fine for teams and their ownership to make money off of gambling. But if you even think about sports gambling at the complex or gambling in a football game, you're out of here.
Good Disney film.
out of here?
No.
The Aristocrats.
Oh, the Aristocrats.
I think they were mouses.
The Aristocats.
Mice.
Yeah. Aristocats.
The Aristocrats is a joke that.
Yeah. Do you want to tell it?
It can be a long joke.
Okay.
I had drinks with the director of that movie.
Oh.
In Kansas City. He did the showing of. Anyway, a long story. He was smart. He goes, guys, I got the first round. And then everybody else bought his drinks for the rest of the night. And so he got one round of drinks. Smart decision on his part. Anyway, I forgot where we were going with that. And I will thank you, Reggie. And we'll now move on.
Okay. Let's go from that to.
I think it was something about Fievel Goes West.
All right. All dogs go to heaven. You know, in that last scene, Kevin, when the dog was talking to the little girl, Burt Reynolds was doing his lines. He gets really choked up in the middle of it because the little girl had actually died and already recorded her scene.
No!
And so when he did it, he asked that only him and the engineer be in there, and he had to do it so many times that he actually broke down as he was saying the lines to this little girl.
Well,
I thought you were trying to make people happier that the Mavs lost.
Well, okay, I'll tell you kind of a happy story. My in-laws,
I'm gonna turn mine off.
Their wedding song was Somewhere Out There, and I asked Jess numerous times, and I really hoped it was like the Fievel version of him singing, but it wasn't. It was like, I don't know, Peebo Bryson and Linda Ronstadt probably.
Nobody's heard of those people.
But I really...
Linda Ronstadt?
No, I don't know.
Peebo Bryson's the man.
Was she part of the Supremes? I don't know.
What? But I really hope that it was Fievel who was like singing that song at their wedding. And yes, I know Fievel's it's voiced by a person. I know that's not really a mouse, but I just thought I'd tell you that.
To the person that texted, "Boo, football talk is back." You're welcome.
One second. One second.
You clearly don't know the show. Gridiron Gravy is in
Mavs and the
football talk.
Stars.
Yes, good point. Good point. Now, NFL.com, 5 biggest threats to break the NFL single season receiving record. Because, Calvin Johnson said it's bound to fall at some point. So
Calvin Johnson, the former Browns receiver?
Calvin Johnson. And he goes, I don't even know. I've held it for like more than a decade now.
Okay.
So who do you think are the top 5?
Tyreek Hill.
Scooney. I think this is his year.
Mike.
Scooney.
Tyreek Hill is in fact number 1. Luke Schoonmaker, not on the list.
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson.
You have better guesses.
Number 3. Jalen Tolbert, not on the list.
Stop it. The little guy who returns kicks.
Who's fun?
Kavontae Turpin. Is wow, look at Kevin trying to get... Wow.
It's turpentine. I heard in training camp thing that they had some plays for him.
Is Devontae Adams on this list?
Neither Devontae Adams nor Kavontae Turpin have made this list. The rest of this list is wild. So Tyreek Hill is 1. You should have been able to figure out from the audio clip. Amon-Ra St. Brown is in the list. He's 2. Justin Jefferson is 3. George Pickens is 4. And Amari Cooper is yes. And Amari Cooper is number 5.
What's the list?
That of most likely to break Calvin Johnson's single season.
George Pickens is on a
Who wrote this list? George Pickens and Cooper?
Bucky Brooks.
George Pickens is on a team that wants to run the ball more and has a running quarterback in Justin Fields. Russell Wilson, I don't know exactly what's left.
Have they not seen Dak Prescott against bad teams with CeeDee Lamb? They go for like 160 every game.
Hell,
it's just the good teams. And when they get mad at each other and then lose by 20.
Yes, I know, Mike. I saw those games too.
When Nick Chubb comes back, then Amari Cooper is less of a threat. They would prefer
just
to run
because they
the
don't
ball.
have their quarterback ready to go and he's sitting out mandatory minicamp?
That's an interesting list, though.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper doesn't even play in 17 games. He always has like turf toe or something.
He does.
Or mama boy syndrome or something.
Oh my goodness.
I don't the thoughts of Mike Bassett.
Totally know what to do with that. By the way, Amari Cooper set a season high in receiving yards this past season with 1,250. So only about
Close.
700 off of the record.
Hey, man, just keep throwing him the ball.
This is
you know?
Colbert's year.
Maybe it is.
Jalen's his first name.
You know
got a
what?
lot
I
of
want
work
a
to do.
segment. I don't know when it's going to be. Maybe not this week. I want all of Mike's sarcastic Cowboys takes, and I want to see if there's any of them that catch on with the fan text. It's like,
Hey.
you know what? Screw you, Mike. I think that could happen.
I'm thinking 15-2, and the only reason they lose 2 is because they've racked up the home field advantage, and they just don't play the last 2 games.
These next few months are going to be so long. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. Yes, I got it.
Because Dak's going deep.
Oh my God. Coming up next,
Long.
the departure of and legacy of Mark Cuban. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you guys trust Tim McMahon as a fairly locked-in basketball and Mavericks basketball human?
I think he's a great writer, reporter.
Okay.
I worked with Tim McMahon when I was an intern at ESPN, and I right where Mike said, he's fantastic at being there for all of it and reporting what he hears. He also will irritate some people along the way.
I get it. I get that. Well, the reports...
Mike said, oh, well.
Reports were swirling last night, and I feel like we kind of saw this a while back, is that Mark Cuban will no longer be in charge of the basketball operations. You remember when the majority sale was first made, Mark Cuban said he'll still be in charge of basketball operations. And one of the things that we brought up was, yeah, but for how long, right? Like I said at the time, I thought it'd be a max of 2 years. And if these reports are correct and Mark Cuban will no longer be in charge of basketball operations, he'll still be a minority owner in the team. I'm sure he'll still kind of, to me, be the de facto team mascot, essentially.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have the same seats.
Yeah, and everybody identifies him with the Mavericks. But I was curious if this is indeed the end for Mark Cuban in terms of having that decision-making power.
That's a lot lighter.
Yes. No, he's hopefully healthy and thriving. But in terms of making decisions for the Mavericks, what do you think his legacy is going to be? Because there was a really long time that I thought if he would have sold the team or walked away, his legacy would be glowing, glowing, glowing. Now, if he is departing, it feels a lot more complex.
I can't sit there with recency bias and say that I only look at what happened the last 10 years of it all, because the first 10 years, how many years has it been again?
2000.
Okay. Yeah, the first part of it was a blast. I became more of a Mavericks fan than I ever was after he bought the team, and the journey to try and get Dirk a title, his loyalty and commitment to Dirk along the way, and Dirk's loyalty and commitment also back was a huge factor there. It's very difficult to find two people that are trying to accomplish that together and actually do it the way that they did it. I know there were some other weird things that happened later on down the road there too, but you got a championship. I got a championship for Dirk Nowitzki. That was an amazing moment in time. I wish we could have built more and done more, but I became more of a Mavericks fan when Mark Cuban bought the team. So I will always have that part of it for me.
Yeah, if you had me sum it up in one word, I would say good owner. But I mean, there's a lot. There's in 24 years, there's a lot that goes on with him. Ultimately, he was the owner of the one championship we have as a basketball fan.
Absolutely.
So that's great. And there were some great moments. We
went twice with him.
Yeah.
We'd never been once outside of that.
Do you count this one as a third or no? Because you know 06-11 in this year, do you count him as...
I guess not really, because it felt like what got you there was after he had technically sold the team. But if people disagree, I can live with that.
I don't have a strong take on that either way. I mean, he was kind of part owner in this one.
Yeah, I'll let him have it if he wants it.
But yeah, it was, I mean, obviously you had the stuff with the women that wasn't good, like really bad.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to bring up. Because,
and then real quick, he just kind of... He made some major decisions that went bad, too, but that's probably going to happen. Well, I think of Steve Nash, just like, I'm just going to let him go. And Jalen Brunson, I mean, and he can defend those situations, I understand from his perspective, but there's some basketball decisions like, this is really bad, that other teams don't make these bad decisions, but he did recover from both of them. But yeah, the women thing.
Yeah. And I was just going to ask, because like the first few fan texts I saw were like, good riddance, done with him. And I don't want to go that far either. Like, I'm going to get to the women in just 1 second, but I don't want to say like the whole run was a failure or anything like that, just because it feels like it didn't end well. I
wonder if they're newer and they don't remember how bad Ross Perot Jr. was.
Oh man,
it
was a business and a business alone.
Right.
That is a fair point. So NPR did a story about it. You saw stories about it everywhere. There was a 7-month investigation into sexual harassment and workplace misconduct within the Dallas Mavericks organization spanning like 15 to 20 years. And there was a lot of like damning things that came out of that. And Mark Cuban contributed $10 million to women's causes following the investigation. Obviously, because of some of the fallout of that, Marshall ended up getting hired. And I'm not saying she hasn't done a good job or wasn't good for the job, but it came about because in my opinion, based on people I talked to within the Mavericks organization, not just basketball, but within the Mavericks organization, said Mark Cuban had his hand in every single thing that happened here, not just basketball wise, but business wise. And then I had one person tell me the idea that he didn't know is laughable.
You think it was more active than negligence?
Yes. Okay. I think he knew, and they were like, well, let's see if we can fix this.
And I think both are equally damning.
Yeah,
right.
For
Even
sure.
if you want to go to negligence, that is your responsibility, being in charge of it. And I think that, yeah, either way, it's damning.
And there was just times when, and we can move on to other stuff, but there was just times when he was like, no, I know everything about this business, right down to the fact that now we're going to start taking Bitcoin as payment for all. Like, I understand every facet of this business. And then it was like, well, people on your business side were getting harassed and worse. And he was like, I don't know. Like, I have people that do that kind of stuff. And I was like, come on, dude. Like, that is like not the message that you've been giving us for 12 to 15 years. And then I talked to a couple of other people and they were like, yeah, I do not think that is an accurate description. So I think that's a stain on his record. And then I think the way he took over as the GM and didn't do a particularly good job, that's another ding. But to y'all's point, it's also impossible if you're a longtime Mavs fan to not think what a crap hole of an organization this was.
Yeah, he took over the worst organization in all of sports. It was voted by Sports Illustrated. The worst franchise of the decade of the 90s was the Mavs.
And I believe that.
And it wasn't just basketball. It was all sports franchises. Sports franchises. So there's a lot of good that he did. There's definitely that is really bad. What the way that he handled the whole Tradema Ussery, Pants DJ, all of those things that were going on, really bad. But ultimately, now he becomes not like us. He does have a minority stake in the Dallas Mavericks,
Sure.
but he becomes somewhat super rich, big-time Dallas Mavericks fan, and I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that, and thanks to Mark Cuban for all that he did for the Dallas Mavericks. He's not totally out, but pretty much out.
He got the Dirk statue up.
Yeah, I don't think that was a tough decision.
Okay, but getting it done and everything, like, did the city didn't pay for that? Was out of Mavericks
I don't think
fund?
so, but yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the idea that, I mean, and obviously Dirk is just an incredible person, but he was able to maintain that relationship all the way through. I think that's a two-way street that you have to give that some level of credit for.
Maybe till the end.
Well,
that's a great point. I think like a lot of people, and I'm not just trying to be lazy about this, I think like a lot of people, like, his legacy is going to be complicated, right?
Yeah.
Like, you probably don't find too many people whose legacy is like, I mean, I know there are
Ultimately,
people.
Jerry's is going to be complicated
Yes.
too.
Yes.
His ownership, I mean, being honest, his ownership will end when he dies. But like when we talk about those days after that happens and hey, his legacy and everything, he's in the Hall of Fame as an unbelievable owner, you know, and then we'll talk about that way. But for Cuban, I don't think he's going to go into the Hall of Fame, as being one of the greatest owners, but he did do a lot of things. And then the other thing too is like, I have to look at it and go this. I think he lost the 2006 NBA championship.
By running his
I
mouth.
think David Stern hated him so much that he was like, I'm not allowing this guy to win right now, 6 years or so into his ownership. I can't deal with him barely already. I'm not going to give him a championship right now.
Because he became, if not the biggest name owner in the NBA really quickly, one of the biggest. I'm not to say that's the best or anything like that, but everybody knew who Mark Cuban was. And then he like ended up managing the Dairy Queen or working at the Dairy Queen for a day because he tried to take a shot at them when compared to referees. Like, he was everywhere pop culture wise. He was in Entourage and all this other stuff.
Remember when he did that reality show because of a bet? He was like, I bet I can get $1 million. And everybody was like, no, you can't.
Is that
He
what
was like,
started Shark Tank?
No,
Jenga.
No, it wasn't called Jenga, but he did one of those stupid shows.
No, not
it
the-
lasted maybe 2 episodes.
Okay.
And he said he charged everybody $1 to register to be on the show. And over 1 million people registered for it, so he made $1 million by doing nothing.
And I do want to bring this up since I talked about this as an issue from the 903. I bet there's a lot of people like this. The women thing is a moot point for me. How did the Mavs develop and what did they accomplish? That's all that matters to me when I grade him as a GM. And I understand that there's a lot of people who are like, personally, I don't have to like the guy. How did he do at his job? And so I don't want to say that that's not an opinion that people can have. I don't share that opinion. But if that's the case, it does feel like it's kind of split up with the lead up to the championship, where he inherited a lot of great talent, but made it go and kept kept a lot of it together.
It's, to me, honestly, it's crazy that he doesn't own the team. I can't believe that he doesn't. I mean, obviously, I think
You thought it would be a Jerry Jones place where he would have it forever?
Yeah, I mean, this is my opinion. I have nothing to back this up. I do think financially there is something behind the scenes with Mark Cuban to sell the team, because just a few years ago, and I know he said, well, I changed my stance because of the ownership now has the casino stake and he wants to build casinos with the Dallas Mavericks and everything, but he's somewhat out as a minority owner, and he's like, well, I don't know that aspect of it. So I get what he's saying now, but just a few years ago, he was on every podcast that he would go on. Like, I'll never sell the Mavericks.
Yeah.
So I just think that I just don't think the casino thing was that important to him to now have no stake. Like, he sold it as, well, I'm doing this, but I'm still head of basketball operations, and that's what I want to be. But now that we know he's not head of that anymore, to me, there's just more of, this had to be a little bit more of a financial situation. Not that he was poor or anything like that. Like, I don't know how billionaires, go, God, I only have 500 million of liquid assets right now. I don't know how it is like with them and stuff, but I never believed that he would sell the Dallas Mavericks. I figured it would be hand down to his kids.
And
I'm with you on
I do think that, I don't know if he spoke about that and that part of it, like, they have to want it too.
Well, his kid is now at all the games and at Vegas Summer League. So I think his son, I think his son's 14.
Okay.
I think. He's 14 or 15. Like, his son seems to be pretty pro Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
So I don't think his son was going, hey, Dad, I really just want to, I don't know, sell shoes for a living or something. I think that he would have loved to have taken over the Dallas Mavericks.
Being Al Bundy, not so bad though. Look at
That is fair. And then I see multiple people are like, hey, he might be disappearing from like this role, and he's talked about this forever. Are you going to see him potentially make a run at some sort of political office? Like, I can't rule that out. I
think he might have. I think that the women thing that we brought up, I think was like, I can't do it now.
Yeah.
At least, and maybe that just has to pass over time. But I think in the moment,
I don't know. Yeah.
2018, 2019, or whenever it was, where it was like, he might really do this. Then all of the women stuff happened with his organization. And it was like, there's no way he can overcome this in this short amount of time.
Do you think we're better off?
I do.
I do too.
Not that Mark Cuban was a bad owner. I do not want to. He was a good owner. I'm just using one word, complicated but good.
Or are you saying better off for having him?
No.
I think we're better now.
Okay.
These owners are a lot richer. I think these owners, in a way, are not basketball people.
They have
and
a
not
structure.
That Cuban was, but Cuban was like, I'm going to learn this and then I'm going to run it.
Yeah.
And so I think Cuban over time decided, I am smarter than Don Nelson. I am smarter than Donnie Nelson. And I can do this, which caused issues and problems.
Yeah, I mean, there were those kind of breakdowns in relationship when it came to the hierarchy. I do want to point this out, like, I guess in defense of Mark Cuban in some ways, is just because someone is rich does not necessarily mean that they invest in a huge way.
Sure.
And I mean, I early on, I don't think there's anything to say that this new ownership with the Adelson family and the I forget what the governors, Dumont, there we go, that they won't. But one of the things that also is like Mark Cuban, players liked him. Players liked this. I mean, even recently I saw Shaq talk about the idea that when he was leaving LA, he wanted to come to Dallas. Like there are people that like this place, and it's because of the ways that Mark Cuban invested in like the player level of these things and making sure that they were comfortable in all those things. And that's an ethos that you hope remains even as he's not like the primary owner of this thing.
Shake was like, they put lobster and steak in the visitor locker room. Of course I wanted to go play for him.
But then he ran out of money. Yeah. Then he's like, you could have kept Jalen Brunson. It was very easy to keep him. You just give him a max contract.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going into that tax threshold. And here's my hope, because Reggie, you're right. I don't know this ownership. I don't know how willing they are to go into the crazy LA Clippers situation.
Sure.
Where like, I don't care. I'm paying $400 million for this team. I don't care. I have all the money in the world. We don't know until we see how much they're willing to pay to keep a championship team or a contending team together.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, man, there is a lot of feedback, and it is all over the place, which probably feeds into what we said, complex. And it's really tough because somebody asked about the comparison. I know we got to go. Somebody asked about the comparison between the Mavericks and what happened with the WWE. The WWE, in my mind, was without question worse because the person who ran it was responsible for the accusations or the alleged accusations. They're the ones being accused. Mark Cuban was just accused mostly of, hey, you knew about this. Did you try to cover it up? Whereas the accusations are, no. Vince McMahon is the guy who orchestrated a lot of this. Not that any of it is good, but when you ask about that, I think about that legacy thing all the time. And it was like, you can do everything you want. You're not going to be able to decide what your legacy is. And like that goes for Mark Cuban or apparently now George Washington. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you more disappointed today about the finals loss or excited because of one of the best seasons in Mavericks history? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Tatum, left-hand dribble, coming strong, in the paint, kick out to the wing. Jalen waiting, open three, got it! Tatum has 9 assists in the first half.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just today, are you more disappointed about the finals loss or excited because of one of the best seasons in Mavericks history? 877-881-1053 as we move into the Expressway. Also wanted to tell you this for the NBA Finals vote. There's 11 voters. How do you think it broke down? Do you think Jaylen Brown swept all the votes to be Finals MVP?
No, I think it was, you said 11?
Yes.
I think it was 7-4.
Oh, you took my guess.
That is correct. And I can't remember in the East Finals is either 5-4 or 6-5 for Brown. So obviously it was really close. But yes, 7-4 for Jaylen Brown.
I was going to say
8-3,
but then I was like 3 seems too many for Tatum.
But so you went up?
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, too few.
Okay.
3 is too.
Okay.
3 is too many. 2 is too few. Something
What's
like
your
that.
deal?
Mike, I watched the whole Mavericks game last night, and it's got my brain all mushy right now. So it really got to me.
That's
I watched
fair.
the whole Ranger game.
That should have.
I watched both.
Oh, Reggie.
I'm amazed you're here at work today.
Right?
So I like the varied opinions. I'm going to kick it over to you guys in just 1 second. But from the 903, I'm more excited for the Mavs, but that Western Conference remains tough. From the 972, so disappointed because it's so hard to get there, harder to get back, see the Rangers. And just today, as we get like 24 hours away from the game, I think I'll start to be like, man, what an amazing season. But just for me today, I'm disappointed because about 14 hours ago, I realized my team wasn't going to be able to win the NBA championship. I understand the contractual situations and the age of this team. But I also think sometimes people take for granted that means you'll automatically be back. So I think I'm in
you get a chance to be in the playoffs.
Yes.
Kind of.
Yeah. But
yeah, that's the automatic. You'll be in the playoffs.
Agreed. But they'll be back in the NBA Finals. To me, that's why just today I'm like, we were in the finals and we didn't win, and I'm bummed about that.
I think that's the tough reality when you look at the disappointment is you do look at Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Allen Iverson. Carmelo, I don't know if you want to put him in there because he didn't ever make an NBA Finals, but you look at a lot of the great players in NBA history. Heck, our Dirk.
Yeah.
Dirk made it twice, and that's
Jason Kidd, I thought about.
Yeah, Jason Kidd 3 times in his life. I mean, there's so many players that are great, top 50, top 75 players of all time, that they make it one time, maybe twice, and never win. And these are the greatest players that, like, Kevin Garnett last night celebrating the Celtics, right? Kevin Garnett made, if I have this right, 2 NBA Finals with the Celtics and won 1.
I think that is correct.
That's it. That's all he did. Right on the borderline of a top 20 player of all time. And him and Dirk, they luckily made 2 and won 1. And these are considered some of the greatest players of all time. Moses Malone, right in that top 10 category.
Yeah.
He made it 3 times, I believe, in his career. Won 1 in 83 with the 76ers. And Dr. J won 1 championship in his career, making it, I believe, twice. So, I mean, you just look at this. Luka made it, but the Magic Johnsons, the Tim Duncans, the Michael Jordans and stuff, making it, 6 and 7 and 8 times, it's probably not going to happen. Luka probably will make it 1 more time in his career to an NBA Finals. Hopefully it's with the Mavs, and maybe he'll win it. And then that's his career.
Well, that's actually an interesting line of demarcation because it really does feel like the absolute greatest of the great are the ones that can make it back consistently. And I think that then you have to start asking yourself, is he on the side of an all-time great or one of the greatest of the greats where he'll be able to make it back multiple times or many times?
Close. I mean, I feel like he's close, but the future obviously holds that. And Kevin, do you know what your heading is? What it says under your Twitter account?
Yes.
Can you do you want me to read it, or can you say it?
Go ahead.
Success isn't owned; it's just rented, and the rent is due every day. And that, like, I heard Mark Cuban say that, and I think when it comes...
stole from Mark Cuban.
I did not get that from Mark Cuban, but I'm sure he said it.
Yeah, I don't know where you heard it originally, but that's a big fact for somebody's coming after that. Somebody's coming after you. Somebody's coming. There's always players that are like, I want to be the next one. I want to go take that from you. That's going to be a difficult thing to overcome in a tough period of time. Just like Reggie said, the greatest of the great are the ones that do it consistently and get back there. So hopefully we do have that guy. I'm not disappointed with this stretch that happened. The playoff run was so much fun.
It was.
Dude, can you imagine? We're in the middle of June right now.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how bored it would have been? How boring it would have been if the Mavs and Stars hadn't given us this?
I cannot.
Yes. I mean, and if Kevin hadn't forced the Rangers to be bad all this time too,
what was he doing?
Like, it would have been so boring to be like, I don't know. Last year during the Rangers run, it was like, hey, we got something hot right now, and we had something hot to run with here.
What if somehow, some way, Kevin's I won't say that, his magic.
There you go.
Actually was some sort of, and you break the curse of the Rangers.
They're about to go on a run.
Like the Rangers win like 9 out of their next 10 games. If that happens, Kevin, I'm not working up here anymore because I'm scared to be around you.
You're going to think I'm some sort of warlock or something.
Why is Mike's only option to either leave or quit or not work anymore? Why is that the only? Mike, there are other options.
No, I think it's a good one. We'll keep going with that one.
I'm scared to be around him if that's the case. If the Rangers win 9 of their next 10 games,
and they
I'm
score score like 8 runs.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they average 7 runs a game in their next 10. They score 70 runs in their next 10 games. I'm leaving.
Yeah, no, I
I'm scared
understand
to
that.
death of you because you have made a deal with something and somebody.
I feel like I would have gotten a better deal though, right? Hey, here's my deal. Let's make it to the Stanley Cup or to the Western Conference Final and then the NBA Finals.
But I will say the disappointment comes from how they played last night, how they played in game 1, and how they played in game 3. There's some disappointment in. I think they're better. They could have given us a better showing in those 3 games, and it would have been a more competitive series. I'm a little disappointed in how the finals went.
Yeah, I was wrong. I would like to admit that people like I'm underrating the Celtics. You were right. They are way better than the Mavs, and I think they're way better than every team. It's nothing against the Mavs. They were way better than everybody this year, and I didn't recognize how much better they were than everybody.
I'm kind of curious at where people will put them on, the hierarchy of individual season championship teams.
Yeah.
I have no clue because I think there's a lot of undervalued portions of what they do so well, and they're a very understated team. That's the word I was looking for.
Man, that might be another interesting question for another day. You talked about in the crosstalk, Mike. It'll depend like their legacy on future seasons and everything like that. I really would love to point out how many 1-year wonder dominant teams are they? Obviously the one who jumps to mind, and I know they were still good,
Mavs.
is the 85 Bears. The 85 Bears didn't win anything else. I know they were still solid, but for a team that everybody thinks is an all-time team, that was it. And so I'm curious throughout sports, how many teams that are all-time teams didn't really have any bracketing success?
Yeah, because a lot of people want to give you talk about the Cowboys. Was it the 92 team that you're that's the best team ever? But you can discuss that more because they had more success.
And then
beyond
they won the next year, and then they won 2 years after that. And
And whereas, and so that gives you that. Hey, well, they were the best for 3 years, at least 3 years. They were the best. Which one of those years was even better than all of them? Can be a question there. The 85 Bears, were they in that window in 85 and 83?
On either side of that, I think they were at least in the divisional round or the NFC Championship game.
Because Boston was right there in the mix for the last few years now.
That is true. And I saw at least one person from the 214. If someone says they're excited, they're lying. How could you not be upset? I don't think that's the case, though, because people are different. To me, I hear you, 214. You and I are alike in the way we decompress from a big loss. But I do really believe that there are some people who are just fired up and they're like, hey, I know we lost. That sucks. But man, what a hell of a season. We'll be back, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think they are lying. I don't feel that same way, but I don't think they're lying.
Yeah. No, I liked, like I said, I enjoyed the portion of being able to say tonight, I got a big time game. I got an important game to look at.
Heck yeah, I know. The Mets are in town. Lindor went 4 for 4 yesterday.
That's right. Was your son really stoked about that?
He went to a friend's house to watch the Mavs lose.
Okay.
So he was stoked about the NBA Finals. He fell into the optimism of, well, we beat them by 40.
Yes.
And I'm like, well, they didn't try. So we did beat them by approximately 40. That is a factually true statement. But the other team didn't try, so it's tough to be like, now we are 40 points better than the Boston Celtics.
I will tell you this. It seems like most people are following on the side of optimism. From the 214, I'm excited for the Mavs. Can't wait to see the roster building over the summer. From the 817, definitely way more excited about one of the best years of Mavericks basketball history. From another 817, I'm disappointed but optimistic. From the 254, what a great season. And that's where a lot of people are falling. Not all, but a lot.
I am. I thought they could maybe make it to the Western Conference Finals, but Denver would ultimately beat the Mavs. And it didn't end up being that way. You didn't even have to play Denver. Minnesota knocked them out for you. And maybe you're going to knock out Denver too. We'll never know.
And that feeling came after the trade deadline, right? Like, we're not even talking about pre-trade deadline.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, because I think right before the trade deadline, all of us were like, I don't want to talk about the Mavericks or look at the Mavericks or think about
when
the Mavericks.
When they lost 5 out of 6, I thought, fire Jason Kidd. This is horrible. I can't believe you're playing Maxi Kleber at center after trading for Gafford.
But I guess that question has kind of come up, is that at what point did you start to think that they could really be competitive to get to where they got to? Because I don't know. I think I had false confidence.
At the end of the year, I thought that Denver was the one team in the Western Conference. I said they're not beating Denver in the playoffs, but everybody else, I thought they had a legitimate chance to beat in the playoffs. And I once again, I'm sorry, I did not give Boston enough respect on the other side of the bracket.
Well, I mean, at that point, the Mavericks had just proven that they were good enough to be where they were, and so it became we can compete with these guys too. But Kevin, I think during the playoffs, I was just like, yeah, this is cool. First round, I thought, man, getting over the Clippers is going to be just so tough. And then second round, I was like, man, Oklahoma City and Shea, I just didn't. And then Minnesota, I was like,
they just beat Denver.
Yeah, I was nervous, but I was
blew them out in Denver.
I was really starting to believe in the match. So I think it was once, maybe around game 2 or 3 against Minnesota is when I was like, holy crap, we have something on our hands here.
I think it
was
was
a magical shot by Luka in game 2.
Yeah.
Where he yelled at Rudy.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen somebody look so confident in my life.
That's when you thought, I think as Mavs fans, you thought maybe this is the magical season, because we just went through one with Texas where the Rangers, let's face it, Baltimore was way better than the Rangers last year. It wasn't even close how much better the Baltimore Orioles were than the Texas Rangers, but somehow you swept them. And then you got past game 5 against the Astros. You didn't even know how you won game 1 and 2 watching the Astros versus the Rangers in the regular season. And then you lost 3 and you're like, okay, well, this is it. This is the Astros that I've seen this whole year. And then you beat a team that was better than you in the Astros, but it didn't matter. You're in the World Series. And then an upstart Arizona team was there and you took them out. Now, luckily, you probably didn't have a healthy Atlanta Braves team there, because that would have been probably the destiny. If the Braves would have made it and they would have been healthy, you probably would have lost to the Braves because they were a much better team than the Texas Rangers. But luckily, somebody knocked out the Braves, the Diamondbacks on the other side. I think it was the Diamondbacks.
I looked at this.
It actually wasn't.
I looked at this from the perspective of this felt very par for the course for the Mavs season. You said, when did I start to believe? It was in the middle of March. All right. And so you came right off of the end of February and beginning of March where you lost 5 of 6. So how did the Mavericks respond? They go 17-2. And you're beating some really good teams in there. The 2 losses you had were both particularly close. But at that point, you're like, it's setting up really right. And I remember those conversations we had about if you can get on opposite ends of the bracket of Denver. I know obviously you didn't end up playing Denver, but I think we all came to the consensus by the time the playoffs started, not that it's a cinch, but you can make it to the Western Conference Finals. And that's why we were all pumped for the run. And then the second Denver got knocked out and people were like, Minnesota's going to trash you guys. And I was like, maybe, we'll see.
Yeah. I guess my problem with trying to believe in regular season is because the regular season's weird. The way they play now, it's like, when do they start to care? When do they start playing differently? And that was where I was like, okay, but the real competition is going to be in the playoffs.
I think
but I still, that's my problem, Kevin, is still wanting to enjoy sports regular season while also understanding it's a next place, a next level in the playoffs. And that goes with Mavericks, it goes with Cowboys, it goes with all of them. It's a different world than the regular season.
I definitely hear what you're saying, because I was thinking about that on the way driving up here. I'll be excited when the Mavericks start again in October, when they start the regular season. How am I going to feel at game 8, 12, 21? Because we're here. We're in the finals.
If you're undefeated at 21,
then I'm going to be really super invested. But it all feels so pointless, right?
Yeah.
You had to do all of this work to get back there, and then you don't get it done. And so then you have to start all over again. I know that's like how life works in general, but I think there's going to be a little bit early in the Stars season, in the Mavericks season. It might have happened to me a little bit early in the Rangers season where I was like, yeah, that's awesome. But I just saw us go almost all of the way.
did.
You ready to continue?
Let's
with
go. Mike likes it.
All right. Here is
no.
the continuation.
Corey's upset. Make him happy.
You're upset about us. We're not going to get to the finals again, or
It's just over, and I just can't believe it.
well,
I think
okay. Well, here's another problem.
What?
The way we feel right now, sad, but so ecstatic that a team that wasn't expected to make it out of the second round, and maybe not even expected, they were the 5 seed, they weren't the 4 seed.
You're right.
To beat the Clippers, made it all the way to the NBA Finals. It's now never going to be the same, because this time next year, if the Mavericks lose in 5 games to a NBA, to let's just say Boston again, we're going to be like, F this. This was a horrible season.
Yeah.
I think we have to understand now, fair or unfair, it's win the championship or it's a disappointment, because you put yourself into that standard, just like the Celtics have been there for a good 4 years now.
And that's definitely where they were sitting. If they would have lost the series, what are we going to do?
Yeah, and it would have been like, if the Mavs would have somehow won this thing in 5, and obviously we know now they were not going to do that, but if they were, right now the talk on ESPN wouldn't be too much about the Mavs. It would be, they got to get rid of Tatum.
Yeah.
They got to
Probably
trade
so.
Tatum, and they got to do something different. It's not working with him. He's not a championship player, this and that. But they won, so that discussion goes out the window somewhat forever now that Brown and Tatum work together perfectly, and they can win a whole bunch of championships together. But now for the Mavs, it will never be the same. This run that we went on and how fun it was, and in a way, I know maybe not right now, but in a way, super satisfied with making the NBA Finals. I'll speak for myself, and I think a lot of Mavs fans feel this way, is, wow, what an awesome run. Stinks we didn't finish it off and win it all, but wow, look at what this team overcame, a play-in team before the All-Star break, to making it to the NBA Finals. But now, you made it to the NBA Finals, and you're bringing back most likely the same team for the most part. There's going to be tweaks, but you're going to bring back the same team. If that team loses in the second round, or loses in the conference finals, or loses in the NBA Finals, now I know there can be an injury that could ruin it. But if you're somewhat healthy and now you lose, what the crap, Mavs? What's your problem? What's your deal? Do we need to break up Kyrie? And if they don't win it all next year, we will be having real discussions in May or June of next year. We should break up the Luka Kyrie thing, because they don't work together, and we'll get into it more tomorrow on how they might not work together perfectly. We get it. I want them back together. They're going to be back together. They don't win it all next year. We are going to have the discussion that Kyrie and Luka don't work together. It's just the way it is. They're already doing it a little bit on ESPN. That's national. That's them doing that. But
that thing got this far.
Yeah.
And you're questioning it. Whether or not they work together. That's weird to me.
Especially across from, the team that just won, and the ways in which they've gone through a similar storyline over the course of their
you can see the lead up time necessary.
But Reggie, can't you see if the Mavs lose next year, and let's just say the Western Conference Finals to Denver in 6 games, we're going to say we can't do this. This isn't going to ultimately work.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely always pops up. Only one team gets to end their year without those questions.
Yeah.
And everybody else has to start looking at, what did we do? What are the ways to make it better? And those are the conversations that are had during the offseason.
Okay, so now I move on from that conversation that the Mavs now expectations is win it all next year. Or there's going to be a lot of hate. Is it fair? It's not. Ultimately, it's not fair, but I'm not telling you what's fair and unfair. I'm telling you what the real expectation will now be on these Dallas Mavericks. Win it, or you're a failure.
Yep.
And it's not fair, but it is what it is. Now, I would like to tell you what I watched last night, and I did fall asleep to it and finish it up this morning because I didn't want to watch the Mavs lose.
Renaissance Fair.
I watched the 1978 NFC Championship game between the Dallas Cowboys and the LA Rams.
Did not expect that as the answer.
I mean,
what?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. But here's the deal. It was one of my teams that I have no clue about. I was born, I was 3 months old, maybe 2 months old, because it was early January, I believe, when this happened. So early January of 1978, the Cowboys win the game. Okay. I would like to tell you, going back and watching football in 1978, I don't know how anybody liked it. It's the worst product I've ever seen in my life.
My team versus your team.
Can I tell you something?
My city versus your city.
I hate saying this. I have rookie cards of him. I think he's one of the greatest athletes, people, or persons in the history of like sports / people.
And you're
Roger
right.
Staubach.
Yes.
Roger Staubach was pathetic. I mean, F-.
Oh my goodness!
If he would have played like that in 2023, I'd have been like, you suck. And suck bad.
He was 13 of 25 for 126 yards with 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Horrible. I was watching it and going, this sucks. I will tell you who the player of the game was. I don't know if they get, but it was Charlie Waters. Had a great game with 2 major INTs.
Interceptions, yeah.
But I mean, you want to watch horrible football, but it is successful. The Cowboys go to the Super Bowl. By the way, that day, I guess Pittsburgh had beat Houston earlier. So if Houston would have won, it would have been Dallas versus Houston in the Super Bowl. But anyways,
all Texas
watching that game, it was 0-0 at halftime. First of all, I don't know how the LA Coliseum was so sloppy. Tony Dorsett slipping, other guys are slipping. It looks like they just had a rainstorm, but that doesn't make sense in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Unless it rained more in 1978 than it does in 2020, whatever. But
I have no idea.
What a horrible football game. If you would like to watch how football was played in 1978 and watch Roger Staubach look horrible at football, I recommend going back and watching that game.
Okay.
So there is that. That is what I did afterwards. And it is amazing, the evolution of football. I would like to go to 1978 basketball. I don't know what has been more evolutionized. Football or basketball? If I had to throw that out there, what do you think has had more of a shift in their game where you're like, this doesn't even look like the same sport? Because I'm telling you, what I watched last night and this morning and the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl, it doesn't even look like the same sport. I'm not telling you that Roger Staubach wasn't the best or one of the best quarterbacks in the 70s. I'm telling you, if you now go back and watch that, and the Rams, I believe, had the #1 defense in the NFL that year, is if you go back, or maybe in the NFC, maybe Pittsburgh had the best, but they were bragging about how great LA Rams defense is and was. And I think they intercepted Roger Staubach 4 times in the regular season that year.
Oh.
But I am telling you, it is some of the worst football you will ever watch.
See, I want to say basketball, but I'm not positive about that because I was thinking how different the game of football is with the eased up penalties, with the more focus on offense, with a huge focus on the passing game, with kickers being able to make it from 80 million yards away.
I will tell you, one of the most favorite things for offensive linemen to do was to cut the crap out of guys engaged getting blocked.
Oh.
Like it was cut block after cut block, but you needed to engage the guy up high to really take him out. And I was like, man, there were penalties left and right that weren't penalties, now because you're not able. I'm surprised that guys' knees weren't just done after games with how many times you held the guy up and then you cut him. Another guy cut the guy as hard as they could.
Mike, it was 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius on the day that the Cowboys and the Rams squared off.
Yeah.
Relative humidity was 77%. So maybe that's what it was.
I don't know if I totally understand what that number means.
Don't worry about it.
I guess it means water was coming up from the ground because it looked like it had just a rainstorm happened on that field.
I don't know how I figured all that out either. I just went and looked. I don't know, man.
All right, so if you want to have fun as we're getting closer to football season and you've never watched Roger Staubach play football, I would say pick another game. But it is a game where the Cowboys win a huge game on the road, go to the Super Bowl. Randy White was really good. At one point, Ed Too Tall Jones almost ripped the Rams quarterback's helmet off. It was a penalty in the end zone. Number 35 early in the game fumbled the ball on the 1-yard line of Karl Anthony Towns. I just can't believe.
I don't know if that was.
I just can't believe that the game was played that way because you didn't have sports talk radio back then. But if you did, you'd be like, well, the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. This is awesome. But man, did they suck.
And they won by 28 points.
Yeah, it was late. It was late.
Yeah.
It was a touchdown pass to number 35. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name. He was backup. He was the fullback.
Ironhead Hayward.
Yeah, it was Ironhead Hayward.
Scott Laidlaw.
Is that his name?
Yes.
Yeah. He fumbled. His big fumble early on, but they missed 2.
That's a real fullback name.
Oh, I thought the person who scored. Yeah.
They missed 2 field goals early on, so it should have been 6-0 at half, but they missed 2 field goals.
That were probably from like 30 yards. That was a difficult field goal back then.
Their quarterbacks for the Rams, I don't know how they made that game. They were horrible. They had 2 quarterbacks. I even texted Broadus. One of them was
LaMonica?
Shorter than Spud Webb out there. It's like he made Bryce Young look like Ed Too Tall Jones. But anyways.
Was that Pat Hayden?
I think so. They were horrible. And they did drop a few passes. There were a couple open plays that some dude named Jesse, his last name was Jesse, he missed a wide open, going to be like a 40-yard play, but he can't catch.
For the record, not that you'll believe this, Pat Hayden is listed at 5'11".
Man, that's with stilts on. Okay, so now, my last Mike Likes It. I have to give you one good Mike Likes It.
I like that last one.
Sebastian Walcott.
There you go.
In the month of June, in high A ball, in 52 at-bats, is batting .346 with an on-base percentage of .397, with a slug of .577. He has 2 homers, a triple, and 4 doubles in the month of June. He has 12 runs scored. He has 11 RBIs. He has 2 stolen bases. I'm not going to mention his strikeouts to walk ratio. But
oh no,
it is awesome. So Sebastian Walcott got off to a very rough start in high A ball at 18 years old. He is batting for the year now .234, but he was under 200 for most of the year. His month of June, he has been great. So out of all the things that went bad, 14-2 Rangers, Mavericks get blown out. It's over. The Cowboys made the Super Bowl in 1978. 77. Wait, no, I guess it was 78 because then they lose the Super Bowl. 77, they win the Super Bowl over Denver. 78, they lose the Super Bowl to the Steelers. But I watched the 78 NFC Championship game to give myself a little bit of hey, my team won something that I've never seen before, and then I was surprised how it looked. And then Sebastian Walcott is having a great month of June in Hickory for the Crawdads in high A ball.
Your face, Kevin.
Go. I support
You said
that.
it could never happen.
I remember that.
Yep. Thank you,
No,
Reggie.
you don't.
Yeah, we do.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here
On a Tuesday.
Sometime in the earlier hour.
on 105.
Why does that guy have his girl in the club?
What, the person who sings that song?
Yeah.
Or are you talking about Sebastian
I got your
Walcott?
girl in the club and it's Tuesday. On a Tuesday. Yeah.
Back to you, Kevin.
Coming up next.
I didn't just say it. I sung it.
It's time for the C-Vlog starring Corey Majors.
You know what? I have a Mavs question about Jason Kidd.
Okay.
But also, it's time for Are You Better, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Next in the fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike has gone off for his broadcasting duties, but good news, we still have the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And we will get to Are You Better in just a few moments. But before we do that, and Reggie, I know you're very busy during this time, but I want just a moment of your time, if you will. Is Jason Kidd a championship caliber coach?
Huh.
He just took you to the finals of the championship. He got you to the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago. And I wonder if people look at Jason Kidd now and say, no, he's actually a championship caliber coach now. It's different whenever you've won a championship because everybody's like, yeah, I mean, you won a championship. But whenever you're still in the hunt for it, do you believe that Jason Kidd is the difference for a team whenever they're trying to get a championship?
Is this directed at me?
Everybody in the room.
Because this is a tough one to answer.
Yeah.
Like, I think I gained a lot of respect for Jason Kidd and his coaching acumen during the course of this playoff run. For one, if we want to just take it from the wider lens of looking at this is the second time he's taken a team deep in the playoffs in 3 years of being here in Dallas. And of course, you can look at his time in Milwaukee and those things, but like this is...
He's the only coach in Mavs history to make multiple Western Conference Finals.
Right. Instantly. You look at that. I mean, at this point, he is the winningest when you talk about series wins in a coaching tenure with the Mavs, and he has been here 3 seasons, right? Like that means something, especially when you compare him to like one of the guys that you're talking about here in Rick Carlisle, who was obviously the predecessor and the man who was at the helm when you won the one championship that you won. Like he is widely regarded as a very good coach in this league. Jason Kidd has already done things that he has not been able to live up to here in Dallas. So like from
Except
that
for
perspective,
one, right? Except for the one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But from that perspective, it's like, yo, Jason Kidd is doing some things. And then if you get down to some of like the nitty gritty, like you saw some good buttons that he pushed that during the course of these series where the Mavericks really handled up during the course of this run. I think with all of that being said, and I was having this conversation last night, I was thinking through it because this conversation came up. I still feel like I'm in the place where Jason Kidd is absolutely not the worst coach in the league, but I don't put him amongst the elite coaches in this league.
Interesting. Okay.
And can you win a championship without an elite coach? I think so. But I wonder if he ends up looking something like a Mike Budenholzer, where you can win a championship with him, but are you still going to be super excited about? And when I say you, I don't necessarily mean the organization, but like I think the larger fan base and maybe the larger basketball world looking in, where you go, he is a definitive reason that is changing the level, or that's raising the ceiling of what the team is. And I mean, there's still something to be examined there, but that's my immediate reaction just coming off of this.
I like that. That's a really good, well thought out. I mean, for somebody who just off the top of their head said words, he said really good words.
Pretty much that was all encapsulated by my sigh.
Yeah.
That was what my sigh meant. I was like, oh, it's a complicated question. I would lean towards not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the way he put it was very, very good.
From the 214, he's a championship coach, but his squad wasn't versatile enough to win. And here's one thing I will add to that. The coaches that know the difference between a championship and not know what they still need and what they don't have. Yeah, and like that's, wouldn't you say that Bochy last year, there were moments where he was like, I'm going to need a Jankowski kind of player. And he definitely needed a Jankowski type player. As they were getting to it, he was in the conversations with his GM. Look, we still need this, we still need that, and they continued to build that team. I think that's another factor that comes along with it. I agree. Because of a huge thing here, and we'll obviously talk more about it, but his roster was lacking the shooter whenever he needed to find a shooter. And you said it yesterday, when you go searching for a shooter, you're probably not going to find it. You're already answered the question that you don't have the guy on the court, so you're searching to find him. And then he kept searching this whole time, and he couldn't find, whether it was Tim or whoever, he was trying to get somebody that would be the shooter, and nobody delivered for it. And so he's probably sitting back today going, you know what? In order to do what I want to accomplish, I'm going to have to find that shooter.
Hell, even as we give Nico Harrison credit for like putting this roster together, this roster coming together and giving, I guess, the proverbial groceries needed to cook the meal, that came together after the trade deadline. And Jason Kidd took that, put it together, got everybody to buy in, and they played a high level of defense, one of the best defenses in the league throughout that stretch and in through the playoffs, right? Like that deserves a lot of credit. I don't take this as me not trying to give him his credit, but it just feels like when you get to that last level of like coach on coach matchup, Joe Mazzulla felt like he did a fantastic job with that team. And maybe this is an unfair bar to then put Jason Kidd up against. But right now, that's the thing that is fresh in my mind that is making that distinction. And so maybe I'm not being fully fair, Kevin. Is that how you feel at all? But it just feels like when you get to that last elite level, and maybe that's the last 3-4 coaches in the league where you go, those guys are the elite ones. I don't feel like he's there, but I don't know if that's even necessary for the conversation.
No, I do think it's necessary for the conversation, because didn't this series also answer that for Mazzulla? Like, I don't think people rolled into this series and was like, he is absolutely one of the best coaches. I think they saw the series play out and they're like, oh, okay. And that might have diminished Jason Kidd a little bit. I'm not saying a lot, because the point that you made that I really, really like is they made the trades, but the team didn't come together until after the trade deadline. And even then, that's not a lot of time. So you absolutely have to give Jason Kidd some level of credit for that. But I don't think he's in that group. That's not to say he can't get to that group, though.
All right. Well, guys, thank y'all for taking part in that conversation. And Kevin, this morning I was hurt. I was dealing. You know what? I texted my mom just a few minutes ago and I said, Mom, I think my job is good for me, because it allows me to come in and talk and vent and have sports therapy with my friends every day.
Yes.
This is a really good thing. And I hope the Tolos that have stuck with us are moving past as we get ready to heal tomorrow. But right now, let me heal you with this. It's time.
Darryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes.
Hi, this is Darryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Kevin, as I just showed you, this is a very extensive list. I don't have to name everybody on the list, but we will get after it.
We might be running long.
The affiliates do need to know. This is a segment called Are You Better? And if you're new to the show and you never heard Are You Better before, it's a segment we started doing together on the weekends. Kevin used to do this segment in college. We did it on the weekends. And we asked Kevin if he thinks he's better than everybody born today. If you were born today and you'd like to think that you're better than Kevin, text in 877-881-1053.
What if they were born yesterday?
Ooh, today is the day. My apologies. Jason Michaels, friend of the show, Tolo.
Oh, yeah, I know him. He could be better than
Messaged me this morning and specifically said, I'm turning 45 today.
Man.
Can we do Are You Better? And I was like, I like this idea.
Did he bring any other credentials to the table?
He brings barbecue to us.
That is a good point.
And it's good barbecue.
It is good barbecue.
Can you make good barbecue?
Hell no.
And he's a good human.
He could have ended that sentence a word early. Can you make good? Probably not. Yeah, he's better than me for sure.
All right. And again, if you would like to text in, and if
you need to put your resume in there too, though.
Put the resume down there. Sorry, last Saturday was my birthday. As Kevin's nemesis, I am better.
I told that person at the time.
Oh yeah, you did discuss that. All right, here we go. Mason Marchment turns 29 today. He is the Stars winger.
He is. I feel
29.
We could have used him a little bit more down the stretch, but he did
more physicality.
But he did a heck of a job helping us get there.
Get where?
To the Western Conference Final.
but not the final.
That is a good point. For one more year, you're on borrowed time. For now, you're better. But let this be known, unless there's further playoff progress, maybe even hoisting that cup, this could be it.
I agree with you. I'm okay with that for now. Turning 61 today, former Buffalo Bill, Bruce Smith. Did he play for Washington too?
So let me get this straight. Man, this is tough because he is great.
He's one of the best.
But he
did play for Washington, though, for 4 years.
He played for the hated Washingtons, and he played for Buffalo. You know what? I'm going to give him a pity better because he didn't get a Super Bowl when he was with Buffalo. So today can be your Super Bowl. Congratulations. You can be better than me.
8 times in the top 5 voting for Defensive Player of the Year.
Wait, since when did you start giving out pity betters?
This is soft, dude. This is as soft as you've ever been, bro.
This ain't the Kevin that I knew.
I told you, he makes me soft because whenever we leave, he's like, bye, Dad.
Yeah, this is
That's
a
it.
change.
Next one, I'm taking him down.
All right. Let me see if I can
Hold
find
on,
a
are
good
you
one here.
scouting the list? That's not fair.
Okay,
No,
next
he's just
one.
reviewing his list.
Turning 35 today, former Bronco Chris Harris.
Yeah. No, I mean, good for him.
All right.
There's also a wrestler named Chris Harris that was about equal to him. So better. Better.
Turning 44 today, Antonio Gates.
Yeah, he's good. But you know what? If we're just going to really set things on fire, he's not as good as Jason Witten and would never have as good fake hair as Jason Witten. So
What?
I'm going to say, do you dispute that second
I
part
mean, it's real
particularly?
hair. It's just moved from
Whose
one.
hair?
Like Landon Donovan's. It just moved from one
Yeah,
section
what's
to
the
another.
deal with that?
What's the deal with that? Apparently, there was a text chain from him sent out that let it be known that he had gotten a transplant and that he had been assured that it would not show up on TV. And yet, and still, it did show up on TV.
It did.
This feels like the part where Reggie goes, "Oh, buddy." Yeah, that's a good point from the 469. I miss Cutthroat Kevin. All right, better.
Wow. Jeff Saturday turns 49 today. On a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's great.
That's weird.
Have your birthday be on a Saturday, and you'll be in the conversation.
I bet at
better.
some point.
Yeah, probably every 6 years or so.
Former Rangers great Matt Moore turns 35 today.
Okay.
They don't call him Matt Less, Kevin.
That's true.
I guess that's true. But then there was also Matt Moore, the quarterback, that people were like, I don't know, maybe we should have kept him. So better.
Lou Brock.
Oh my
No
God.
longer with us.
He was fast. He was very fast.
All right.
Yeah.
Good enough?
Lou Brock's better than me. I'm not fast.
George Mikan, also no longer with us.
All right, look. Here's I have a question. I just have a question, okay? Because everyone talks about how great George Mikan was, and they had George Mikan rules. I never really saw him play. Did they still have to climb the ladder to get the ball back when he was playing?
That was a long time ago.
That's a good joke.
I mean, he is dead.
Oh, okay. Well,
probably.
congratulations, George Mikan. We're going to switch it up just a little bit. You're not as good of a singer as I would have guessed. And also, you are deader than me.
Wow.
I'm not dead.
It's true.
That is,
Yet?
yeah, I can. Well,
we all die. That's what Mike would tell me.
Turning 58 today, Sandy Alomar Jr.
Is he the Alomar that spit?
No.
Okay, so he's not the spitting Alomar.
And I'm pretty sure I was standing next to him the day that Josh Young had his first home run in his first game ever, and Josh Young's dad was standing next to Sandy Alomar, and they hugged each other. It was a great moment.
Well, I appreciate that. Spitters are quitters, so congratulations to him. He is better.
it is 1:14 p.m. And I would like to remind you, as I have all week,
That's a baseball discussion.
the children are not in school right now.
That was about baseball.
Okay.
I don't even know
My kids
why
are listening at home.
that would offend anybody.
Hi, Lucy.
Paul McCartney turns 82 today.
All right. Let's talk about it real quick. The hierarchy of the Beatles. He's second, right?
Take these broken wings.
Give me John Lennon all day. Ringo. Who do you think I'm gonna put there? Give me John Lennon all day. Also, did he marry a gal with a wooden leg? Did I make that up?
I think that's true.
Kevin, I also have a revelation about that wooden leg, just like the wooden teeth.
Hold
No, I'm
on.
just kidding.
Oh my God.
And she looked just like his other wife.
Oh.
If you go back and look in history.
Oh dear.
Plus, remember, didn't he die and was replaced by a lookalike?
What are you doing right now?
That was a fan theory.
Who died more and continued to play music? Avril Lavigne or Paul McCartney? Because you've heard that rumor, right?
Yeah.
The second Avril Lavigne?
That's right. It's a replacement.
Did Paul McCartney ever write a song as good as Skater Boy?
Better, yes.
Okay, then he is better than me.
Skater Boy was a good song,
Paul.
though. Blake Shelton turns 48 today.
The only thing I really know that he does is the voice, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's also a country music star.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
He's married to Gwen Stefani.
I'm not familiar.
You think Gwen Stefani's good?
I mean, look, if we were both like juniors in high school, I'd be like, good job. Like, I like your style and your fashion, but like the world moved on, and so do I. Better.
From B Snow, 27th birthday today. I interviewed Kevin on my college radio station at Texas State 8 years ago.
Sounds like that was a great day for you. Congratulations, better.
Oh my gosh.
No, you can be better.
Oh, okay.
You got to talk to me. That's what happens. This is Are You Better, Kevin.
Silk the Shocker turns 49 today. I swear I thought Silk the Shocker was going to take over rap.
What do you think happened?
I don't know exactly what happened. I've kind of stopped following it and following his story after high school.
You just stopped.
There was a song. So there's a song with him and Twista that I just loved, and I can't remember what song it is or find the album that it was on.
Did you ever Google it?
I don't.
I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
He was the brother of Master P. Did he ever show up in WCW? Because Master P and a bunch of the No Limit Soldiers, including Swole, they were in wrestling for several months. And so I'm just curious if anybody could help me out if Silk the Shocker was in WCW as well. That will help me make my decision. Plus, he came up with the hand signal. So he can be better than me.
Monica Barbaro turns 34 today.
Who?
She is in the new Top Gun movie. She was the...
Was she Jennifer Connelly? No. Better.
Wow. Thank you for bringing
Nobody
Danger
knows
Zone
who
to this
that
world.
is.
She was also in that new Arnold Schwarzenegger show on Netflix where she was his daughter. I watched it. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. Or was it a movie?
That the same
was
show
it a show or a movie?
No, that was a show. Yeah, you loved it. That's the same show that Mike. That's the same show that Mike's like. That's the worst piece of trash I've
It was
ever seen.
terrible. I loved it so much.
Yeah, better.
Reggie, were there anybody else from that list that you wanted me to throw out there?
I mean, I've got the list. I've got your prepared things for him. So, you just let me know.
Scooter Braun turns 43 today. You know who Scooter Braun is? He is the producer
Oh, I was like, is this who this song is
that
about?
bought all the rights to Taylor Swift's stuff and then sold them all out from under her, and which forced her to then say, you know what I'm going to do? Re-record everything so you get nothing, because my listeners will listen to Taylor's version, not your version.
So we don't like him then? Look, I need to make sure I answer this right. I can't have the Swifties coming after me.
I think the Swifties
don't
would
like
say
him?
they'd say you need to be better than
Oh,
him.
sorry, Scooter. Hopefully eventually you'll be Bicycle Braun. Better!
Fubar. That's the name of the show. God, that was terrible, and I loved it. Which one?
What do you mean?
I don't know how
You
many-
run the segment.
That's it. That's all I got. We got.
What?
We're
You
late.
said which one? And
We've
the
been,
answer was
we've been,
none?
We've been past clock all day today. I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble.
From Kevin?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, not from Kevin.
Feels unlikely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Mavs. Adjustments they just couldn't make in the NBA Finals. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Tatum switches to the left hand, attacks with a mid-block stop and start on Lively, runs it off the window, scoring the foul. The world said, Jason Tatum, you have to show us with the championship on the line, and he has been the best player on the floor from the start of Game 5 to this very second.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Adjustments the Mavericks just could not make throughout the NBA Finals, and perhaps a fantasy football bet payoff discussion, if you like, in this segment. All right. A couple things that I looked at was the inability, or I guess included the inability to push the pace. Game 4 was the fastest played pace of the series, 96 possessions per 48 minutes, and resulted in Dallas's first win of the finals. But most of the rest of the series was slower than that for the Mavericks. And if you have a pace at 94 or less, Boston in the playoffs going into this game, 12-1. The Mavericks, 6-6.
Okay.
So it's easy to see that like Boston's like, no, we're okay with slowing the pace down. And Mazzulla even said as much after Game 4. He was like, the team that dictates the pace dictates kind of the momentum and opportunity. And did it not feel like that's not only what you saw last night, but throughout the series?
Yeah, and did you see the quote from Mazzulla about Pep also, and how Pep helped him?
Pep Guardiola?
Yeah, he said, his understanding of spacing, and the spacing while also playing defense and pace. That's a big factor, is making sure you're keeping that and not creating lanes for them to pass into. And they were able to get back and then attack forward on the Mavs' offensive pace. So they would get back in time to set up and then also push forward on Luka to fight into those lanes and create turnovers and transition points too. So yeah, that was a big struggle. And when Kai would try to push pace, it seemed like a lot of times when we would see the Derek Jones Jr.'s and the other guys flying in for those, you didn't see that this time. It didn't seem like the other guys were willing to run with them. That was my feeling.
Yeah, I think that you really nailed one of the things that I've kind of noticed in this game right on the head there, is that you had the Boston Celtics setting up defensively. Like, that pace was important to beat them down the floor and get some easy buckets. Because, I mean, in Game 4, one of the things that Mavericks clearly wanted to do was attack the paint, attack the rim with force. And they did that very well in Game 4. They didn't do it nearly as well in 5. And I imagine some of that is paired in with something I'm sure we'll continue to talk about, which is rebounding.
Yes.
But when you are not getting the ball in, or when you're taking the ball out of the basket, first of all, getting the ball inbounded, that allows the defense to set up. But rebounding and then going the other way is a huge part of that as well. And they didn't do that nearly as much. And that allowed them to get away from getting downhill and continue to attack the paint, which then opened up the threes that they were able to get in Game 4. Like, it all is largely connected. And I think one of the things definitely is pace. You allowed Boston to sit into that great defense that they played, and that frustrated Kyrie and Luka.
When he's talking about the rebounding, how many times last night did you get either ticked off or frustrated?
Yeah.
When you just saw one hit the floor in between three Mavericks, and you're like, well, how did that even happen? Or times when Drew Holiday would just sneak in between everybody and snag it, and you're like, how is this happening? And that comes to what Reggie was talking about earlier today. The desperation just did not look there from that team. And
to your point, to both y'all's points, games 2, 3, and 4, the Mavericks won the rebounding battle. They won it by 12, 7, and 21. So we're talking about like pretty sizable margins. I realize Game 4 eventually people just gave up. But the point is, pretty sizable margins. And in Game 1, you only got outboarded by Boston by 4. So you controlled this series in terms of the rebounds until last night when you ran straight into a brick wall and the Celtics out-rebounded the Mavs 51-35. Think about this. In games 2, 3, and 4, here's the Celtics rebounds tally. 31, 36, 31. And last night, 51. So you saw a much closer to game one effort from the Boston Celtics on the boards, and specifically offensive boards, because this is the other thing. The Mavericks had to have an advantage, points in the paint. Had to have an advantage. Game 1, +8. Game 2, +8. Game 3, +16. Game 4, +34. So you're seeing, like, this is the advantage. Last night, it was tied. Points in the paint, 42-42. So think about it. Even when you were losing in Boston, games 1 and games 2, you still had 8 points per game, definitely a margin of victory in the paint. And that probably goes partially to you also had an 8 rebound advantage in those 2 games total. Yesterday, you get smashed in the boards, and what happens? You have no advantage in the paint. And if the Mavericks don't have an advantage in the paint against a team like the Celtics, you are so done.
Yeah, and then when your threes aren't going down too.
For sure.
If that's you got to figure out which one of those is going to be your advantage. Now, it's a point shy every time if you're winning the paint, but if your threes aren't going down and you can't do anything in down low, then that's going to just continue to create problems for you.
But yeah, I mean, Corey, what you're talking about there is a huge thing. The math of this, that's one of the reasons why the Celtics are tough, is because they're taking a lot of threes and changing that math. And that's why it's actually super important to get downhill, because that's the next most efficient shot in basketball. And you've got to be able to, or actually the more efficient shot in that way. You have to be able to do that at a higher level than they do the 3-point shot. And that did not line up in this game.
And nobody seemed to be finishing around the basket.
Yeah.
That was like high. You're like, oh man, Derek Lively. Oh man, Greg Gafford. Nobody was actually getting the finish. PJ Washington, as we were discussing, I think maybe off air, my favorite player. Is PJ Washington my favorite player?
Do you think he took a downturn after you guys agreed on that?
So,
oh wow, this is Corey's fault. Thanks for bringing that up.
A lot of people have said this on the fan text, by the way. Yeah, this is becoming a thing. I'll still go blame Michael Finley for taking Luka's beer.
Okay,
but even when you saw him dribbling and trying to drive, he would get in there, and sometimes he had good finish, but a lot of times it looked clunky, and you're like, dadgum, because you're hoping better for him and the Mavs.
From the 2-1-4, I've seen this all throughout the day. I feel like I saw this maybe after games 2 or 3. From the 2-1-4, the series just showed me how fixed the NBA is.
I don't know.
I thought
there was a time
referees had little to no impact on the outcome of this series.
Well, Kevin, there was a jump ball. The Celtics won, and the referee literally screened for Derek White so he could shoot and make the three.
Was this last night when they lost 3 jump balls in the first 6 minutes? That's fine. Give it to the Mavs.
If there hadn't been a screen, Kevin, there wouldn't have been a made 3, is my belief.
Take those 3 points off the board. Would that have stopped the Celtics from their end quarter run?
Clearly.
No, I don't.
It would have changed everything.
Okay. And
butterfly effect, Kevin.
You
want me to show you? I got the picture tweeted to me,
I can't rule out the butterfly effect, and I'm not disputing that particular play, but you got destroyed last night, and I'm not going to say that had anything to do with it. When Luka fouled out, that does look like a screen by the ref, as if they needed it. When you lost because Luka fouled out, I don't think he got jobbed, and he threw a temper tantrum foul on foul number 4. We talked about that last week. Here's my next question for you. This isn't an adjustment. This is just a question as a fan. So last night, this barbecue spot in Farmers Branch, Barrel and Bones, said if the Mavs win Game 5, all open restaurant and bar tabs will be completely comped. But you have to be there to the end of the game to qualify. At what point would you have closed your tab and said, we're done? Because we're not going to win. I'm not going to get free food.
When the half-court specialist came in and did that thing.
Cut number 2. Let's hear it. This was also the shot that led Patrick Mahomes to tweet out, bro, I hate this dude.
Rebound. Celtics have it. Horford outlet. It's Pritchard again. Pritchard, half court. It's in the air.
Travel.
He got it. He did it again. Peyton Pritchard did it again with the world watching. He knocks down a half-court 3 that will send the Boston Celtics into the locker room with a
that's enough, Reggie.
lead.
That's good. That's good. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
Mike Green's call was really good on that.
I was getting mad again because of that. And
he lives for these shots.
So, Kevin, that's 6 points right there. That you take away the 3 from the screen by the referee and then the travel that was gone there.
You know what? I agree. And I will go ahead and concede to taking those 6 points off the board
about damn
for the
time.
Boston Celtics. So now, new halftime score. Boston 61, Mavericks 46.
All right, closer than it was before.
I think they can do it, Kevin.
It's true. And then they outscored the Celtics by all of 3 points in the second half. So I don't know if that would have gotten you all the distance. Now, if you're at this Barrel and Bones restaurant, I'm
committed.
All right, you're staying no matter what.
Here's the deal.
And you're still ordering, or you're just like, hey, can you refill my water?
I've gone into this thinking I didn't go there because I was going to get a free tab. I went there because I like the food and I like the drinks. All right. And so now what's going to happen is, Kevin, I've already had so many foods and drinks, but I have an Uber on the way, so it's okay.
Okay, good.
I've already had so many foods and drinks that now I'm just turning to depression and letting the alcohol take over the depression for me. I'm sad, and I'm ordering shots to make up for it. Now, how do I make this a party? And so I'm sticking with it. I'm paying the tab. I'm going to be there with my buddies all night. So I'm committed, man. I'm not running away from that tab and saying close me out yet.
Okay, Reggie,
I'm looking over at the bartender and I'm saying, we ain't done yet.
I respect what you're saying. I will probably defer to Reggie on this one, where I was like, yeah, we'll get water from here on out.
Were you going to say to go? That's
I was going to say to go. From here on out,
to-go water,
and
please?
if the Mavericks don't make a run, then I'm like, hey, let me just go ahead and pay my tab from the 817. As soon as that low percentage Pritchard S went in, I turned the game off. And that's why I thought Mike Breen's call was so brilliant and infuriating, is right before he shot it, he goes, oh, he lives for these shots. And then I was like, son of a gun. And you could see the Celtics bench, from their viewpoint, they're like, it looks online.
Stupid Peyton Pritchard.
Agreed. I told you he might be the villain because of his stupid
He didn't
face
do
and the
jack
3-point
the entire series except for
those
that.
You know what's hilarious? At halftime, I like having the box score up from multiple places, and I looked at ESPN's, and I was like, Peyton Pritchard, it didn't register as a minute. Like, he registered as not having played, basically, because he came in for, 8 seconds? But he had 3 points. 1 for 1 for 3 points.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
There's only one thing you can do when expectations are that high. Meet them. And there's only one way to stop being haunted by the ghosts and the legends and the champions atop this building. And once again, the Boston Celtics stand alone for all time.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Heggy. How the heck are you?
Crappy. I'm still upset that we lost. I realized a whole lot of people were able to turn the page faster than I was, and like, whoa, what a great season. I'll maybe be there tomorrow or tonight. But for most of the show, I've still been bummed out. Like, you still had a shot to win an NBA title, and then your superstar, Luka, didn't show up when it mattered. Kyrie didn't show up. It was a disaster.
Nobody showed up last night. Hugely disappointing. Okay, fair enough. Good call. Good call. Josh Green
played pretty well.
Josh Green left a great taste in everybody's mouth for the offseason. When you consider Josh Green moving forward and what he can bring to the roster, we will never forget what he did last night.
Assets. So that's what you're saying. He brings other assets.
Can't wait to trade him.
He's going to put some shrimp on the Bobby.
Yes, he is.
It was a pretty terrible night for Dallas sports, though, all the way around. Like, I stayed at the Mavs or the Rangers game and was watching the Mavs at the Rangers, and they're getting absolutely shelled. And then the Mavs are all. It really, to me, it all came down to that last minute and a half in the first quarter. You had that. I mean, the game was there. I mean, you're hanging, you're going back and forth with the Celtics, and all of a sudden you look up, there's turnovers from Luka, and it's a 10-point game. And then from then on, you never had a chance. You were never close.
I began to mourn this season last Thursday, though.
After
so
game
I think
three?
I might be a few steps ahead of you at this point, Higgs.
Okay.
Thanks for holding out hope, though.
Okay,
That's brave of you.
We appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
You give me a glimmer of hope, and I'm in. Like, just tell me, just say there's a chance, and I'm like, all right. I'm just like was it Lloyd on Dumb and Dumber? So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
I'm absolutely that guy.
And I think I was just also trying to like put off going further into the Rangers and all the offensive problems they have, because I know, like, obviously Josh Young, we're hoping that he'll be back soon out on rehab assignment. But when people talk about, hey, Malley and Verlander and DeGrom, and I'm like, can any of them hit?
No.
But
Lorenzen can. Yeah. And maybe you move Lorenzen into the lineup, huh?
Lorenzen's going to start to hit, and obviously Kisner is one of our best relief pitchers now. So that's the new reality.
Lorenzen with those biceps, there's no way he can't provide some slug.
Oh, he's got some pop to him for sure.
Guaranteed.
And he's got the trunk to do it, too.
He's
got a caboose.
Amen. Yeah. And that doesn't get enough credit
That's
for that.
the big thing in sports.
Yeah.
Is it the caboose more than the thighs that you want for
A
baseball?
little bit of both, I think.
I think it is mainly the caboose in all sports. That's what you're looking at.
Okay.
What about for you personally, though? Would you just have a great tuchus or just incredible teardrop thighs?
Yeah, I think the butt for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They complement each other so well.
They
though.
do, yeah.
You know,
I mean, that's why you can tell when the girl's got the fake one, because it just doesn't mesh with the thighs. That's usually the tell. It's just like the way it goes from backside to leg side, I guess.
Have you ever
butt side to
known a
leg
girl
side.
in real life with a fake butt?
I never personally. No, never personally. But you see them and
But
it's
the smell, you
know.
can tell.
What?
That's what Lucius told us. Apparently, those BBLs, there's a stench.
That is, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I appreciate
well
knowing
because
that now.
there's more depth,
a new
that
odor
you
coming
weren't-
through
that you weren't prepared for.
Oh,
And you really probably didn't get coached at.
Just like this part of the conversation.
Exactly.
I was not prepared for.
Yes.
My sniffer's been broken for a while.
Your
but
sniffer?
I'm on 2 days in a row. My
it probably is.
sniffer is working. Yesterday, I
It worked for a
smelled.
little while. You got 3 kids.
It's yesterday I smelled something in the house. What was it? Oh, the soap.
Are
The
you still
soap in the
tasting?
shower.
Are you
I can
still
taste.
tasting?
I can taste.
You got COVID?
No, my allergies have just my whole life have been so miserable that occasionally during right around this time I lose my sense of smell.
Got it.
Because polyps and stuff like that start to build
Oh,
up.
so this is just yearly tradition.
Yeah, it happens all the time. But today I walked in, smelled the coffee, and I was like, there you go. And that BO from that dude at the gym, that was pretty bad.
Oh,
Where's some deodorant,
gosh.
bro?
I know Wolchuk brought up the end of the first quarter as obviously being very hurtful to the Mavericks title run. Was there a time in the game where you're like, I might keep watching, but it's done?
Yeah, it was absolutely the Pritchard moment.
Yeah.
It was the Pritchard moment where I'm like, okay. And you pretty much already knew anyways, because the thing that was frustrating about the series too is they were like the out hustling the ball, the 50-50 balls felt like those were 80-20 balls Celtics
we lost
way.
3 jump balls like in the first
jump
6
balls,
or 7
the
minutes.
offensive rebounds,
the long rebounds
like all
were
those
killers.
hitbacks where it's like, no, dude, you get another hack at that.
And the Mavs were
no
like
problem,
tipping
get
it
another.
to them sometimes. There's Derek Jones Jr. He's in position. No, let's bounce it back. Okay, Drew Holiday's got this. Derek White's collecting this.
Yeah.
Let's just reset the shot clock for them.
Yeah, that was around that time. I had already decided. Whenever you're talking about when Pritchard hit that, I'd already decided I've made myself comfortable on this couch. All right, I'm dug in and I'm stuck here for the night. This is just where I'm going to be invested at.
I've been scouring the internets looking for any reason to believe that the Mavs had made a tactical adjustment that would give them an advantage. And I asked our guests it yesterday, like, is there anything they did or they just try harder? It's like, no, they just wanted it more in game 4. And I'm like, that's not enough to believe.
Is this...
Because you knew the Celtics were going to come back and do that to you eventually. I didn't know it was going to be quite that impressive.
Is this an okay, sarcastic response to my wife this morning? Because she went to bed, I think it was middle third quarter. The Mavericks are obviously losing by 1,000,000 points. And when we woke up, she goes, oh, I'm guessing the Mavs probably lost. And I was like, no, yeah, they won. Didn't you hear me? And like I just left it at that.
They won.
Is that too rude? I guess I still wasn't over it at that point.
It's a little spicy, but I do understand.
Okay.
I absolutely understand.
Now, in honor of Deion Sanders, we talked about this earlier in the show. What's the best lie you've ever been told? Because, we talked the other day about people being forced to go to Shedeur Sanders' rap concert, and he disputed that, and that's why all these people left Colorado. He's like, that's the best lie I've ever heard. What's the best lie that you have ever heard? Because for me, it was when I was little, my mom would tell my sister and I that she has cameras throughout the house.
Ooh, that's good.
And if we admit who did what, then we'll get a lesser punishment. And she told me one of her worst days as a parent is when we finally got to the age when we're like, go ahead, go check the tape. But that didn't happen for
He did call the bluff too.
But that didn't happen for many years.
You were 27 years old when you finally
and we
got
just
onto
said
that.
too many things.
But
that we were
today
guilty
it changed for you when you found out that George Washington didn't have wooden teeth.
Dude, okay.
What?
Oh my God. Look it up.
Yep. Well, then this is that, and you're next time you're going to tell me Abraham Lincoln was not a vampire hunter, because I know he was.
Actually, he was.
I read that book and saw that film.
I know.
I
we
think
all did.
The biggest lie I ever overheard.
He definitely killed those vampires.
I agree.
When I was in one of my classes in
Yes.
college, and there's these 3 girls sitting in front of me, and they're talking about like one of them hooked up with this dude last night, and they didn't use all the precautions necessary. And she goes, "But it's okay because he said he didn't." And I told Corey, I really wish I knew that girl so I could like tap her on the shoulder and be like, hey, I don't know you. I don't know that guy, but he lied. Like, you didn't just go, all right, well, good work.
bad.
Let's just take it from here.
He said he didn't what?
Yeah, he lied.
I'm not following.
He always does.
So you need to.
He's the guarantee.
Yeah, you need to go, I don't know, figure out the next steps. But
You're the outlier.
yeah, but he lied to you. I'm really sorry to have to be the one to tell you that.
This was a university age.
It was.
Wow.
It was.
She was years away from
gracious.
graduating, if not months.
She was months away from something. But I don't know if graduation was what it was going to be.
The 214 when my girlfriend had said it's okay. I'm late sometimes. Like to be places. Like to arrive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we know.
Very late.
That late text. Doesn't matter what time I say it's time to leave. I guarantee she'll be ready 10 minutes after that time.
Yeah, exactly.
The biggest one that irritates me is I'm 5 minutes away when they know damn well they're not. I was like, just tell me I'm 37 minutes away so I can plan appropriately.
I can make an excuse for you and everything.
If you're like 8 minutes, I think you could say 5. Sure. But once you dip into double-digit minutes away, don't tell me single digits.
I got to
It's
the point.
15.
Yes, in our family functions where I stopped making excuses for the late members of my family, and they're like, "Oh, were they doing something?" I was like, "Nope, they're just late."
They're just late.
It took many years of me being like, "Oh yeah, they had to do this or that," and then finally I was like, "No, they're just not here on time."
Yeah, they were probably just laying in bed watching TV until about 35 minutes ago.
And they're like, oh, crap, I have to get ready. Oh, I have to dress nicer for this. That's going to take more time than I allotted. Yes.
Yep. Now, the lie that used to work was in sports. Like, there's 5 minutes and 14 seconds left in a quarter. Like, oh, there's just a few minutes left. And that used to work. Now, Maya knows, like, that means there's probably half an hour
sports
left
time.
of this.
That's not actual
She is caught on to this now where I can no longer get away with that.
So the best lie I tell every weekend before games is that we got to go a lot earlier. And now they're double checking my math and stuff. And they're coming back to me and like,
engineering
it clearly, I'm like, oh, so you do know how a clock works. Okay, well, doesn't change the facts. This is when we're leaving.
Oh,
that's the heady play. You have to adjust.
Yes.
You have to. It's at least 30 minutes, if not an hour. You know, you got to know your teammates.
Agreed. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. It's a Rangers player show Tuesday, and we have David Robertson for you in the 340.
Ooh, Rangers legend already.
Heat.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're laughing, Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. General at your service. At ease. Brian Broaddus is on his way. He's just running a little late today. Lucius Alexander's in the Pim Cup. Woolchuck and Shia Follow are here. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. How we doing, boys? Good?
I mean, a little bit of a bummer, but I think we're okay. All in all, very good season for the Mavs. I think we're optimistic for the most part. At least I am.
Yeah, we took our licks last night, man, on both sides of the sports with the baseball and the basketball. Had the two-screen situation, split screen, and it was just misery on both sides.
It was bad.
That kind of sucked. But I'm feeling good right now, actually. Honestly, I'm bouncing back quicker than Hagee. And I'm kind, we were sort of understanding here with the way the series was trending.
Yeah.
Okay, this isn't like a gut wrenching. Oh my gosh, we lost in a game 7 here, or we thought we were the better team. There's none of that. This is you maxed out everything you possibly could, and you went up against a Boston Giant.
Yeah, and you got a good understanding of what it's going to take to get to that level. I think this is part of the process of becoming a champion. It's getting there. It's seeing what it's like, and remembering that look on their faces and using that as fuel to your fire so you can, address whatever you need to. And I just don't know about the Rangers at the same time, falling off in the way that they have. We got 6 weeks till Cowboys, 5 weeks till Cowboys, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just training camp. We got 85 days until the actual season. Something like that. So I don't know. Are you guys ready to turn your attention to the Cowboys yet? Or, what's that say about our belief in the Rangers after just taking on the chin in a massive way last night? That was just hard.
And I've been trying to remain optimistic when it comes to the Rangers, and it is kind of like I'm holding out hope for Josh Young. But man, it's just such a bizarre slump offensively. Now, look, I don't think it mattered yesterday. John Gray, and there was the question of was he tipping pitches? I don't know. Maybe there's something he's got to work on there. The Mets seem to just be shelling him from the get-go. But, yeah, this offense is just in a really, really bad way right now, and there's nobody that you can turn to. Seager got hot for a little while, but yesterday, Robbie Grossman had a couple RBIs, went 2 for 4. But you've been expecting somebody to turn a corner, like Jonah Heim. Can you turn the corner? Josh Smith has been hurt. He was really hot for you. So maybe they're the second half, they do catch fire, because we've seen this before. There's present to believe based on last year's run. Offensively, they'll be good to go. But it is getting tough to continue to pep talk yourself into that optimism when it comes to the lineup.
A couple of weeks ago, we were at the top of the sports world with the Mavs, and we thought the Stars possibly heading to the finals as well. But, now reality hits you. I think it's important to appreciate how great of a season that was for the Mavericks. I'm definitely in that lane right now. And, going into next year now, you can feel like, hey, it's us and Denver here in the West, right?
Yeah. I don't think the West is getting any easier. That's for dang sure. I think the youth of Minnesota could, they can continue to get better in theory, especially a team like Oklahoma City. And a team like that who always is wheeling and dealing and has plenty of assets, probably having a better understanding of the missing piece or two that they're looking for. So I do think you get John Morant back from Memphis. We'll see what that does.
Sure.
But, this is going to be another deep situation in the West. It's going to be a bit of a gauntlet just as it was. But I do think the Mavericks have an opportunity to get much better as well, even if it's just a lot of these same guys for the most part. But now you have more than just a couple of months together. You've got much more time here. Hopefully you have an even healthier Luka and things like that. Who knows, at the trade deadline, Nico's shown he's willing to pull the trigger and make some moves here. So I'm super optimistic about what the Mavs have moving forward, not just with next year, but big picture over the next half decade. I think things are looking up.
It feels different than the run 2 years ago. This feels like a building block type of season where that was just a great year where you went on a little bit of a run, but you knew the roster wasn't ready. Now I feel like, man, it's close, and with the right trade or the right, use of what little assets you have for team building, they could, turn things over in a big way and make that final push.
And it's weird, the team that you lost to in a way in Boston is, I'm kind of looking across the way at how they've been able to build this thing and say, okay, they also went through, hey, they got to the finals and lost. Now they got to the conference finals and lost. But they had two superstars in Tatum and Brown that people were like, I don't know, are they good enough? Can they win together? Look, I believe Luka's always going to have you in contention throughout his career. He's that good. I think it's clear that him and Kyrie do work. The question is defensively, will they be good enough together? Can you put together a team around them, which they took a great step in doing so by adding Gafford and PJ Washington and what Lively's doing. But, I mean, I loved what Nico Harrison was saying after the game. Like, this was the first time a lot of these guys got playoff experience, certainly finals experience. Derek Lively, just a rookie. He's going to grow. He's going to get 15 to 20% better. Hell, he could get way better than that, right? PJ Washington at 25 years old is going to get better. Now, what else are you able to do this offseason? Are you able to use, maybe teams still want a Josh Green or a Hardy, or maybe you feel like they are guys that can improve. I think Josh Green kind of is what he is at this point throughout his career. Can he be a solid role player? Sure. You know what he does when it comes to effort, energy, hustle, but maybe you're able to parlay that into some more talented pieces around it. I think Nico has built that trust with what he was able to do at the deadline, and then last year in the offseason, specifically with the draft. Like Omax Prosper is another guy that hopefully can develop into a legitimate role player at the NBA level, and he was able to get some finals experience. So I'm very excited at the future of what the Mavericks can do.
So if that question is for you at 877-881-1053, how do you take that next step? How would you answer that? The 214 kid needs to free Hardy and Omax. Yeah, you know, I think you got to get better defensively and get a little bit better playmaking going on out there. I mean, the fact that just Luka and Kyrie were good offensive options and everybody else was, you know, sort of neutralized to the point that you were looking at Tim Hardaway Jr. for answers. That's interesting. I think, but at the same time, you got to get better defensively. And I think that's a massive question for the organization to ask, like, how doable is this with Luka and Kyrie? You know, we looked damn good up until the end. Are we going to see a bunch of teams like Boston that can shut us down? Is this going to get worse as Kyrie gets older? Is his trade value right now at the highest it's going to be for the rest of his career? And if we're thinking championship, did it get exposed that it's too much to ask Luka and Kyrie to have a championship level impact defensively? And I hope they're having that level of honest conversation. You know, now I'm not talking about moving Kyrie just to get rid of him, but entertain it. Like, hey, what could happen? You know, and you know it's very difficult because as soon as you take Kyrie off the team, now you're going to be back in this spot where you can only depend on Luka. Right. You know, and that's a miserable place to be as well, you know. So it would have to be a wonderful trade that, you know, made you significantly better defensively and gave you a secondary playmaker.
Yeah, it would have to be huge because right now you're sort of in win now mode, and the biggest reasons why you're winning are going to be because of Luka and then Kyrie. I still think it was the offense that ultimately betrayed you most in this series. So maintaining that dominant defense is absolutely paramount, and we'll see with Derek Jones Jr. potentially being a guy that steps away to another team as a free agent. How do you replace that defensively? But can you get a guy to replace him that also can bring a little bit more offensive juice? Because I think the offense right there is what you're going to need. So many just missed wide open threes throughout this entire series, and the Celtics were able to just, hey, we can have all eyeballs on Luka and Kyrie, and we will cheat to them wherever they are, and we don't have to respect anybody else. And to me, that ultimately was your biggest problem in the series.
I agree 100%. Like, I mean, you held Boston to 107, 105, 106 twice in this series. You weren't able to eclipse 100 points offensively all but once, and you won that game when you hit 122. So you talk about the wide open three-pointers. According to Stat Mamba, Celtic starters hit 42.6% across the entire finals. Mavs 17.6%. And that was really their calling card to get here, right? Was the way they were able to just get the three-point shot going. And unfortunately for Derek Jones Jr., for PJ Washington, certainly Maxey was a shell of himself offensively from what we saw in the Clippers series.
Luka couldn't hit a three.
Luka was terrible from three.
Kyrie was
in the
barely,
finals.
I mean, nobody was
no
able
doubt.
to really.
I mean, the starters, just the three ball wasn't there for them. And maybe that does have something to do with the gauntlet that the West was to get to. And that's not an excuse because it's not going to get any easier. But Brad Stevens was talking about that last night. Things that they learned from losing to Golden State in the finals 2 years ago. It helps when you don't go 7-6-7 or whatever they went through to get to the finals. They went 4-5-5, right? So they didn't play. There wasn't as much wear and tear. They had fresh legs in the finals compared to what the Mavs had to deal with going with the grind of the Clippers, the Thunder, and then, they only went 5 with Minnesota, but Luka also hobbled and battling those injuries as well. And I think Kyrie was also dealing with some stuff. He certainly was against OKC. So the fresher legs and how you're able to get to the finals does matter.
Do you guys just run it back then? Do you think this team is there? You just need to make shots more?
I think a couple additions here and there, certainly. Like, I wouldn't just run it back and be like, this exact same roster is getting to the finals, but I think the core and the nucleus is good enough, yes.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. The Derek Jones thing is interesting, deciding whether or not what you want to do with that. Could you trade Maxi Kleber, open up a little bit more money, and be able to bring Derek Jones Jr. back? I think a lot of these guys you're going to want back, but can you get something for a Kleber? Can you get something for the expiring contract of Tim Hardaway Jr.? Maybe not this offseason, but at the trade deadline. So it's not just about the offseason, and Nico proved that this past season where, okay, here's Grant Williams, and that was the prize piece of the offseason, and obviously that didn't work out, but you remedied the situation at the trade deadline. So there will be avenues for making adjustments to the roster, and you're probably going to need something, but I do think there's a youthfulness to this roster that allows some hope for just growth from within. And so that's promising. The youth of the roster with a lot of these guys, Derek Lively, somebody who you just feel like, oh my gosh, the ceiling is so high for him. But yeah, all of it, I think for the most part, this is a team you can hang on to. And I do need to admit, like, I underestimated what Boston was bringing to the table. I didn't really respect their run through the postseason in the East with a bunch of injured teams that they were going up against, and I underestimated the impact that Porzingis was going to have, at least while he was healthy. I couldn't even believe we saw him as much as we did last night. But I absolutely underestimated them and to some extent overestimated the Mavericks with how poor they played offensively and missing wide open shots and stuff. So, like the 2-1-4 calling me out. But yeah, I know. Before the series started, I had a different perspective. And now, quickly into the series, you realize Boston was the best team.
Yeah, it is. I want to know, the missed shots from three, like the 817 says the lob passes and dunks were setting those threes up, working inside and out did that. But, I mean, this is a stat for just the wide open ones. You know?
That's just the wide open
They clearly had, every game you're looking at it, last night included. There were wide open shots that they just did not make, and it goes throughout everybody on the roster, Luka and Kyrie included. There were shots, man, dang.
But a lot less corner threes. I mean,
Boston did a great job of taking that away.
I think Boston just made you uncomfortable, kept you out of rhythm, and that contributes to why when you did get open looks, you weren't in, the best possible space to knock them down. But, I feel like if you ran this thing back 100 times, I don't think the Mavs would start getting hot from three in a way that would allow them to win 4 of 5 at any point in that 100-game stretch. Maybe I'm off on that, but I do know that, the Mavs are in a great position now with Luka at 25 years old, with role players and wings around him, with, the young guy coming up in Hardy, and Kyrie Irving still definitely young enough to, be in his prime. That's a guy that's, got to, figure out how, if he does get back here, though, he is not so neutralized, because Boston is by far the favorite. If you get back to the finals next year, it's highly likely you're going to see them again. I mean, they're going to pay luxury tax like we've never seen a team before, and pay the price for that. But they're gonna try to run this thing back. Okay, so the next story becomes, with the Rangers, they need to get right tonight. It is a 6:30 pregame, a 7 o'clock first pitch. Lorenzen against Severino. Rangers player show coming up today at 3:40 with David Robertson. Had a huge week last week. Looking forward to chatting with him about that. The Oilers are now exactly where the Mavs were. They were going into a must win, or they were going to get swept at home, and they won it 8-1.
Ain't that nuts?
Yeah.
Man, Connor McDavid finally figured out, hey, I can score in this series. I do think that also ends tonight. I think the Panthers get that one, and they take care of business game 5. And you have Tatum and Kachuk, both former high school buddies, Tatum saying, yeah, Kachuk, go get yours tonight. So, hey, it'd be fun. I mean, I'm all for keep those finals going, but I do think Florida, similar to what we've had in Boston and Dallas, that they're just better than Edmonton.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation. We're off and running. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. Little sports hodgepodge next, Chief. What do you got?
We have a Landon Donovan hair update and explanation, and we will reveal it to you next in the nation.
Local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, Nation. We're 7.5 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Time here for a sports hodgepodge. It's brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Chief, what do you say?
Well, I think we know who our Bleep Hole of the Week nominee is now. And he
brought us for coming late.
Not even for coming late. I'll give him the excuse of having to get his skin checked up,
or just recovering with a bunch of water and hydration from the Boston parade.
The hangover is to be expected. What you do inside inside your own apartment is totally on you. But when you step into our studios wearing Boston Celtic green,
I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest with you.
You're a liar,
Boston
dude.
Bride. We're going to get championship bride on Friday.
It's like a brand new poncho shirt.
Yeah, just in time for the Celtics championship celebrations.
It's actually called Amen is the name of the shirt, and it's named after Amen Corner for the Masters. So Masters green. But like I put it on, I got it new.
Conversation?
No, I put it on, and then I didn't even think about what happened in this series. I honestly didn't. I mean, I went and got my skin checked, and I walked in. I'm like, wait. I really thought about it when I was listening to you guys driving over, and you were talking about.
Oh, you looked down,
then you realized, crap.
I'm like, oh, geez.
I'm disappointed you don't have Band-Aids all over your dome right now.
Yeah, how about that?
Skin.
Well, it's actually probably a good thing that you don't.
No, it checked out great.
Yeah,
it's great. They ask you the uncomfortable question if you're okay with standing around in your underwear, or do you need a gown? I stood around in the underwear part.
Hell yeah, Brian.
You know?
Your Chill Boys?
I didn't have the Chill Boys on.
What? You didn't have your Chill Boys?
No, those are kind of like, the Chill Boys are like
special occasion undies.
Yeah, kind of special occasion.
This feels like a special occasion. You're going to be standing in them, wearing only these in front of what you said was a smoking hot doctor.
Yeah, maybe get Ben as your nurse again.
She was it's funny. The assistant. Her assistant was talking to me about radio stuff.
Okay.
Like
while you were in your skivvies?
It was kind of an uncomfortable deal.
I want to know what you were doing with your hands the whole time.
In lap. In your lap. Okay. Yeah, you put them in your lap.
Coverage.
It's a bit cold in here, isn't it?
Double coverage.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, okay, I guess I don't have anything for 240. I'll think about it.
No, it's fine, dude. If you need to save it for 240, it's okay.
Tease it ahead.
Actually, I think you guys will appreciate 240. I'll tell you a story.
Okay, I look forward to it.
About
man.
this.
The date. I look forward to it. I also look forward to not watching Luka play for Slovenia in the Olympics. Now, I don't know if I'm going to actually get that payoff that I'm looking forward to.
I'm hoping.
But gosh, dude, come on. There's no reason you need to be playing this now. I mean, Choppy was saying it'd be more likely he'd be missing NBA Finals games than missing playing for his country.
There's a lot of pride for him playing for his country.
I understand that.
But the fact that he didn't jump in and just be like, yes, of course I'm playing last night makes me think maybe he is realizing I need that time. I need to recover.
Where's your bread buttered, bro?
I think you have a chance with some of these events, but not the Olympics.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
He's 25.
Especially because how close they've gotten. I mean, with him playing, they actually have a chance to medal and stuff.
They do with him playing.
I don't think he's going to miss that.
I guess there's the thing of like, it's the same type of not wanting to let your guys down. And obviously those are his guys. And so I get that like human nature aspect of it. But I mean, come on, dude. You don't love him so much that you're keeping your career there. You don't love playing for your country so much that you're just playing for them all the time and you're not playing for the Mavericks in the NBA. You wanted a little something else. Well, sometimes, there's decisions have to be made. You made the decision and you made a great one financially. But now this is where you kind of got to draw the line in the sand a little bit. If you loved playing for your country so much, then you would have just stayed over there and kept playing for them. You weren't even worried about coming to the NBA. But obviously there's something special about being here. And a lot of it has to do with the pocketbook and the legendary status. I mean, come on, man. They'll be playing the Olympics.
But I hope it's a positive for the Mavs. I don't know, but I hope, that at least he's dialed. Now, I would like wear and tear off.
Yeah.
But I think I'll take the trade-off of not going and sitting on a beach and eating pizza and, drinking beer for the next 2 months.
Well, if those are the two options, then yes, I will choose that option as well. Go ahead.
I prefer hyperbaric chamber with a physical therapist.
Yeah, like, I want him to heal his body. That's a big
we
thing.
We might hear about his knee was actually pretty bad.
Oh,
yeah.
I
maybe
like we always have, in the hockey injuries, it's like the lower body injury, and the guy was playing with a broken foot. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that's severe, but there might be some things where Luka's knee was exactly right.
That's my concern. It's the health. Like physically, if you're
that's
hurt,
probably why
I'd rather you didn't play. If you're not hurt, then okay, he is going to play, and I accept that.
I would keep it under consideration if I was a front office. Like, do we want to draft European? They're going to be getting after it constantly.
They're the
might
best
be
players.
They might be smoking cigarettes. They might be playing international ball. Yeah. All right, there's a lot that goes along with this.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we just need to keep it red, white, and blue on this squad. You know what I'm saying? Just full American.
Dude, let's, if you want to be patriotic, I'm not going to turn you down on that. Now, I am going to turn. We got to get the Landon Donovan situation brewing up again. We had questions yesterday. We finally got some answers. So
this text exchange was epic.
Here's the Walchuk sent this my way last night. We finally got an answer to the question that we were asking for the last half of the show yesterday. How did anyone let Landon Donovan on television looking like that? His hair was just like falling off of his face. I use the term hair extremely loosely. He was screenshotting now a text exchange with one of his buddies, and one of his buddies texted him and just said, "Hey, bro, check Twitter ASAP and prob fire your barber." And Landon Donovan responded with some emojis with like the hand over his face. He's feeling shame now and embarrassment, obviously. Where were you 7 hours ago with 3 question marks is the response from Landon Donovan. Had a hair transplant procedure 2 weeks ago and was told it wouldn't show up on camera.
What?
That's the biggest lie ever told.
Yeah.
There it is, KNC.
How is that not going to show up on camera?
And then his buddy responded, "Who told you that? Rafa Marquez?" And then there was a lot of laughing, crying emojis and middle fingers and can I post this? Yes, whatever, I deserve it. Good night, Mo. So Landon Donovan actually playing this pretty cool. He's sort of owning it. The worst hair ever, just the human being head ever on television, I would say.
How did this happen, though? I mean, like, wife or girlfriend, mom, TV producer,
friend,
like you show up.
Anyone with an ounce of respect for you and your family.
Are we really doing this? Nobody.
I think he lost a bet.
At least we got an explanation.
Yeah, he lost a bet.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, just the self-awareness to not know and think, oh, this will be fine. That's hilarious.
What a ballsy move to know I'm 2 weeks out before huge TV stuff, and I'm going to go do some craziness to my dome.
Let's do it. Let's get that transplant.
And how about the hair transplant company? Oh, yeah, you'll be fine. This won't show up on camera. Just sign the check,
He was so big of a bleep hole. They're like, yeah, it's not showing up on camera.
Time now for the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. It's Lucius.
Yeah, if I'm Landon Donovan, I'm calling my bank. I'm disputing the charges. You said it wouldn't show up on television. Yeah. What do you know about this?
Yeah.
That's some bad customer service.
What's the warranty on this hair?
Now you got me out here looking crazy. I could drop your name of the company and say, yeah, this is the people that don't go to them.
Ooh.
These guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm disputing the charges, bro. He looks crazy. Looked like a dog licked his head before he walked out there. My man looks insane. Fire Marshal Bill style.
It is very.
He looks ridiculous, bro.
Maybe it's a hair plug rollout.
What?
You know,
maybe
like
falling out hair.
Look like crazy at first, and then I'm
after.
fixed later. Yeah. Boy, I tell you what. No, you'll be fine, man. You'll be great on TV. So what's those 3 numbers on the back of your card? We're trying to get that process right here for you real quick. No, don't worry about it. All right, let's go to Sunday with Red Medford. I don't know. How many days is this for Blake?
Looking for 5.
Looking for 5 right here. Yeah, Blake, fan phenom winner, our guy. Buddy put himself in a pickle.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What?
Who?
What?
Hello?
What did you just say?
What?
That's marked. That's going to get marked.
Thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
G-Bag of the day will be tomorrow at 2:30 right here on the fan.
Just sending that one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver Nuggets.
You just said that Denver is.
So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it. Then. Colorado's the state. Denver's
You
the
did
city.
not catch it. What do you mean?
I caught it. What do you mean?
What do you mean? I caught it.
All those fan phenom contestants are like, I can't believe I lost to this guy.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying it. That's why I keep saying it. Just get into your crawl a little bit. Yeah.
Kenny and Quinlan's like, what the hell?
One time for the Mavs.
Yeah.
I went through my little pain with the Mavs last week. I knew it was going to go down then. I was like, okay, I see what's happening here. It's not looking good for us. But did you see the mariachi band at the Texas Rangers game?
Dude,
They walked right by us.
person.
They walked right by you guys?
Yeah,
it was great.
Right
Gave
by
one
us.
of them an attaboy butt slap before the game to go get him.
And those tight mariachi pants?
It was fantastic.
Pow! You out there to kill him, boy. Yeah, let's listen to it. They play Creed.
Let's make our escape. So let's go there. Ask how we stay. Can you take me higher?
Let's go. It's got a nice feel to it.
Comments were just roasting that. Comments didn't like it. Yeah, they didn't like it. They like the mariachi part, but they want a song that they can sing, they said.
Oh.
I thought they hit it out the park.
That's a shot at Creed.
Yeah.
Give us songs we can sing.
Yeah.
I like how he sings. I know the producer was like, hey, man, can we get a little more on that one?
Yeah, a little more.
A little bit more. Tell you, man, you're hitting it. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, Snoop Dogg threw out the first pitch at a Milwaukee Brewers game last week. And
He did some good radio.
he jumped in the booth.
Yeah.
There's a bouncing ball to second. Look at Terrain. Pickett.
Easy to 1-2-1-2. That'll do what it do. Sanchez on the 1-2. What I told you, get it in there. Oh, he in there. That's Sanchez. That's yes. I told you, baby. We call it an easy walk in the park. That's a base hit. Give him a single. He does like to mingle. And my favorite jingle is the S to the N, double O, no. I came in where the players come in at, because I'm a player. Get up in there. Oh, he's saying he can't throw that. He ain't got no arm like that. No, he don't.
He does, though.
No, he don't.
Oh, he does.
Who is that with that rocket?
Ellie De La Cruz. Lord. With a howitzer.
He got a rocket in his pocket. Oh, he made that.
So good.
Yeah.
Is he still doing Olympics? Are they bringing him on?
he's still
for the
going.
Olympics?
He's still doing that for sure.
The
Yes.
equestrian thing that he did with the horses, that was awesome.
It was him and Kevin Hart.
Yeah, that was awesome.
We would watch their recap every other night on with the Peacock.
Not a sport he can't do. Like
Snoop?
the fighting, with the Sugar Show. I mean, O'Malley
he's
wins his first fight.
he's not really even doing anything. He's just being Snoop.
And then like hyping everything up. You know, but
Man,
it's
look
fun.
at there, man. Cuz got hit in the face, cuz. he walked out there, got him. Ooh. And everybody's like, oh my God.
Yeah, that translates to every sport.
Yeah, that's everything.
Every sport.
It works.
You just got to sound cool.
He's got to be cool, man.
The delivery.
Let's see what else. This isn't one, but Doris Burke with an uppercut. Oh, this is when who got hit? Porzingis.
Yeah.
And PJ Washington. PJ Washington gave him a little strong one. Pause.
Crowd reacting to the replay on the big screen. Washington just trying to send a little message, play some physical basketball.
If that were Caitlin Clark, it might spark a debate for a week.
Yes.
Hilarious.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. Really
She
good
was
one.
on fire.
And before I get out of here, I play a little bit of Choppy's Mavs song. I've been told by a few members of their show. Hey man, so
You mind? Have we not played this yet?
what you doing for G back in the day?
Looking back on this playoff run, we beat the Wolves. Hell yeah, that was fun. For a moment, I believed in Kai. How could I have known he'd shoot for 435? And now we'll lose Derrick Jones. Use our exception. Decide God only knows. We'll draft some no names out of France that probably never play. He might as well be named Trey Lance.
Wildin', bro. I like that one.
that was good.
I like that one. Some good lyrics, man.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, I like that. That's my favorite Chop song in a while.
How about that?
Actually,
look at that, Chop. You're showing out, bro.
Yeah,
you got you one.
Dub City right there. I think it's worthy of the G bag of the day on many days, but maybe not today as he faces Doris Burke on PJ Washington, standing on business and throwing Porzingis to the ground like the child he is.
Yeah.
Congrats for playing though. That was brave. Snoop Dogg does sports. Mariachi band with Creed fan phenom winner asked how close is Denver and Colorado. He's looking for 5. I'm going to vote for Doris Burke, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the champion.
Lucius?
Yeah,
That's weed.
Yeah, I'm going with the winner, man.
2-1, Will Chuck.
Jeez.
I'll give Snoop some love.
2-1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for Snoop and let the fans decide.
Here
this
we
one.
go. Jump on to at G-Bag Nation. Is it Snoop doing sports, little baseball play-by-play, or is it our champ Blake looking for 5-time status right here and to be immortalized? We'll come back, announce the winner, and do Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner. What do you have on that today, sir?
Yeah, Cowboys signed a couple of guys from the UFL. We'll talk about those cats next.
Okay, I'm going to get that poll up, but first I want to talk to you about Twin Peaks. It is your
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius, and congrats to Blake. He is won and is now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion for his exploits last weekend with Alec Medford there on the weekend show. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, sure. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for Reliant as well for being on board with us. Very nice of you to do. I mentioned I went and saw the skin doctor today.
Yeah.
Something you have to do, like
Dr. Skin?
Yeah, Dr. Skin. Yeah, Dr. Skin. Videos while you get your skin checked.
Yeah?
Yeah, Dr. Skin.
You're watching the skin videos.
Those get intense.
Is it Dr. Skin or Mr. Skin?
Mr. Skin.
The one you're thinking of is Mr.
Skin. Okay, I was thinking the wrong
I was
one.
lost on the video
Top
situation.
5 love scenes of the 80s. Click right here.
I was talking about. And it's never any
Used to
good.
pause your VHS at
It's
this
never
moment.
any good.
There's a lot of screenshots.
It's not any good.
A lot of Holly Berry.
Yeah. The monster ball thing.
Yeah.
And you just say, whoa, wait a minute, we got to find better than this, don't we?
Swordfish.
Yeah, swordfish. There you
The
go.
newspaper.
There you go.
Have a little Meg
James
Ryan in
Bond.
there. James Bond.
Oh, yeah, he always had them.
Yeah, James.
He was sick of them, too.
He was.
Get away from me.
He was. He'd always like, it's time to go save the world. You know? Like, bro, you're in Bali. Hang out with me for a while, kind of a thing. But no. I went to the skin doctor and highly recommend that people do that. Get your skin checked. I'll be that guy, With an old guy like me, colonoscopy and skin check. That's what you got to have.
Is this all your, like, how much of your skin is being checked in a skin checking situation?
It's head to toe. It's head to toe.
Wow.
Yeah, like this spot on my top of my head.
You never know skin cancer.
This Gorbachev, you guys familiar with Gorbachev?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he had his country tattooed on his forehead.
Yeah, it's basically like I got the same kind of issues as him up there. But
Mikel?
she said, I'm just going to watch it a little bit, So anyway, I got to, like when I do my fishing stuff now, I got to, my hands, got to make sure my hands are covered or I get some stuff on them. But other than that, with the bucket hats and stuff that I wear,
You're good?
I'm good to go.
Right on.
Okay, I have to tell you though, this doctor, she's from California. Great doctor.
Sounds promising.
Yeah, very, very good.
Fit.
Outstanding doctor. Yeah, outstanding doctor. She prescribed a thing to me called Sunnies. Sunnies. Any guess what
Sunglasses.
You know what Sunnies are?
Sunnies?
Sunnies.
What they call them in Australia.
What, sunglasses?
Mm-hmm.
Sunnies? I didn't know that.
Got me sunnies.
Oh, my Sunnies. But no guess what.
I have no idea.
Sunglasses, I think, is a great guess.
Better than any guess I'd have.
Got my first gummies.
Oh, your first gummies.
First gummies. These Sunnies are gummies.
Sunny gummies.
Sunny gummies.
Sunnies gummies.
What do they got in them?
Well, they're for my skin.
Oh, okay. Skin
So
gummies.
I take them like when I'm out, like every day you take a gummy and your skin, like it protects your skin.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like
How
a
about-
sunscreen gummy?
Yeah.
Protecting your skin from the inside. That's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard.
It builds up your skin and then you put your sunblock stuff. So it's like a double protection.
Oh, geez. Sun's got no chance.
Yeah.
Nice job.
So, so I don't have to worry.
Surrounded.
I don't have to worry. So my first gummies, Sunnies.
How do you feel?
You know what? When she prescribed him, I don't know if she was looking for the reaction of, oh, yeah, I take gummies all the time. I didn't know if she was looking for that one.
She probably was.
These days.
Being from California.
Yeah. She's a great doctor.
You keep saying that.
She is.
You're a big fan, huh?
I am a big fan of hers.
Yeah.
She's got a big-ass ring on, too.
Oh, I thought you were going to stop at something else in that sentence.
What?
What?
What are we doing over there?
You know what you're doing.
You're the
over
one that
there.
said she's got a big ass.
Ring.
Ring.
Yeah.
A big ass ring.
Whoa, are these Sonny's gummies, they have THC in them?
I don't know, Lucius. I really don't.
Sunmed Growers? Are they by Sunmed Growers?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Did you take some before you
I don't know. Just
came into the studio?
No,
THC protect against skin cancer?
I just got them.
I gotta look at the wrong ones.
They're out in the. Did you look at the wrong ones?
I hope so.
So, are they good for me, Lucius?
I
What's
mean,
the deal?
they look like they're fantastic.
Okay.
Amazing.
Is your heart racing right now?
I didn't take one yet,
Okay.
but maybe tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow.
Definitely tomorrow.
Yeah.
Doctor said so.
Maybe a little later tonight.
You got a doctor's note to take gummies, man. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
It is. I was surprised. I'm not going to lie. I was surprised. I was like, oh, well, here, there's this gummy form you could take. And I'm like,
delicious.
Oh, my teammates.
And this is all
My
happening.
teammates are the gummy kids.
Well, all gummy candy doesn't automatically have
kids.
weed in there, Brian.
Yeah, we love our Flintstone gummies.
Oh, gummy. Whoa.
Is that true? Or most gummies do, don't they?
You look at the trolleys at the checkout and go, ooh.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's.
I think of gummies. I think of the weed. That's what I think.
Yeah. I think that's the most prominent in the
for a guy
pop
that
culture.
doesn't take gummies. That's what I. When you start to talk about
When you
it,
say gummy, yeah, I think that's what most people would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the sweetest fish.
But yeah, there's all kinds of gummies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And apparently they're being used more and more for medicinal purposes.
Yeah. We'll see.
Right.
I'll let you know.
Have been since the beginning of time.
I'm all about it. Anything to make my skin be protected, I'm in.
And you were just standing there in your underwear the whole time as she's telling you about the gummies, and you're getting all excited about the gummies, and
I didn't know what to think, to be
You're
honest with you.
just standing
like,
there.
man, look at
Were you
that
still
big
wearing your
ass.
socks? Were you wearing socks and underwear?
It's a head to toe thing, man.
So it's just underwear.
Just underwear. You know? Why don't you go get your skin
With
checked?
that robe with the back out?
No, they offer you one,
Oh,
Lucius.
I hate that. Oh, you just rocking there with your drawers?
They ask you if you're comfortable in
He's
it.
just sitting there with his drawers. His socks pulled up to his knees.
All right. All right, Lucius, you go to these these old men at the workout facilities that stand
they walk
around.
around
They walk
hanging.
around. They don't care.
Yeah.
No,
60
for sure.
years old.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. She goes, you need the gown is hard to put on. To tie that thing
Like
is
Jack
impossible.
Nicholson and Something's Got to Give.
It's impossible to tie.
Yeah, you need help tying it.
Yeah. So, no.
And then they're going to see crack anyway. So.
Yeah. So just stand in your underwear. You'll be fine. All right. Cowboys signed Gary Conley, cornerback from Ohio State.
Blue Star Special, baby, former first rounder.
Yeah. How about that? He had some problems coming out of Ohio State.
Sure did.
Was this a John Gruden mistake?
Yeah, went to the Raiders, right?
Yeah, he did. He did. There was some. The Cowboys really liked this guy, though.
This player.
Yeah, this is the that draft where we took our Taco Charlton draft. They could have taken. They thought about taking this guy if he was there. I've heard some whispers that this guy was. If he was there, they would have taken him. I think he went 4 picks before they took Taco Charlton. But the thing about this guy is he's 6 foot, he's 195, and he does run 4.4 at the time. The thing about him that I thought he was a good player, but I think there's some warts about this guy. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. I think he plays the press okay, but he doesn't jam people like you thought he would for being 6 foot, 195 pounds. He does have the start quickness. I thought he needed to play the ball better in the air was something too. Little grabby when he got off balance. Played on his heels some. You know, these are things you're like, oh, okay. But
Tackling a little shaky.
yeah, I thought his awareness was really, really good. But he's not an elite athlete. So he's always reaching. I thought that really good route runners could give this guy problems. That's kind of what I thought about him coming out of Ohio State. And they also signed this linebacker named Willie Harvey, who led the league in UFL in tackles.
Now, they could hit on Willie Harvey here. I'm excited to go see Willie Harvey out there in Oxnard.
Willie Harvey, do you know how big Willie Harvey is?
Is he 6'2"?
No, he's 5'11", 230.
He's short?
Yeah.
That short? He looked much bigger in the UFL. Maybe it's just because everyone else around him is also small.
Yeah. My guys,
Could
my
be the
gang,
case.
my gang of 7 guys were talking about him as being really athletic, instinctive, and always around the ball. So I asked,
You need instincts. That was something we were asking about all year long.
Absolutely. And I asked these guys to say, where do you think he fits? Kind of a backup linebacker, teams guy, big teams guy. More of a will skill set. So you think about will running to the football, stuff like that with this guy. But yeah, this kid, he did lead the league in tackles. So I'm interested to see the Conley signing. To me might be because maybe Diggs is not going to be ready.
You need somebody in training camp. I mean, the guy
Yeah.
hasn't been in the NFL for a while now, has he? Been a couple, 2-3 years since he's played.
He's definitely had to battle through some injuries.
He's had to battle through. You're absolutely right about that. But the size, the length, if you can kind of deal with the warts, I mean, there's some things about this guy that actually are pretty positive. And I'll have to go back and look at him playing. But I know coming out of Ohio State, I didn't think he was a first-round pick, and I know the Raiders took him as a first-round pick. So we'll see. Cowboys have done a pretty good job of looking at these guys on the pro side of things and making it work. So
Especially former first rounders.
Yeah.
They like to collect former first round picks.
So
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Appreciate
Brian,
that.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon at this time. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Wolchuk, where's it going?
We got a rookie contract that made history. Harbaugh, Eckler, and the Sunday ticket trial. That's next.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, it's time now for the NFL news of the day as we start to inch towards training camp. Here's Wolchuk.
Well, Brian just told us about the 2 new Cowboys additions, cornerback Gary and Conley, who's going to be joining the team. And, we'll be excited to go check them out in Oxnard. Cowboys have had success, taking some of these former first-round picks that haven't ended up making it, and maybe they end up being effective for the Cowboys. Now, I saw this from Eagles camp. Apparently, Kellen Moore going to be using a little bit more motion this year. That's what the Rumorooskies are saying. I don't know if we're buying into this because we've heard this before, but the receivers there, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, they're liking what they're seeing so far in this new Kellen Moore offense, and motion has been the key word this offseason for the Eagles.
That will just make me beyond nauseous if Kellen Moore starts dialing up league, trending motion that gives them an edge. I think it's not going to be too hard for them to get people excited over there because they were amongst the worst at it last year, weren't they?
They were so bad. They were 26.4% dead last when it came to using motion in the NFL. The only NFL team that was under 30% of motion used were the Philadelphia Eagles.
So you have a guy in Sirianni who's an offensive guy who's not really used to using it. Kellen Moore coming in as an offensive guy who's not really used to using it, but they're going to find a way to make it work. Kudos to them for trying to put it, but
I'll believe it. Yeah. No, this ain't happening. And they could talk about this and all that too. Your players got to be able to pick up on motion. There might be a reason why they're not moving their guys around. Because all of a sudden, hey, our guys aren't picking it up.
That was the case with the Cowboys. As when they did do motion, they were slightly less efficient.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's the guys picking it up or, the coach is not coaching it well enough. But if as a GM I saw those numbers, I'd be looking for answers because it's clear the edge that it can get you if you can execute it.
Well, if you're a team that's really interested in playing with motion, why would you hire Kellen Moore?
Right.
See, that to me right there, this is Nick Sirianni about to get fired.
I agree. And with a running quarterback and Jalen Hurts, it's not something Kellen Moore's ever had.
This is DeMarco Murray going into Chip Kelly offense, and let's hand the ball to him going sideways and see how that works.
Now, Kellen Moore did use this more last year with the Chargers. He only used it 44.6% of the time in his tenure with the Cowboys. Last year with the Chargers, they ran motion 59% of the time, which was 6th in the NFL, but certainly that was not an offense that we would look back and be like, okay, that was elite. I mean, he lost his job there. If he was so good, they would have said, okay, we'll keep you, Kellen Moore. We've seen that happen before with other offensive coaches.
They had a lot of injuries, but if you're going to move guys around, you have to be smart enough to move around, and there's some thoughts about that, with the Eagles situation and stuff. Some of these guys don't want to move.
Yeah.
They like to play in stationary spots and run their routes and go from there. So to me, this is, I'll believe it when I see it.
I agree.
And I think that to me, this is going to be one of those hires. This whole division, this NFC East could be everybody but the Commanders' new head coach this time next year.
But I think the narrative, wouldn't it be that Moore goes to work with the Chargers where Staley is, who worked with McVay, and he's like, dude, I've been watching your Cowboy stuff. I think you're talented, but this is way too stagnant. And that could be a turning point in Kellen Moore's career, a turning point that we need to see inside the Cowboys organization in one way or another. And they'll probably get there right around the time it's an old trend and defenses have totally figured it out.
Yeah, but it is one of those things where we'll wait and see how this Eagles offense looks. But with Kellen Moore at the helm, I'm a little bit more pessimistic that will get.
Well, don't forget they got Saquon Barkley. So
they do.
You can take that pessimism and flush it right down the
toilet. Barkley's the man. They're very excited to have him. How about Ladd McConkey? Georgia ends up sliding to the second round for the Chargers, and he has been impressing. Apparently, he's going to be wide receiver 1 there for Justin Herbert. So, you fantasy footballers out there, I got 2 nuggets for you. Apparently, Mike McDaniel is loving Achane, and he's going to find more ways to use him in the offense. Now, the thing will be just stay healthy for him at running back. He has just not been able to stay healthy when he's on the field. The dude's been a monster, but you might see more use of him in Miami, but also Ladd McConkey could end up being wide receiver 1, which is not a surprise if you watched his tape coming out of Georgia. That dude runs routes very, very well, can catch the ball, can win underneath, deep, intermediate. He's a fantastic player, but he set a rookie record for the most guaranteed money by a non-first-round pick in NFL history. Sam Laporta, last year, who was taking the same slot as him, 34th overall, originally had the record. Now, Ladd McConkey takes over there. So kudos to him, and I'm excited to watch him play with Justin Herbert. I think that could be a very, very good pairing.
One of the best receivers, him and Ricky Pearsall out of Florida, were two of the best when it came to running routes underneath and just catching the ball and getting north.
The yak, no doubt.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And a kick return guy as well, so he can be a factor.
And Pearsall went to the Niners.
He did.
Yes.
Which is why, hey, who knows? Maybe Brandon Ayuk ends up getting traded. We'll see. They feel like they've got a guy that could come in there and take over. Now, Austin Eckler, he left the Chargers. He's now with the Commandos inside of the division. He was on Up and Adams, Kay Adams show, talking about, all right, why did you leave L.A.?
What'd you say?
The Eckler? We got the...
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
What was the conversation with Jim and company? How could you possibly be a misalignment when you can do everything?
Well, I think you can kind of see how they've been building the team so far this offseason. Went out and drafted, a tackle first round, brought in some bigger backs over from Baltimore. And so it's like, hey, they want a guy they can hand the ball off to 300 times a year. And look, I haven't had that capacity to do that. That's not my game. That's not how Austin Eckler is going to be the best on the field. So there was the misalignment there, which no harm, no foul. I'll go find somewhere else where I can, add value, where Austin can be the best version of myself out there.
Third person guy, I like it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a ton of self-awareness there, knowing what he's capable of. But then he goes into the third person so that he keeps his confidence high at the same time.
Austin can be the best version of himself there.
They haven't seen Austin play yet. I'll tell you what, if I'm a pro department, being the Dallas Cowboys, keep an eye on the Commanders and their running back room.
Yeah.
That's a team. When you talk about Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson, Chris Rodriguez out of Kentucky, he was a 6th-round pick. You keep an eye on them. They've got a couple of guys. They got maybe one guy that they might move out of that crew.
Okay.
I'll take Brian Robinson all day. By the way.
Brian Robinson, good player out of Alabama, no question. Now, it is interesting. He notes there they brought in some bigger backs, and they do. They want to get physical. That's what Harbaugh wants to do. But who'd they draft? They drafted Blake Corum out of Michigan. How tall do you think Austin Eckler is?
Same size as Blake Corum.
He's 5'8", right?
5'10".
Oh, geez.
Corum is 5'8".
Yeah, they're close.
So
same type of player.
Well, I guess Corum has been able to carry the football more consistently, at least in college.
That's the problem. There's a
lot of tread on those tires.
Yeah. Is a lot when you say tread, that's a lot of tread means good.
That's good.
No, right.
There's a lot of wear and tear on those tires.
There's a lot of there's a lot of wear and tear. Yeah, not a lot of tread on that tire.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Yeah.
You want the tread. You want the tread. Yeah. Corum doesn't have the tread.
I don't think so. I mean, he could prove me way wrong, but
he might
that's what Harbaugh did. Harbaugh just ran him into the damn ground.
Yeah.
He really did. And now he's gonna take him. What's he gonna do? Oh, hey, I know a guy I can hand the ball to and run him into the damn ground. So hey, Corum's a good player.
Corum's a good player, and he might be good there.
He's just not.
In LA.
His thing is he's not as explosive as some of these backs.
But in college, you had a guy that was actually smaller than Austin Eckler that he was successful with. And I guess Austin Eckler saying, like, hey, he didn't want to keep the small back. But we'll see what happens with the Chargers and their offense. Blake Corum on the other team there in LA. But interesting, the thoughts there, why it didn't work out with the Chargers. And we'll see how he ends up working out with the Commanders inside of the division there. Now, the Ravens, did you see their new helmet today?
The purple.
Purple.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
So we've got a new purple alternate helmet that is going to debut in 2024. Carter's got this up. Purple Rising. It does actually look pretty badass. I think the colors that the Ravens are rocking with the purple and the black, it might be some of the cleanest in the NFL.
Is that what color is the face mask?
Gold.
It's like East Carolina.
It does look like East Carolina. It absolutely does.
Mighty Pirates there.
So I don't know which game they are going to officially wear this in.
Cowboys.
I'd say all of them.
Maybe.
No, I just
it's probably going to be a home game, I would think. They're coming to AT&T Stadium. I'd guess they'd wear this for a home game.
Like a color rush situation because they're going to be wearing it with their all purple unis.
Maybe and the uniforms look clean. I mean, they've got Derrick Henry, Mark Andrews modeling some of these, but this fall purple will rise, introducing our new alternate helmet. But I like this. I mean, the NFL has a new rule out with the helmet. Every team's able to kind of put out a new alternate helmet.
Nobody's suing us anymore for concussions. We can throw on some new helmets now.
Well, now we got the Guardian cap.
Yeah, that's going to go over the helmet.
Oh, so that
maybe this helmet's not even able to be seen because everybody's wearing the Guardian cap.
The Guardian cap going over the new helmet. This is a great idea.
Yeah. If you don't want
this.
concussions, wear the Guardian cap.
We're hiding the new purple alternate because we've got the
this
Guardian
needs
cap
to be
covered.
their new standard helmet. This is too good.
It is
to
good.
be denied.
It's a good.
What do you have against Edgar Allan Poe?
Nothing.
This is still showing Edgar some love.
The Raven.
This thing's just awesome.
It is good. I mean, I was pretty blown away. I think
Are we really wearing the Guardian caps?
We'll see what happens.
I'm going to ask every single player at training camp, what's the Guardian cap situation? At what point in your brain health would you elect to choose the most unaesthetically pleasing thing in the history of sports?
I'd say 3 concussions. Three concussions.
But there's
in what
gotta be a
period?
way-
Like once you get your third all-time
career.
concussion?
Yeah.
They've got to figure out how to make the Guardian cap blend in better with the helmet. It can't just be this weird look.
Third concussion. I'm like on Fox's number 5 team for
That's
game
week
of the
5?
week. No, game of the week. Me and Tim Ryan are doing the game.
Just slobbering.
I mean, third concussion. You really staying in there and like keep playing?
I mean, these guys do,
There's some guys that are getting like 3 concussions a year.
I think
I'm
I've had
sure.
a lot of concussions, and I'm glad
Well,
it's the way I affect right now.
You get Wally pipped out there. All of a sudden, you got a concussion. I can't play. My backup comes in there. He takes the job.
That's what I'm saying. 3 concussion. I'm like doing, hey, Brian brought his game, the bad game of the week. I'll be that guy doing the announcing. Yeah.
Okay, so yesterday I told you about the Hard Knocks. It's going to be covering the AFC North. Well, speaking of the Ravens, John Harbaugh was on Adam Jones' podcast, and he was discussing.
They're just calling it the Adam Jones podcast. It's not a Pac-Man.
No, it's just Adam Jones.
Okay,
because he tried to get rid of the Pac-Man. He just wants to go by Adam Jones.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Adam Jones' podcast. He's talking with the fellas, and Harbaugh, not a big Hard Knocks guy. In fact, he's never even watched the show. What do you think about the show, Coach?
You know what's crazy is I never watched that show. I've never watched it. I mean, I'm not saying I don't see a clip or two here. Someone said, "Did you see Hard Knocks last night?" And they'll show me a clip. I'm just like, I just think it's just not real. I mean, people think it's real, but it's not real. It's everything's put on. I mean, anybody, you got to put a microphone and a camera in your face. People aren't the same.
There you go.
If I don't mind, if they want to bring Hard Knocks in here, it wouldn't bother me one bit, just because I know that I'll tell our guys is, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to just be us. We're going to say what we say. We're going to do what we do. We're handle it the way we handle it, because we got nothing to be ashamed of, and we're not trying to put on a show or an act for anybody. And we do have final. We better have final editing power on the whole thing. I think they do, but our guys handle themselves in a professional way. I wouldn't mind the world seeing that at some point, but I also do think it's a distraction because you got a camera in your face. The Office, right? It wasn't real. They really weren't in the office. That was put on and made up. So there's always going to be some acting that's going to go on in that type of scenario. And, I just want our guys to get the most out of the day and become the best team they can be. That's got to be a little drained, don't you think, Adam?
Oh, big time. Yeah. Big time.
Man, so did he think The Office was like partially reality TV?
Oh, you're telling me it wasn't?
That's the most
It's just
interesting
like
thing
when
I heard.
It's just like when you find out The Office isn't real.
Come on.
You're so disappointed.
Next thing you're going to tell me Santa Claus wasn't real, guys.
Well, it's a no-brainer.
Keep your damn opinions to yourself, all right?
If you're the NFL, you're like, okay, then we're going to get the first ever real edition of Hard Knocks, and it'll feature the Ravens of Baltimore.
We're just going to be ourselves, and we're not going to change anything.
It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. I mean, seriously, there's everybody turns into an actor in that whole thing.
Man.
So it's a bunch of acting going on. Nothing real about that at all.
I do believe that. People are going to change when you get the camera.
I believe the Cowboys didn't have their scouts at camp one year. And I know the Cowboys like to get their scouts out on the road early. They're better suited like watching college players than they are watching their own. But I think there was a time where Dallas, and I'm probably going to get a text for saying this, but I believe the Cowboys said, let's keep the scouts at home so we don't have to have meetings for Hard Knocks.
Well, yeah. And those scouts, they want to be honest. If we can't be highly critical of the people on this team, then we're not really doing our jobs right. Yeah, we're just wasting time here.
Wasting a big time. Yeah.
Nothing was better than that Browns meeting on Hard Knocks when they were on it. I guess.
But Bob Wiley's stomach that one time.
Yeah? That was good. Apparently, Deshaun Watson, their new GM, came out and said that he's ahead of schedule in his rehab from his November season-ending shoulder surgery. I don't know how Deshaun Watson's going to play this year. That is not
poorly in week 1.
Not been a good signing for the Cleveland Browns. And then finally, as we wrap up NFL news of the day, Sunday Ticket, man, we've got this lawsuit going on, and both Roger Goodell and Jerry Jones had to testify yesterday. So Roger Goodell said that he considers the Sunday Ticket a premium product, and he cited examples of his standards for NFL telecasts. In the process, he kind of threw his own product, the NFL Network, under the bus. He said NFL Network aired Thursday night games from 06 to 13. The package was then shared by CBS and NBC for 3 seasons before Fox took over Thursday Night Football. And I had my own opinion that our production was below standards that the networks, Fox and CBS, had already set. So we hadn't met the standard with NFL Network. Now they've got this 11-year, $1 billion deal with Amazon Prime. I don't know if he feels like the standard's been set there. But then Jerry Jones said, hey, I know if we were to sell individual team deals here, I could make more money than the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah. I am convinced I would make a lot more money than the Bengals. I'm completely against each team doing TV deals. It is flawed. And he's probably right. I think there would be much more of an appetite for people to want to purchase the Cowboys than necessarily the Bengals, which is weird that he necessarily wouldn't be open to that because he could make more money doing so.
You know, it's funny, though, with Goodell saying that, though, ownership probably like, Raj, what are you doing? They're trying to sell the NFL Network.
Yeah.
They're trying to get somebody to buy that thing. So, like, Raj is like, oh, we were substandard, and this, that, and the other. Man, that's kind of, are people, are they getting rid of it because it's substandard?
He's got to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
But you're right.
He's the walking embodiment of honesty.
Honesty. Roger Goodell.
Great stuff, gentlemen. Wolchuk's NFL News Today every afternoon, 3 o'clock. It's time now for NBA Power Rankings for next season. Where do the Mavs belong? How do they make it to the top? Rangers player shows coming up at 3:40. David Robertson's going to join us here on The Fan.
Let's talk prize picks.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. NBA next season power rankings. Where do the Mavs come in? And what are their top questions going into the offseason as well? We'll discuss both those things. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yes, Mavs power rankings just lost in the finals. Should they be higher than the Nuggets is the question. ESPN has put this together with their panel of experts. Boston #1. I don't think anybody is going to pick a fight with you over that at all. I think Sam Hauser with a team option is like the biggest contract thing they have. There's a massive piper to be paid for them in next summer. I don't think they're going to be able to keep it together beyond that, but at least for one more year. Boston's scary. Then they have Denver coming in at #2. The Mavericks #3, pointing to Derrick Jones Jr. And I think that's a massive signing right there. You bring Jones Jr. back. I'm comfortable with you being the second best team in the West behind Denver. We'll see if it comes to it, who wins that playoff series. But I think if you do lose Derrick Jones Jr., the Pandora's box reopens, and you're somewhere between third and fourth best in play-in. I think he is that important. What do you guys say?
Derrick Jones Jr. being that important? Yeah, I do. I totally get what you're saying, because the backbone of this team was the defense once the trade deadline went through, and now they had enough pieces to play defense the way Jason Kidd wanted to go ahead and do that. So I'm with you. He, as a point of attack defender, is hugely important. But can you replace that? Can you replace that at some level with somebody who's got a little bit more of a repertoire offensively? I think that would be in a perfect world. So I do think he's a huge aspect of this offseason. He's really the only big question of a guy like, are you going to lose him? How can you go about keeping him? And how much do they just decide, you know what? In the interim, this is going to hurt really bad defensively, but if we want to be a championship team, we are going to have guys that have a little bit more than just sort of a one-trick pony skill set.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, it opens up your upside. If you're like, let's take this plunge, let's take this leap of faith, we can find a better option than Derrick Jones Jr. And maybe that works out. You know, you have the second rounder, you have Josh Green, you have Jaden Hardy to trade, you have have Tim Hardaway Jr.'s salary or Kleba, depending on what somebody else wants. I'd be really interested to know what I could get for that. I would like to know the answer to that before I let Derrick Jones Jr. go.
For sure,
I wonder what they feel, and they know more than we do, but they drafted Omax Prosper to be a guy with that similar skill set to what Derrick Jones Jr. provides for you. Now, offensively, his game not quite as developed either. So I think that's something where if they were to lose Derrick Jones Jr. internally, maybe they're feeling like Omax is a good option to step up and be a guy that can fill those minutes. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of nice that we're going into an offseason. He's the only guy that we're like super worried about. Are they able to retain? I am okay with them still being behind Denver. I would have been fascinated with how that series would have looked if the two of them had have gone to play, and we didn't get to see that. So just the fact that Denver's got that championship resume, Mavs are still looking to try and get that. I'm okay with them still being just behind the Nuggets for right now.
I'd love how we'd match up against the Nuggets, though. I'm not scared of anything on their perimeter and multiple big guys to throw at Jokic.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota showed that can be very valuable.
Absolutely.
I think a team that got experience in this playoffs and they're really young is that Oklahoma City bunch.
They have them 5th. Minnesota 4th, OKC 5.
Man, I don't know. I think that they might be sleeping on that bunch a little bit. By the way that they exited, in the playoffs and stuff, they were the number 1 seed, but they were super, super young. But you look at all their core players. It's either rookies or second-year players. Their best player is a fifth-year player.
They have $33 million in cap space.
And
they're
a lot of
expected to
draft
make
picks.
a run at the free agent center, Isaiah Hartenstein from the Knicks.
Be a great fit for them. And Sam Presti is probably the best front office executive that we really just don't give enough credit to. I mean, what he's been able to do, he built the original Thunder team with those 3 MVPs on it that went to the finals and then totally rebuilt it to now where they were just the 1 seed in the West. Mavs knock them out. But absolutely, I think they're the 3rd biggest contender right now behind Denver and Dallas.
I want to look at number 7, Milwaukee, as well, and I think there's a Mavs tie-in here because they bring in Lillard, who I think you could say is a decent comp, very different games in how they attack, but to Kyrie Irving. And what do they give up? Brogdon and Drew Holiday. And I'm sure Giannis was hurt. We didn't get to see them, but they were never right. They bring in Lillard, smaller offensive guard. They get rid of absolute dog 2 guard in Brogdon, perfect guy to bring off the bench, gives you some offensive game, great defender. And Drew Holiday, maybe the best defending guard in the league from what I saw over the last couple of weeks.
For sure.
And they made them worse, didn't it?
That's an
For
old,
Milwaukee? Yeah, way worse.
Yeah, that's an old team too. Go
Sure.
through,
A lot going on there.
Yeah, I mean, like Brook Lopez, 15 years. Giannis is at 10. Lillard at 11. Middleton is 11. Crowder's 11. Pat Beverly 11. I mean, they've got a lot of just veteran dudes that to me, I see that arrow going down. I know we all talked about Giannis and that, and he was banged up, but to me, they just got two.
I think they're heading in the wrong direction as well. But I think moving away from defenders with versatile skill sets for a scoring smaller guard takes you farther away from a championship, and that's all. You know how I feel about Lillard.
Yeah, no, it is not we're going to punt on our defensive player to bring in an offensive player. It's trying to, can we get a guy who's a little bit more two-way and a little bit more trustworthy with the ball in his hands, or a little bit more of a consistent three-point threat, something like that. But the defense that Derrick Jones Jr. brings to the table cannot be overstated and would be missed hugely if they decide, or he decides maybe, that he can get so much more money elsewhere that they might not even have a chance at this. I was reading how they have a couple of ways if you can move on from a Maxi Kleba or something like that, and you can open up a little bit more money to give Derrick Jones Jr., but it's not too much more. So they might not even really have much of a decision to make here if he's going to make the decision, but his defense will be missed in a huge way, and they will be doing everything they can by the trade deadline to get that back and hopefully a little bit of offense.
Yeah, they're going to have to get very creative and find willing partners to dump salary, basically give players to teams, maybe even, throwing in a future second-round pick or something in order to entice them to do that, which might be attractive if you're purely a rebuilding team. Maybe you want a veteran like Tim Hardaway Jr. on your team. But the big thing here is Derrick Jones Jr. is going to have to want to be on the Mavs so bad that maybe he ends up taking less, significantly less, for at least 1 year. And coming off the stretch that I did, knowing that how my career has looked up into this point, I think that'd be too risky, you know? Especially how things cooled off for me significantly in these finals.
100%. Because before the finals, he was sitting down saying he wants to be here. He doesn't want to leave. He's going to do everything he can to remain a Maverick. But money talks. When you get into those contract negotiations and you're realizing, oh, wow, I really have the ability, if I go somewhere else that can pay me more, it's going to be hard possibly to turn that down when he's in that decision.
He's such a great defender, though.
Fantastic.
I mean, there's no way you get through the Clippers or the Thunder, I think, without Derrick Jones Jr.
No way.
And I just, leaning on a rookie, Omax Prosper, to play on-ball defense at that level, it's taken Derrick Jones Jr. 6 or 7 years in the league with that frame and that quickness to get to that level where he can defend guys, amongst the best. So it's risky, but it might be what you need in order to ultimately take that next step, because it's the well-rounded skill sets. And for as much as Derrick Jones Jr. does better than what Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock were able to do for you a couple of years ago, it still needs to be enhanced slightly to be part of a championship rotation, I think. Okay, when we come back, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Rangers Player Show, and David Robertson, who was on fire against the Dodgers, will relive that with them and talk about what's coming up here as the second half of the MLB season approaches. We'll talk with Dave coming up next right here to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan. Texas Rangers baseball back tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch, as they'll take on the Mets for the second night in a row out there at the Globe. Remember, it's Simeon and Seager a bat night as well if you want to get out there. And tomorrow it's postseason Simeon jersey night, so a couple of good promotions going on there at the Yard next couple of nights, Brian.
Absolutely. We got to take a look at the bat last night. That's a nice little gift there.
Gorgeous. It is. That's the kind of promotion you want when you're walking in the front door, and you want to see guys like our next guest strike out the side, as you did a couple of times last week in Los Angeles. One of the most electric members of the Rangers bullpen we've seen in a while. And he got Betts, Ohtani, and Freeman in a row, 2 games in a row last week. He has 46 strikeouts and 31 innings of work so far this year. D-Rob, David Robertson, joining us now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Man, it was such a thrill to watch that on TV. What was it like for you to experience that level of success against those level of hitters 2 nights in a row?
Well, the first night, it was a lot easier because I didn't have anybody on base. But the second night, after I, literally, let 2 guys off the hook before them, and then had to battle my way out with the tying or the winning run at the plate every at bat, was pretty frustrating. But I was glad I was able to get them out again. I mean, those guys have been kicking the crap out of me for a few years now.
So you got 2 guys in a row, 1-2, right? Then you hit 1 guy in the foot. Your curveball was just too good there, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I threw a pitch that was, a borderline strike, didn't get the call. It happens, and then throw my next one and hit him in the foot. So I went from 1-2 to a runner on first, and then I get 0-2 on Barnes, and then I freaking hang him a curveball, and he shoots it through for a knock, and I'm like, great, now I got the thinking top of the lineup again.
How's that mental warfare, that chess match go back and forth? Because, back-to-back nights. First night, they get a little taste for your stuff. Now they know a little bit of what you want to throw at them for the second time around.
Yeah, well, with Ohtani, I just tried to throw the same things. I was like, well, he didn't really, I haven't faced him before, and that's like a little bit of advantage for me. And then Mookie, on the other hand, you just got to be smart with him because he's the same as Freddie. You make a mistake, they get you. And, I just thankfully was able to make enough quality pitches to both those guys to get them out. But, Freddie's been owning me for a long time, so it was really nice to get him out twice.
David, when you get the scouting reports on those guys, do you just kind of laugh to yourself at sometimes like, okay, yeah, you're telling me this, but I know I've probably got to do this to get these guys out.
Yeah, you got to make some stuff up every now and then to get those good guys out. Yeah. If you look at their box, it's like the whole thing's just red. It's like, don't throw it in the strike zone. You're like, great. How's this going to work?
It's David Robertson joining you here. The Rangers Players Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
How much did your phone blow up after that game right there? Text messages, little social media action. I imagine that thing was dinging pretty good.
Yeah, it was surprising. I probably had 4 or 5 texts. I'm usually not the best at getting back to people because I just feel like I don't ever carry my phone around with me. Just not standard these days, but I had a few people that reached out and sent me some stuff on X, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I don't have X, but I haven't looked at it in a while, but I don't scroll through it a lot. But I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
How long?
As far as I was concerned, I was just happy I got 3 outs and didn't blow it.
Yeah, yeah, it was great. How long do you go without your phone?
For me, I could go forever without it, but my wife would kill me. But I have no problem. I'll set it down and forget I even have one, and then come back about 8 hours later and be like, oh, there it is.
So are you chit-chatting mostly with guys? You reading books? What do you do to pass the time when most people are glancing down at their phone every 30 seconds?
I battle the crossword for a good 30 minutes to an hour every day, and then I'll read on my book or whatever I've got going on. Lately, Ray Davis gave me a book to read, so I'm powering through it. I'm about halfway down, but I like to read a lot. I'm trying not to, keep my face glued to a screen. I feel like I'm missing out on the real world sometimes when I do that.
We got a little bit of a Ray Davis book club situation we didn't know about.
No, he just mentioned a couple. He saw that I was reading some stuff, and got me off of some of the murder mysteries I was on and gave me something interesting to read. So I'm trying it, and so far so good. He said he's got some more books for me. So as soon as I finish this one, if it turns out great and I like it, then I'll take his next recommendation.
So it is actually entertaining and good, or is it one of those things where when the boss gives you something, you just got to pretend that it's great and I got to finish this thing?
Oh no, it's still a murder mystery book. So it's like not a murder mystery, but it's like it's fiction. So I like being told a good story. So I'm all in on that.
As an LSU man myself, I can't say we read many books. So as an Alabama man, I applaud that you're that well educated, sir.
I don't know about that. I just, like I said, I don't. If you got a good story to tell and it's got a good twist to there that I don't see coming, I'm in on it.
Yeah, maybe it's that Paul Bear Bryant High School that you went to. What was it like going to a famous coach's? I mean, he's legendary, of course, in Alabama. Nick Saban as well. But what's it like being from Tuscaloosa and having that huge just shadow of these legendary coaches at your place?
Yeah, I mean, Alabama football is pretty much everything in Tuscaloosa and in Alabama. I mean, you're either Auburn or Alabama. And, Bear Bryant was a legend. He always has been. They played, all the reruns up before every game up there on the screen in the stadium. And you get to hear that iconic voice he has. And, getting to go to the first year of the high school they built for him was pretty incredible. I mean, we had a pretty good run there on the football team. We went 5-5 as a first-year school. So I feel like we did a little bit of justice. We tried hard.
Were you playing?
I mean, listen, I loosely played football. I was the place kicker, and I was the only senior on the team.
Wow.
So,
David Robertson here with you on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Well, 39 years old. That arm looks young, though. How are you feeling out there? You keeping up with the youngsters still?
Yeah, I feel like I hold my own against them. But I mean, I've also been very lucky that I had a successful elbow surgery about 4 years ago or 5 years ago. So if that didn't work out, I would have definitely been done and wouldn't be able to keep up with them. So thanks to Dr. Andrews for getting me back out there.
So you're a World Series champ, but you're also a silver medalist at the Olympics, and we've got the Olympics right around the corner. What's it like to play for your country and participate in the Olympics?
There's nothing better than that. I mean, listen, I got to do the World Baseball Classic too in 2017, and then to turn around and go to the Olympics was pretty incredible. The only downside, the only knock on the Olympics is that we were just unfortunate we couldn't have fans there because of COVID. But it was still an intense baseball game with no one in the seats. Like, we felt a lot of weight on our shoulders every game we played. So it was fun. It was exciting, and I would love to get another shot at it, but I don't think that's going to happen in my career.
So when somebody says, like, man, I really wish my favorite sports player wouldn't play for his Olympic team because I don't want him to get hurt, what comes to your mind, Dave?
I can understand that, but I didn't have a contract with anybody. I was just kind of doing my own thing, playing in a men's league, and going to independent ball and playing in the qualifiers. I was all in on it when me and Paul Seiler talked about it, and he asked me if I was in. I said, "Yeah, I'm in. I'm going till the end, until we win it all or get beat trying."
Dude, you must be kicking ass in a men's league. Are you like the ringer they're calling in here?
Like a beer league?
No. Like, so it turns out I was the oldest guy in the men's league, and I definitely was not kicking ass. I wish I would have been, but I was coming back from surgery, so I had a little bit of control problems, and wasn't exactly throwing the ball very hard either. So it wasn't pretty. It wasn't my best performance, but it was part of that long road back from surgery to get to where I'm at now.
Other than the Rangers and maybe the men's league, what's been your favorite place to play in the big leagues?
My favorite place? If I had to pick a ballpark in MLB, I love going to Safeco Field or T-Mobile or whatever, the Mariners Field.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called now. Mainly because it's a great setup. We can see the whole field from the bullpen, and you never get rained out, and it's open air, and it just seems like it's a lively crowd every time we go there. It's just a different feel, and it's different from every other stadium you play in.
You started with the Yankees, right? And then you went back there, so you must have liked your time in New York a little bit. That seems like a lively environment too.
It is. It's an intense environment. I had a great run in New York, and we were able to put together some good seasons and win a World Series there. A few years ago. I just can't say anything bad about the place. It's a fun place to play. They've got an electric feel there. But yeah, I was trying to get here in Texas, see if we can turn this season around and we can go chase them down in the playoffs.
Man, I would love that. That's music to my ears. Is it getting a little bit frustrating as, you know, the expectations of being the defending champs? What do you think this team needs to do to get back to playing that elite level ball?
You know, I think that we just got to start putting a few good games together. We haven't been able to really fire on all cylinders all year. You know, we lost Young early in the year with that broken wrist, and it kind of took a lot out of the lineup right there. And then, you know, pitching wise, we lost a lot of starters really early, and we're kind of battling through and winning a few series here and there. And then we've just kind of gone on that stretch where we're just not doing enough to win games. Like we're either pitching really good and not scoring runs, or we're scoring runs and not pitching good. And it's kind of like ever since that doubleheader in Oakland, we've just kind of really just taken a slow decline. But I mean, I'm seeing that we've got the talent. I'm seeing that we're putting a few things together on the field. We've just got to get everybody involved and get it going again. I mean, like if we can just put it together and win a series here and there and keep going. I mean, there's a lot of games left and we can gain a lot of ground real quick.
Does Bochy just stay even keel the whole time? And we've heard in the past he's been upset enough to like throw an orange at the wall or something. Have we gotten to that point in the season yet, or is he keeping that one in the holster?
I haven't seen that yet, but that'd be interesting to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I would like to see him see something like that. But Boch is so even keel, I don't think it's gonna happen. I hope not. Hopefully we turn it around and don't get yelled at.
So go ahead, Walchuk.
Well, in your time in the big leagues, have you had a manager that has done anything crazy to try and get this team fired up and try and turn some things around? We're flipping tables, we're throwing watermelons against the wall, something crazy?
No, I've always heard stories in the past about it, but I haven't seen it. You know, it just maybe one day I will, but I really don't want to see it this year. You know,
Yeah.
I'd rather be like a fly on the wall when that happens.
Guess you didn't see Brock Burke punch that wall then, huh? You don't have to answer
No
that.
comment.
Is there anything fun you like to do? I mean, you're an established veteran. When it comes to the rookies, do you assign them any tasks?
No, I'm not like that. You know, there's a few tasks that pretty much every rookie has to do. You know, carrying the speaker for the plane, it kind of gets passed around, and that's really about it. There's not much else. I think hopefully we'll do a little dress up at the end of the year and, you know, make the guys sing an embarrassing song or something. But there's not much that really goes on anymore.
Okay, but what about when David Robertson was a rookie?
I had to dress up and sing the YMCA all the way through. Like, we got rained out in Boston, so all the fans were hiding underneath in the tunnel there, and I had to dress up as the cowboy with stirrups on and a cowboy hat that was teal rhinestones and these giant teal boots and strut through the whole crowd of them singing the YMCA with 5 other guys, and it was really embarrassing, but you know, hey, gotta do what you gotta do.
That's amazing. What was Mariano Rivera like? Did he make you do anything weird?
No, not too bad. Mariano wasn't. He was a very easygoing guy. I mean, like, obviously they relished in embarrassing us all on that one day, but for the most part, they never really bothered us too much, you know, unless we did something wrong, then we get an earful. But you know, I just tried to stay calm and stay out of the way all the time and just throw the baseball and not be seen.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send you out on this here. This is let's see how well you know your teammates. This is 3 seconds of analysis about one of your current Ranger teammates. This is from Jared Sandler. I'll play you the sound. You guess that teammate. Here it is.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
I don't know. I can't tell. I can't read that voice that quick.
We'll go ahead. We'll run it back for you one more time. Here's Jared
one more shot.
You know, what he's got working there between the knee and the waist is pretty impressive.
The knee and the waist.
I got nothing.
Who's you describing?
David, the exhale is amazing. All of your teammates has done that same exhale every time they hear it. They're trying to just figure out who it is. Most people are teeing up Kisner for having the best quads on the team. I don't know if you could co-sign that or not, but that sounds not about Kisner. So hopefully we'll get you back on, D-Rob, and we'll give you another crack at this. It's not Kisner, but apparently Kisner's got the quads.
All right. I'm gonna think on that one. We'll look around the clubhouse.
Yeah. Stare somebody down.
Awesome job, David Robertson. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the second half of the season. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There he goes, David Robertson. And the Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary?
Yeah, we want to thank the Rangers and thank David for coming on. Pluckers is going to give him a $100 gift certificate. There's 8 of those Pluckers around DFW, so hopefully you can grab him some wings.
I love the idea of him immediately right now. He's joining the clubhouse, and he's just looking around at everybody's lower half. Like, who the hell is this sound about?
I wonder if they
His
go up to
entire
Jared.
answer was just,
Damn it. Who could it be?
Nobody. I guess Langford hasn't been around. Maybe.
I guess,
yeah.
but it only takes one look at those things.
Super impressive.
so.
Look, D-Rob. Could be about him.
Yeah.
He is, yeah.
Strong
no,
guy.
that's a yes, absolutely stout.
We got a top 10 coming up in about 25 minutes from Wolchuk. Rim session next with some hoop. Chief, what you got in store?
Yeah, I'm just going to be a sore loser and try and make fun of the Celtics as much as possible. Next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making this part of your day. Woolchuck's Top 10 is coming up at 4:20. It's time now for the Chief and a proper rim session. Here he is, Eric.
Thanks to the Tolos 972 and 817 informing me that was my fault on D-Rob. I'm filled with nothing but shame and regret right now as I teed up the very important
What
do
a
you know
play
your
by
teammates question, and he was dumbfounded. He was at a loss for words. He was just exhaling into his phone, having no idea what he's supposed to do. So that's my fault, and hopefully we get him back for redemption for me. He doesn't have to hold
Boy,
any
am
of
I
that blame.
impressive.
But right now we will go ahead and we will cut those lights out for the final time of the 2024 NBA season. We will put those kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and the G-Bag Nation once and for all is going to go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you're down and out and all you can do is make fun of everything around you to make yourself feel better. And that's what we're going to do over the course of the next few minutes here. We're going to start with James Harden now being the active record holder with 166 playoff games without a championship.
Wow.
Move over, Al Horford. Make a place for James Harden.
That's right.
Gosh.
I'm
I
also
was happy for Al, I guess. It's been a long ride.
How did you guys enjoy or appreciate with 2 minutes and 37 seconds left in the Game 5 blowout last night in Boston, where Kyrie was going around and dapping up and hugging everyone, just showing love to all the Celtics players as his team was down and out and the series was over? Or were Kyrie concerns, or is it just, man, Boston's so good and the history and the entire backdrop of what the Kyrie Boston story is, him being in Boston for this series, 14 points per game, sub 18% from the three-point line, 30% or 34% from the field, under 40% true shooting percentage, just like not himself. Is that just a Boston thing? You're not concerned moving forward if you're going up against another team in the finals next year?
Oh, no, because it happened against OKC as well. I think, what some of the critics are saying, like Kyrie Irving isn't as good as he was, I think part of that is true.
Okay.
Well, I mean, 32 years
great,
old.
though.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And absolutely, I don't think it's just a Boston thing, because we saw him score 9 points in 2 games against Oklahoma City. So I think, based on it, and Gavin, you talk about this a lot, like the size, right? He's a little bit of a smaller guard. The handles are unreal, maybe the best to ever do it in the sport. But as he's aging, I think there are certain defensive teams and defensive players that will create some problems for him. But I do love what he did. I mean, he's showing class, leadership, and really kind of the love that everybody has for each other in that locker room, which is why they've been able to go on this amazing run.
Now, also saw this I thought was interesting. It's Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Drew Holiday, now the only players with multiple championships in the 2020s. And it's just another thing to point to and highlight that this is the parity in the sport right now. There's not just one team or one superstar Michael Jordan, LeBron kind of player or Golden State kind of team that's just dominating this thing. These are 2 role players that helped out, one with the Lakers, one with the Nuggets, and then Drew Holiday with the Bucks and with the Celtics now. So that's what it is, man. It is a big time high parity era that we're in right now.
It hasn't been like this, I think, since the 70s. Our entire lives have been dominated by the best players and those teams' ability to attract veterans who want to win a championship, and it allowed you that once you got to the top to stay there. And I thought it was a perfectly fine business model. I like this one better, though, because now I think a lot more teams have a chance to win the championship. A lot more fans are going to be able to go on that magic carpet ride.
It's awesome. I think this is the 6th straight year we've had a different champion. And I think on the broadcast, they shared the stat that it's the first time in 7 years that the team who led the NBA with the best record actually won the championship. I think it was Golden State was the last team to do it. So the parity of the sport's great right now.
Have you ever seen this before, Broadus, or the rest of you? I've never seen this in my time just watching sports. After the game last night, the Celtics had in their locker room on their whiteboard, they had written noon flight to Miami. The team was going to board a plane and go party and celebrate in Miami, I guess because the city of Boston sucks so bad that they wanted to go party somewhere else for a few days before coming back for the parade.
In your face.
I just want to go flaunt it to the Heat fans real quick. Like, we can't beat you all the time, but we did this year, and we won the championship.
The Mavericks win in 2011. They win in Miami. Of course, you're just going to stay overnight. And you're just going to do it right there, and then you'll come back for the celebrations. You're not flying to a destination celebration city that is not your town. I mean, if I'm a Boston human being, I feel like this is a slap in the face. Like,
a little bit, but yeah.
You won in your home court last night. You were in Boston.
Party in Boston.
This is a hometown game.
There's no good nightclubs in Boston?
I mean, I'm sure there are, but it's more of like a tavern. It's a northern town. It's, not dissimilar to Buffalo with the ladies and the talent. I can't blame these guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't tell that to the Boston ladies.
I mean, you don't hear about Boston ladies, do you?
No.
You hear about maybe a New York City classy gal. All the hot ones,
Classy gal.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was a little bit more transient.
Shout out to our
some
friend
people
Lucy
from all over the
Birch
country that were there, I was hoping it was a melting pot.
She loves Boston, that's
Lucy,
for sure.
Lucy loves her some Boston.
Okay. Okay, then let me ask you this. Did they choose the right destination?
I would have gone to Vegas. I feel like Vegas is the place to go.
That's a long trip.
You're in Boston. Remember, you're in Boston.
Miami's a straight shot down the coast. Go for it.
So how much is like an hour difference you think in flight?
Oh, longer than that.
Longer than that?
Boston to Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cross country.
That's cross country
5-6 hours.
Into the jet
Let's
stream.
call Blake and ask him what he thinks the distance might be. Let's get our expert
How far
on
is it
this.
from Las Vegas to Nevada?
And how far is
Nevada.
Boston from Massachusetts?
That's a good question.
These are the important questions. Only Blake
What about
can answer.
Miami to Florida?
So yes, that's what you would do. You would just go to Miami.
Straight south. Yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks it's a little bit weird? You guys are just
It
fine
is.
with
Nah,
this?
go for
it's
it.
100%
Like if the
weird.
Mavericks did this, I would be out of my mind. Like you win the championship in Dallas, and you're like, guys, we're gonna go fly somewhere cool for a few days, and then we'll come back and we'll do the parade stuff with you guys here in this crappy little party town.
Yeah, I'm like partying.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm offended.
I thought it was shocking as well.
Yeah.
You think
Appreciate
did they fly to Miami? Because there were some celebrations last night.
Yeah,
They didn't
this
drive.
morning.
It was
Today,
a
they're flying
noon
to
flight.
Miami.
Like they probably
So they actually got on the plane.
they probably just landed in Miami right now.
Okay.
And then they're going to come back super hungover for the parade
on Friday, which supposedly is when the parade is on
Okay.
Friday. So we'll have championship drunk parade Boston Brian on Friday.
So what's that place in Miami called? Live? Yeah.
LIV, live.
L-I-V.
Live
yeah.
on Sundays, KOD on Mondays.
There you go.
Saudis dominating everything.
Yeah.
Here is Jason Tatum after the game. Okay, this is him at the microphone.
Oh, he blew this.
He was just overthinking it.
He way overthought it. He's a copycat.
He is. This is Jason Tatum celebrating on the court at the mic last night.
It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it!
Now, if you feel like you've kind of heard something similar to that, it's because the last time the Celtics won a championship, this was Kevin Garnett celebrating.
Anything's possible. Anything's possible!
I loved it when KG did it.
That was real, genuine, organic passion, championship passion there.
But they showed him with the trophy. Did you see the other thing?
Oh, he did the Corey
Kobe
Seager. I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
Well, he did the Corey Seager. Guess
Yeah.
we'll know, which is also. I mean, I guess that's a Kanye thing that has now become.
Yes. And he only did it because Alex Bregman did it.
Right. Yeah, the Corey Seager thing was in response to Alex Bregman taking a dig at an Astro, but I mean that was Jason Tatum probably having envisioned himself using that exact line perhaps the entire postseason run as he was channeling and manifesting being a champion. He knew that was going to be his line.
Yeah.
But this thing with Kevin Garnett here is just hilarious. He must have just watched this
So he was the monotone guy and the yeller?
Yes.
I thought that was his buddy behind him.
No, that's him.
Yeah.
He's like, we did it.
Surreal.
We did it. And it's the exact same. Kevin Garnett's like, anything's possible. Anything's possible. It's the exact same cadence and everything.
He's just not super excitable guy. He's monotone robot dude. While the, Earth is partying, he's just, still just kind of having his conversation.
He kind of did one of those.
He wanted the moment, though.
He got Chris Bosh a little bit as well with the celebrations, with the bottles. We remember that. Infamous, just awful. I think now it's it's a move over Chris Bosh or make a place for Jason Tatum here on one of the weirdest champagne facials you've ever seen in your life.
And he was getting trolled for his reaction after Jaylen Brown got the MVP, too.
Yeah.
People were like, gosh, Tatum was ticked.
Well, I will play for you the sound. You guys tell me, is this up there for one of the great Mike Breen calls ever? Putting our biases aside, this was the moment.
Luke in the bubble.
This was the moment for sure where I knew the night was over.
4 seconds to go. Missed free throw. Ford for the rebound. Here's Pritchard. He loves these. Puts it up half court of the buzzer. Bang! Pritchard at the buzzer with a three-pointer. He's done it again.
I'm so pissed off at the Pritchard grenade that brought us lobbed our way on this program right before the start of this series. While he's wearing his Boston Celtics green, we should rip that off you right now. We should force you to go full Dr. Skin. You should be going full Dr. Skin. You should be in your skivvies right now doing this show. Bleep Poll of the Week, Brian Broaddus.
Chill boys.
Yeah,
Celtics green.
I'll accept that. Yeah.
That was just unbelievable. It's like we're going to make two
of them. You do nothing the rest of the series.
How many bank threes do we get here?
Gosh.
Like I'll admit Boston's better. There's no way they're that much better than what we just saw.
How many
just a joke
how many
of a
jump
finals.
balls did they get and threw them in with 2 seconds left too? That was another one.
Annoying.
Jump ball and all of a sudden they let it fly and it goes in.
All the 50-50 balls, the hustle plays, the offensive rebounds, the tap outs, like they were better at all of that.
I wasn't with you guys to start the day here, but to me, I felt like the end of the first quarter was how the Mavericks lost that game.
I agree 100%.
That 9-0 run, back-to-back turnovers, I just felt like at that point in time, they really lost control of this game.
Yeah, I said that during crosstalk too. I mean, it was 19-18. And then from that point on, you look up, it's 28-18 at the end of the quarter. Amen.
Coming up in 1 hour, I want to ask what might be an uncomfortable question about your guy, Luka Doncic, but I'm going to ask you that question coming up in 1 hour. So if you'd like to know what that question is and what our thoughts on it, stick around. Top 10 at 420 is coming up next, Bully. Where are you taking it?
It's a big day. Brian, Lucius, it's National Go Fishing Day.
Yay!
Top 10 places to fish in Texas. Where's your favorite place to fish? That's next on the fan.
I got to chat D&M Leasing with you, though. My favorite place to fish for my next vehicle is in my current one. When I decide enough of this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. Happy National Go Fishing Day. We'll get to the top 10 best places to fish in the great state of Texas. Where's your favorite place to go fishing? 877-881-1053. Very quickly, some fight news to update you on. Jake Paul is still going to reschedule his fight against Mike Tyson. They are rescheduling for November 15th at AT&T Stadium, but he still wants to fight on July 20th. This will be on DAZN and be able to purchase on pay-per-view. He's going to now fight Mike Perry, who formerly was in the UFC and most recently in Bare Knuckle FC. So Mike Perry, who is 5-0 with 3 KOs in Bare Knuckle FC, will be fighting on July 20th against Mike Perry. I believe in Tampa is where they're going to fight there. So we'll still get a July 20th match with Jake Paul. November 15th, we'll get the fight with Mike Tyson. Hopefully Mike able to make that November 15th date.
Is there anything we need to know about this Bare Knuckle guy? Do you have any intel on him? Is this a fight that Jake Paul could lose? Would that knock the shine off of what the buildup for Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson would be, or is it just a non-issue? If he gets dominated by this bare knuckle guy, it's still Paul versus Tyson, and we're all going to want to watch it?
Yeah, I thought that the second Jake Paul lost, maybe the shine would wear off, but he did lose to Tyson Fury's younger brother, and that didn't end up being an issue for Jake Paul. So I don't think that he will lose in a boxing match to Mike Perry, but Mike Perry is a wild animal, and most recently he he did knock out a guy, I believe at a bar it was. I mean, you never know what you're going to get from Mike Perry. He's a guy that's going to say and do a lot of wild things, and there's a reason he's not in the UFC anymore, much like Sean Strickland that we're having now, like we were talking the other day. Like, they don't care what you say on a microphone. When we have those press conferences with Mike Perry and Jake Paul, that's going to be very interesting.
Oh, okay. He's one of those.
Very, very interesting. Yes, Mike Perry is one of those.
When you go bare knuckle, though, that's kind of like the last stop. Like, are you willing to do this for a bag?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And he's doing this for a bag, too. So I think Jake Paul gets this one. I don't think, but Mike Perry does have a strong punch. There's no doubt. Anytime you're boxing, you never know. You just get clipped right. That could be it. The other thing is we do have Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler that's going to be rescheduled. Initially, it was supposedly that Conor McGregor's hurt. Well, according to Chael Sonnen of ESPN's Good Guy, Bad Guy podcasts, McGregor's not hurt. He said that, I don't know if we're making TV here, how much we're supposed to play along, but he's not injured. He is in rehab right now for drug and alcohol. So Conor McGregor supposedly in rehab. That's why this fight has been rescheduled. Nothing's been confirmed by Dana White or the UFC, but I would believe that since we did get that video of him partying at a club 6 weeks before it came out. And, if you watched anything when it came to the movie release that he went on for Amazon Prime, it looks like he might have been on some substances.
Yeah, it's sad when it gets to this point. I'm just happy that he's taken that step in his life to try to get it back together.
Yeah, and hopefully that fight happens.
I feel like that's probably been the case for a decade now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Probably ever since the Floyd fight, just been partying. His balls off. But he's rich now. He doesn't have to fight anymore. I don't know why he is. I would just retire and be happy with that if I were Conor McGregor.
He also loves the spotlight.
He does.
Yeah.
That also could be it. Maybe you're just craving the attention and the spotlights. You want to keep your name in it.
He did great in Roadhouse.
He did.
He's probably the best thing in that movie.
And I think there's going to be a sequel to it.
God darn it.
And maybe he's in the sequel to Roadhouse. I don't know.
I don't like how they made the main character all like depressed and everything.
Yeah.
In the original, he was like the man.
Patrick Swayze?
Yeah, Patrick Swayze was the man, bro.
Yeah.
This guy's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to beat anybody up.
Jake Gyllenhaal
Let's go like a Gen Z version.
Yeah.
It's the 2024.
Let's talk about it, dude.
All right, Lucius, let's talk fishing, baby. Where are your favorite places to go and fish? It doesn't have to be in Texas, but it can be. This list that I have is specifically the top 10 places to fish in Texas, but I know you're a big fisherman.
My all-time favorite place is a private pond over there by my dad's house in Lake Ridge. It's private, so you're always pulling out something. But if it was, other than the private stuff, Hickory Creek for catfish. What do you think about that, Broadus?
I'll tell you what, man. I Hickory Creek is a people like say, to me, catfish it's fun to do. I mean, because it's one of those things. I hate handling them. I love catching them. I hate handling the fish once I catch them. Yeah, because you're always like worried, like, oh, this thing's gonna get me here, But great eating, and they will fight. They pull them off the bottom. Some of them catfish. It is some good fishing. It really is.
If you've ever heard of Crossroads Church, there's one like by Mansfield. In the back, there's a pond. You can pull out some bass. Yeah. Pull some bass out of that one, I'm telling you.
This is a good spot.
Lake Fork, pretty good.
Yeah, there you go.
Lake Fork, legendary.
Yeah.
And there's this app that my cousin showed me called Fish Brain. It just show you like all the places around here that have water and fish and who's pulling out what, and they like post it on there. It's like Facebook for fishermen.
That's awesome.
Check that out.
That's pretty sweet.
Lake Fork in the top 5 of this list.
Yeah, I tell you, Lake Fork is, I believe, the state record was pulled out of Lake Fork.
There we go.
Yeah. So, Lucius is right, though. I love the fact he's got all these ponds.
Yeah.
Like, he can just, pull up on them.
It's a secret weapon to know the ponds to go to.
Well, how about the guy I was telling you about when we're at Revolver? Remember the Tolo?
Yeah.
Show me all the pictures. And I was just like, half his pictures were from ponds. Like, we were at Oak Cliff and caught fish over here. And,
that's where they at, man.
That thing looked like, it's like, how big is that? Oh, so I don't know. I had to have a scale. I'm like, damn thing looked like it's about 10 pounds. Pulled it out of a pond over, by out in Oak Cliff, right in the middle of downtown there. So, but there's some outstanding places. Caddo Lake, Lake Texhoma.
Yes,
is Lake Conroe, Sam Rayburn. I mean, they've got some big time lakes in the state. My favorite one is Echo, which is the my place in East Texas.
There you go.
And that's a fenced in one that you go to. But if you guys ever want to go, we'll take you out.
Hell yeah, it'd be fun.
Where's Lake Tawakoni?
Ooh, that's what they were talking about.
I have
being
never
like the meth. Remember we did the meth thing?
Oh, the Lake Tawakoni got brought up. That's where they're cooking the meth.
That's like the big time meth area.
Okay,
I thought that was Possum Kingdom.
Lake Tawakoni.
Hey, Possum Kingdom too, though.
Yeah,
Possum Kingdom.
They're grooving over there.
There's one they were telling me about called Falcon Lake. It's on the border of the U.S. and Mexico.
Okay,
that people were talking about, and as like I say, Toledo Bend is on the border of Texas and Louisiana. is a good place to fish as well.
Not for us is nice try. You're not getting my honey hole. Come on, share the wealth.
Yeah, come on, man. I'm writing stuff down,
I'm trying to find out the best places to go here.
I'm looking at this fan text and writing stuff down.
Yeah. Lake Whitney for stripers from the 214.
Right.
Bethany Lakes and Allen is awesome for bass and catfish from the 928.
There you go.
Lake Athens.
There you go.
Getting some love. Lake Fork's getting a ton of love.
Yeah, Lake Fork. They hold some big time tournaments. Like I said, I think the state record is out of Lake Fork.
Port Aransas and Rockport is getting texted in. Squaw Creek Reservoir and the Frio River.
Ooh.
We've got Alaska. Yes, I mean halibut fishing. If you ever get the chance to go, you got to do that. That's amazing.
Tawakoni is in Quinlan. Thank you, Kenny.
Quinlan. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, when I used to work at the Fishing and Hunting News in Seattle, we'd get somebody on
Dick
the horn.
Barnes, what was your name?
You probably had great fishing there in Seattle.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
The weather could be tricky.
Yeah.
Jim McCormick. But we knew about Lake Fork. So if we ever got in a call with somebody from Texas and it wasn't going well, we just asked them if they'd ever been to Lake Fork.
There you go.
And if that didn't brighten up their day and get the call going, nothing would.
Boom. That was it.
By the way, I want to send you a hunting knife while you
Lake Fork. Let's go. We just got this text in from the 214, Lake Palestine for crappie, and that is number 10, East Texas. Well known.
Crappie?
No. Look,
it is
keep
crappie,
it crappy.
not crappie.
Keep it crappy, bro.
It's the crappie.
Yeah.
He said it like crappie. Is that how it's spelled?
Yeah.
CRAPPIE?
Sure.
Wow, find some crappie.
Damn it.
Crappie.
Hey, I got some crappie on the line, guys. But they also have state record catfish there, apparently.
Yeah, they do. Sure do.
I never can catch crappie. They bite so fast.
Yeah.
And by the time I hit it, they're always
They're
gone.
crappy to catch.
They take
What's
my
wrong,
bait.
honey? You've barely touched your crappie.
Yeah, this crappie's a little tough for me tonight. Meredith Reservoir comes in at number 9.
Meredith.
Okay. Number 8.
Meredith.
Guadalupe. The Guadalupe River comes in at number 8.
Is there like as fishermen? Is there like a place in the country that you aspire? Like, man, this is this area or whatever.
If you can give me the choice to go right now, I want to go fish in Cuba.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, now there's things are starting to open up a lot more, but you can go down like Costa Rica, peacock bass. There's some beautiful in South America. There's some beautiful fish. I can't tell you what the
bass.
Yeah, I can't tell you what the weather is down there right now, but I can tell you that in South America there's some beautiful. But I would love to go fishing in Cuba.
I like those overseas fishing videos, but I don't like the fish. They look so exotic. They look scary.
Yeah.
They do look scary.
I'll tell you what. You could go down to
marlin.
You could go down to the
I like
Keys.
my fish foreign.
You could go, get on a boat when they pull around, around those flats in the Keys and stuff. And man, you could fish. You could catch fish like in 6 inches of water. It's crazy.
Wow.
But they're beautiful.
Water.
They're
Damn,
beautiful.
That's impressive.
Yeah, beautiful
Wow.
fish.
Yeah, marlin in Florida.
Marlin is an all-day thing, and if you go to like if you head out to Cabo and places like that, sailfish and things, sport fishing. If you've got people that aren't used to being out on boats, that's a long day. Just be mindful of that.
That's a great point.
Don't take your friends out there because the minute somebody gets sick and it ruins for everybody else because they want to go back.
Yes,
they're immediately thinking like, we got to go back. We got to go. No, just if you're not into being on boats and being all day and being out and doing that because it's a lot of work. But when you land one, it is spectacular.
Oh man,
it really is.
Snook in Costa Rica from
There you go.
7.
Yeah, Costa Rica is really beautiful.
Number 7, we have Cedar Creek Lake.
It's good fishing.
Some channel
Our guy
catfish.
Tovash is a big fisherman out there
At Cedar Creek.
At Cedar Creek,
Get some crappie there at Cedar Creek Lake as well, apparently.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Lake of the Pines.
It's a good one.
Some more crappie, some flathead catfish, spotted bass, sunfish, white bass. We got Lake Fort coming in at number 5.
There you go.
They've got black crappie.
Sound surprised.
Number 4 is Lake Amistad.
Talk to a doctor about that.
Okay, Lake Amistad.
I got the black crappie.
I got the black crappies, doc.
I'll tell you what, the Lake Amistad one, that's kind of like my place down there in Mexico. I think it's a border fishing lake is what it is. So I know some people were talking about that, but I wasn't sure. Let me look that one up.
Yeah.
Go ahead with your list. But yeah, okay, great fishing spot, spring, summer. Look at 12 months. It's in Del Rio, so it's in South Texas. It's 64,900 acre lake. It's fed by the Rio Grande River.
Yes,
So largemouth
it's 12
bass.
miles northwest of Del Rio.
There you go.
Next up, number 3, we have Lake Texoma.
Yeah, that's striper fishing right there.
Man.
That could be a fun day.
Absolutely, yeah. Number 2, we got Choke Canyon Reservoir.
Choke Canyon.
Never fished there.
Yep.
And then number 1 is indeed Caddo Lake.
Yeah.
Catfish, sunfish, white bass, yellow bass, largemouth bass.
Largemouth.
And black crappie.
And they do not have the black crappie, just the traditional crappie.
I went and stayed out there last spring.
Not
That
crappie
was
fishing
nice.
going on there.
No.
That's
It's
nice out
crappie
there.
fishing there.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, there is Pete Prisca. That's a Brian's buddy. He's got his NFL Top 100 out. How many Cowboys are on the list?
Talk about
That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The number one place to go fishing for that brand new Ford, though, of course, in all of North Texas, is Platinum Ford in Terrell. It's Gilchrist Automotive between I-20 and Highway 80.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us. The G-Bag Nation Afternoons.
I have to tell you, though, this doctor, she's from California. Great doctor. She prescribed a thing to me called Sunnies.
Whoa, are these Sunnies gummies?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Did you take some before you came into the...
Your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
That was fast. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Maybe the Mavericks can be the next to give, the Mavericks weren't. Maybe it's the Cowboys that can be the next to give us some sweet emotions here in DFW sports land. But
You think Cowboys?
Oh, man. That was good.
You like that?
That was good. We can only pray.
Man, that's like that Ray Liotta meme.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. That was, yeah.
You're in your bag.
At 877-881-1053. Definitely a rebuilding year, right? I do feel like, maybe as we take the temperature of Cowboys Nation here heading into the summer and then training camp right around the corner. I mean, you can't really tell looking at the stars. The top 100 released by Pete Prisco. We have 6 guys in here. Micah Parsons leads the Cowboys with 9. CD at 21st here in the top 100. You have Dak at 49. Tank at 55. I thought your guy Pete Prisco might have put Tank a little bit high there at 55. Tyler
he
Smith.
loves him. He loves him some Tank though.
Hey, well-rounded end.
He does.
I like Tank as
Yeah,
well.
he watches the tape right there, Pete.
Yeah. Tyler Smith at 75 and Zach Martin at 94. So you have 6 guys inside the top 100. Maybe not a lot at the top. Like I would rather have my quarterback inside the top 5 than much anything else on this list. But Dak's sitting there at 49. What do you think about that idea, though? As far as being contenders, the Cowboys have been that. I think for almost all of Dak's career at this point in the offseason, we thought, okay, things just got to fall their way. I think this offseason feels a lot different for me, and I'm kind of going into that mode where we're building towards the future this year more than trying to take advantage of an opportunity. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, look, they certainly are banking on some organic growth from within, right? I mean, they're like, hey, we drafted some guys. You have not panned out yet. Now's your time. I think that they feel as though they have been going forward and been all in the last few years with the moves like, hey, we're going to trade for Jonathan Hankins midseason. We're going to trade for Gilmore. We're going to trade for Cooks, and that has not gotten us past the divisional round. So this offseason, we're taking the time. We're going to eat this cap space right now. We'll see if they ever actually end up being good with the cap. But yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way as I don't know if it's rebuilding, but they certainly haven't necessarily been super aggressive outside of Eric Kendricks being signed, which was not an expensive contract in free agency. So yeah, I think that it's like, guys, if you want to go out there and perform, go and do it. But we believe that we have a talented enough roster, and it's now on you to go ahead and put forth that effort to kick us through that challenge to get to the NFC Championship game. And I don't know if that's going to happen. It's tough to ask Dak Prescott to do less with more.
I like the 682.
More with less.
Rebuilding. Yeah, rebuilding the trophy case to fit Lombardi number 6.
Wow.
That's holding the line. That must be the Mavs fan that thought they were still winning it down 3-0.
That's weed.
What do you think, Brian? You have a pretty good objective opinion on these things usually?
Yeah, usually.
Sometimes you homer it up.
Nah, yeah, I homered it up on that Celtics series for sure. The thing is that
Not cool, man. Too soon.
What was that?
Too soon.
That was weird, bro.
No, I didn't homer it up on that, right?
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
No.
You ain't got to bring it up and spike the ball again. You know what I mean?
You know what?
In your Celtics green shirt.
Had that right, didn't I?
I felt challenged.
Idiots.
I felt challenged, so I had to remind the challenger that I was.
Don't challenge
impressed.
me.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. You turned over a new leaf.
Yeah.
After picking the Cowboys against the 49ers, maybe I'd lost hope in you.
I think we all, I mean, to me, there's certain things that you do in these games, like when you pick these teams and you're like, yeah, I don't want to meet the wrath of the fan. I don't, to be honest with you, I don't care anymore.
Nice.
When did that change for you?
I think after picking San Francisco, or actually picking Dallas to beat San Francisco.
The regular season game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't, or picking like I picked the thing with, and I know I'm not answering your question here, but the picking Colorado, you're not right about it, picking Colorado over the Stars.
Right.
You're thinking, oh, well, this team is better. I remember, all the stuff that went into this. Boston's just a better team.
Yeah.
They just were.
And you knew that.
I felt that.
Yeah.
I felt that.
And that proved to be right.
That's what I felt. But anyway, to answer your Cowboys question, I'm probably I'm over 51% now thinking that Dak Prescott's not going to play here in 2025.
Wow.
That's where I'm at right now.
51-49?
51-49, yeah. Yeah.
Dang.
I think that they're going to move on from this.
You don't think they have a genuine fear of their inability to correctly identify a quarterback? Like Dak falls in their lap.
Yeah, they're
they're
taking a big chance here on Trey Lance. They're going to figure this thing out about Trey Lance. If Trey Lance doesn't look good enough in this summer, I could see them drafting. Just go ahead and moving on from both guys and drafting a quarterback in 2025.
To me, that's terrifying, but it's also very exciting.
It's exciting. I wish it was maybe a better quarterback class that we were looking ahead to. Maybe that can change. Maybe somebody emerges.
Well, you're probably not going to be bad enough to be in a position to take a great one, but maybe you could in 2026. Cap hell still applies to 2025, and I think that might be part of why Brian's right here.
Yeah,
that they're moving on from Dak just because their books are in a total disaster.
And it is. I mean, they would just have to be willing to have a 4-win season. And right now they just that's the one thing they haven't wanted to do.
Dak is not going to allow them to have a 4-win season.
Agreed.
So they're going to be in a mode where they're somewhere probably picking. They don't win the division. You get 9 wins. We played the game. We had them 9-8 as a show.
Yeah,
we had them as 9-8. And so to me, if you feel that way and they don't win the division and they don't get in the playoffs, then they're probably picking somewhere 13, 14, 15, right around there. So is that a good enough spot to grab you a quarterback? Are you going to be aggressive enough to go up? Would you consider now trading Micah Parsons?
Yeah,
to go up and try and get your quarterback.
If we're going full rebuild, I would love that. I think that's your way through. He's either with a quarterback on a rookie deal or, with such a loaded team from draft picks, or you take the next Mahomes. If you don't have the next Mahomes, I think you should be in the rookie quarterback game. They've like the agents and the players have crushed the owners with the scarcity, right? And forced them into paying for guys that really have no hope of carrying a flawed roster. That's all you get once you pay a guy is a flawed roster. Like barely Pro Bowlers, sometimes Pro Bowlers. You're keeping your fingers crossed and hoping that guy can go toe-to-toe with the Patrick Mahomes. It just ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
And this guy is even more in his prime. Now, even if you could get through the NFC, you could have no shot against, Mahomes, or maybe Burrow's that player, maybe Stroud's becoming that player. And I want to be in the game of trying to find that next guy. 469, yes, let's tank it up. 469, Cowboys over under 10.5, definitely taking the under. Gavin, the biggest free agent the Cowboys signed was Mike Zimmer. I know. I'm with you. You don't have to convince me. I'm sort of apathetic about what's coming up with this football team this season. I'm not having the same sort of excitement as training camp is coming up. Obviously, I'm looking forward to being out there in California. I'm looking forward to the Cowboys playing football. But as far as my sports excitement right now, it's the Rangers. We got to get this Rangers turned around. And I'm stoked about what CY's going to do here at the trade deadline. Because he's not going to sit around and watch bad production happening with sort of a hole at first base and center field and just take a pass on that opportunity. He's going to go out there and find somebody with the resources they have that can get the job done, turn this thing around. That's where my sports excitement is. My sports excitement is back on the Mavs and Stars. I'm more excited about their training camps that are like freaking 5 months away, 4 months away.
Yeah, Mavs 3.5.
Yeah, right around the corner now.
Yeah, and you should be. I mean, honestly, those teams have given you reason to be way more excited and optimistic.
We got to run, Nation. When we return, it's an edition of The Finest, Chief. What's in store today?
Football's Golden Bachelor, an update on him, tight end you, and perhaps a little guessing game for you boys next year in the Nation.
How about Window Nation, though? These guys are the best. If you go to windownation.com or give them a call at 866-90Nation, they got you set up. Buy 2 windows, get 2.
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The Expressway is coming up in 20 minutes. I'll ask you a couple of uncomfortable Mav questions as we go into the offseason. Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of The Finest.
Pretty incredible. We're like 5 weeks away from training camp in Oxnard, and nothing brings me greater joy just knowing that my teammates are ready to rock and roll for another season, another grueling training camp. I know Walchuk's already been doing some groundwork trying to prep for what his orders are going to specifically be at the greatness of Spencer McKenzie's, our favorite seafood, fish taco spot in Oxnard, and Walchuk is already doing the legwork on some of this stuff. He's going to walk in there ready to rock and roll. He's not going to be missing a beat. We're not going to be having to sit there in line and him guessing and wondering and we're going to have to. No, we're good here. Walchuk's going to step in there. He's going to go in there. He's going to order with his chest and he's going to eat with his mouth, and I'm proud of him.
You're not going to be sample guy. Can I just try a little of that on a toothpick?
I was wondering about. He's going to know the menu better than the folks inside the restaurant. Okay.
What are you going to order?
Are you kidding me? I'm going to get the fish and shrimp burrito. Yep. And I'm going to get the Parmesan crusted carne asada tacos.
Hello.
Those crunchy Parmesan tacos, dude.
Dang, dude.
Unfathomable.
They really are. There's something about that shell.
I'm really looking forward to it. We're only like probably 13 Tuesdays away from the first TD Tuesday of the football season as well. So football season's right here, ladies and gentlemen. We got Dak Prescott in Nashville, Tennessee right now doing some tight end U.
Is he throwing to these guys?
I guess so. I guess he's one of the quarterbacks going to be that's going to be tossing the skin around. I see Fitzmagic's there with his.
They want to see who's a good bad ball catcher. Come on. How about just slightly outside of your catch radius? Which one of you is the best?
I think both our tight ends are there, Fergie and Scooney.
Not that Scooney's going to be physically able to participate in any of the drills because I'm sure he's recovering from something.
Yeah, I think he is hurt, actually.
Was it a shoulder surgery that he's recovering from this time?
Yeah,
supposedly.
But he's there. I mean, at least he's there soaking up the knowledge, man, which is very, very useful. So Dak's out there. You got Ferguson out there. You got Scooney out there. Tight end U is back for they've been running this now for a few years. I mean, the tight end fraternity is real in the NFL.
So it's our Carolina guy, and then
Greg Olsen,
and then Kittle.
Kittle and Kelsey seem to be heavily involved in the orchestrating of this whole deal. So
did Kelsey get engaged?
No.
I thought I saw some whispers and rumors that he proposed.
No, I mean, listen, there might be whispers.
Trust me, it'd be like headline news on every single channel.
Oh, so like X doesn't? That's not accurate.
No, I think there's a lot of ball sacking that's going on X right now.
Oh, there's a ton of ball sacking going on. I almost got by. They have that Pop Crave, but they have the ball sack account, which is Poo Crave, but it's built exactly like Pop Crave. So you think it's Pop Crave giving you real entertainment news. So they had Justin Timberlake doing every drug in the book here.
Oh, I saw that. That's not true.
No, we got.
He did get a DUI.
Sacked on. Yes, he did.
But I don't think it was the drugs.
But he didn't have like 12 different drugs.
Yeah, his mugshot's out. You can go look at it. Very red eyes.
What? It's amazing to me a guy with that kind of wealth would not have somebody
just doesn't
drive him around. Somebody to drive him around.
That's true.
You know, even those quarterbacks had a guy like me driving them around. They knew, we can't go out there and get DUI.
It's tough to trust somebody, Maybe you got a little secret mission you got to go taking care of. And
he's got a little side hustle going on?
I think so. Well, I mean, if you're out late drinking.
Hey, in this economy, you got to have multiple income streams.
I don't think he has to worry about going out and finding something, right?
No.
I mean,
probably not.
He could probably just pick up the phone and call somebody and they'd come on over, right?
He could.
Yeah.
But there's, a special someone, maybe.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And if you're using a driver, then that driver has seen things.
But see, the thing about... but you have to
commit murder, do you, Brian?
But you have to have a driver that, won't talk. That's
exactly.
That
can be hard to find.
Yeah.
Isn't he married though, right? He's married though, right?
Right.
Yes.
So if he did have some side situation, you got to do that on your loan.
Yeah.
Because TMZ will pay that driver.
Yep.
Wow.
We'll match it just to get that story.
So it's worth $10,000 to give up a job, something like that,
and a DWI.
He can pay for the bail.
Viral mug shouty.
Man, that seems like
get that street credit he's always wanted.
You got to get those Secret Service dudes. They don't say anything. Like what those presidents do.
So that one time that guy told you all the secrets.
Yeah, my buddy who's in South America. Well, he got fired.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was on the taxpayers' money
Damn
right
it.
there.
Adam Schefter just tweeted out that former Cowboys center Connor Williams coming off the ACL injury.
He wears uncomfortable shorts, by the way.
What do you mean by that?
Have you been wearing his shorts?
No, I've seen the short. He was a practice guy. His shorts.
Oh, he's a hoochie daddy guy.
He was very uncomfortable for a football center wearing shorts like that. Yeah.
I mean, he grew up being bullied, dude. Maybe he wanted to show it off finally.
Well, he expects to be ready for the start of the season, in discussions with multiple teams about where to play in this upcoming season, and he plans to pick his new team before training camp begins. So there's your update on Connor Williams.
Good news, because I'd heard maybe like he was going to have to retire. It was that bad of an injury.
The Buffalo Bills have sponsored the National Gay Flag Football League to launch a league in Buffalo. So you'll see, if you see a rainbow design of what is the typical Buffalo Bill decal, you'll know that that's for the NGFFL.
Oh. You want to say that 3 times fast?
NGFFL?
No.
No, I did you not. I had to slow down tremendously.
And I was very proud.
Anytime you're going to say National Gay Flag Football League, you better take it down to basically neutral.
A whisper?
The volume doesn't totally matter as much as the speed.
You got to be careful.
You treat that like a speed
can
bump.
stump you up, man. It really can.
That might be a payoff. Who can say National Gay Flag Football League 5 times the fastest?
I don't want to even try.
Do they stream these games?
You would have to think so. I mean, I would imagine.
Can they get your gal Isigera on the analysis here?
But he's gay. I mean, he's a receiver. Jeez,
I'm sorry.
They're all receivers, Lucius.
I choked on a banana.
Yeah, I want this. I want to stream this. I want to see this, bro. I'm pretty sure the touchdown celebrations are amazing.
I bet they are.
Yeah, I bet they're amazing.
Choreographed.
Yeah, a little voguing and everything when they hit it. Wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Uniforms on point too.
When does
Twirls.
when does the league? When did this play? When do we play?
I don't have.
Like we're gonna play in the
I can't
snow?
answer a single question about the National Gay.
They are missing
Flag
their month. That's for sure.
Well, why'd you bring it up? I mean,
I was just informing you that it is, but I can't answer any other follow-ups other than that it is going to exist, and you will know it by seeing the Buffalo Bill logo in a rainbow style aesthetic.
It's hot.
Full splits on the first down. Wow, it just drops. Wow.
Everybody wants to be the center in that game.
I gotta watch that.
Oh my gosh! I thought that'd be more of a move for a New York or San Francisco franchise, but
New Orleans.
Salute to the.
I definitely wasn't expecting. Like, did you think is this going to be the same type of crowd like Bill's Mafia? Are we going to be lighting
Jumping
tables
off
on
the tables and everything?
jumping off Winnebagos and stuff?
They got flags and tassels on. You don't know what to grab.
Yeah, that's just part of my uniform. That is not my flag.
They're putting in a bid for the next NFL draft.
Buffalo.
Yes.
Well, apparently,
that's gonna get wild.
The numbers are out on Green Bay, which is the upcoming
the Airbnbs. I saw the prices are crazy.
They don't have
Dude,
the room.
I'm trying to go to Pittsburgh for that game, right?
Yeah.
The Airbnbs are insane just for Cowboys weekend in Pittsburgh. Like the prices are more for that than any other game the Steelers are going to have.
You asked me to help you on tickets, right, on that thing?
I did, if you can.
All right.
Because the ticket prices are also ridiculous.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
homeowners in the area of
I forgot about it.
I know
being
you
old.
did, but
That's
you've
being
been busy.
That's been old. Being old.
Lambeau Field, the homeowners there taking advantage of the draft week.
Yeah.
So apparently, a single spare room within walking distance to Lambeau Field is currently going for $1,000 a night, while individual private properties are listed between $1,800 and $20,000 per day.
Wow.
So this is like the same way that the folks in Augusta really can capitalize on like the Masters Week
And
or
they
whatever.
don't tax those people.
Yeah, that's a cool deal
Well,
there.
how many hotels do they have in that area?
Not enough.
So that's probably why, this is their only option if they want to go.
I would personally probably stay in Milwaukee, like 100. It's like driving from Dallas to Waco, and just that's what I would do. You're not going to find a place in Green Bay. Because television's they're gonna take all the, and where they going to keep the players?
Yeah, that's a good point.
The players, all the staff. I mean, where's all the teams going to stay? All their personnel. You know, the league's probably got every hotel. Like they took over the NBA. The NBA took over everything here with us.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm sure they're going to do the same thing. Take over the city of Green Bay, you're not going to have a place to stay.
So we've learned that Aaron Rodgers is skipping mandatory mini camps and stuff with the Jets because he's doing the psychedelic drugs with his buddies overseas somewhere. But Sauce Gardner, his corner, his confidant,
this guy's back
tweeting out. How about this? I guess if you are, like he says, he goes, are y'all really making a big deal because of a 15-plus year Hall of Fame quarterback missed 2 days of practice after being with the team all throughout phase 1, 2, and 3 of OTAs? Come on. That's his tweet. And so it's like, I guess he's like, once you've gotten to the 15-plus year mark and you've certified yourself as a Hall of Fame quarterback, you can go do drugs at any point with your bros and miss a couple of practices. 2 practices, little ball tripping. That's the standard.
So Dak's like 6 years away?
Moving forward, yes, and he's going to have to garner up a Hall of Fame reputation.
Who would be the next quarterback? With that, Mahomes? We're getting close to Mahomes,
Well,
right?
not really, because he's got to put in a lot more time before he can skip practice to do drugs with his friends, because this is a 15-plus year veteran quarterback.
I thought maybe the
Aaron
Hall
Rodgers
of Fame
really put the time in, dude.
If you're a Hall of Fame guy already, I think you can go do drugs with.
Okay, so if you want to clarify the standard.
Take out the time limit.
So it's just Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Mahomes is in that category. He wants to go.
Do you like the idea of making it either as long as you're 15 or more years in the league as a quarterback, or a Hall of Famer? Either one of those gets it done for you.
Just make it the Hall of Fame.
Just Hall of Fame.
Stafford eligible for this?
Is Stafford? Broadus, give me your thoughts on this.
Absolutely.
If he's a Hall of Famer, then Stafford can miss some Rams practices.
Stafford's in. Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Sign off on it.
Hell yeah. What about Russell Wilson? He's got to be getting close.
Ooh.
Some people are arguing that Russell Wilson has played himself out of the Hall of Fame with how assy he's been for the last 4 years now.
Dude, I'm going to be
Has that
honest.
ever happened where somebody has a Hall of Fame career and then they stick around and suck so bad that they play themselves out of the Hall of Fame?
Les Miles.
That's fair.
You know what? You're right. Damn it. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Kansas.
Yeah.
Gosh.
You got to be careful.
That's
about
the standard, though. At least we know that now.
Is there a Hall of Fame guy that got worse? That's a great question.
I mean, listening to Mike talk about Roger Staubach in the '78 NFC title game, it's rather like maybe our guy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe some of those guys in previous.
He retired
generation.
the next year. The concussion. 79 was his last year. Yeah.
Maybe getting the best of them.
Yeah, but like you hang on and play long
Pat
enough,
Hayden, Vince Ferragamo,
and you suck bad enough for long enough that you've now played yourself out of what was a Hall of Fame start to your career. What? Like I don't know. I don't know if it was Reggie. Somebody said, and I'm like, wow.
I don't think so, because I think this is the very beginning of, hey, I know I'm 36, but I still feel good, and medicine and nutrition is going to keep me in the game. Like, it used to be around 32 or 33. You had one bad year. They said you were washed up, and you just retired. You just shut it down.
Could Antonio Brown been that guy as a wide receiver?
Boy, he was still really good.
And then he just went.
Yeah, but that's not with his like play. Like he became such a bad receiver for an extended period of time. They're like, wow, you've now clouded my vision of you as a Hall of Famer. You know, like he's obviously got the off the field kind of deal. But Russell Wilson is just, he had a Super Bowl start.
Yeah.
All these, he's a Pro Bowler. He was a conventional top 5 quarterback for at least a few years. Hall of Fame was kind of a shoe-in. And then now it's been so bad that maybe he's played his way out. I
found a Reddit thread about this. Earl Thomas is mentioned.
Ooh.
Javon Curse.
The freak.
Albert Hainsworth. That's an interesting one. Antonio Brown
would have been Hall of Famers if
their career started off Hall of Fame trajectory, and then they just got so bad that they're not even under consideration.
That's
Sean Merriman.
I think Wilson might play so many years because he wants to be Mr. Unlimited and play till he's 50 or whatever, that his career efficiency is just so low. I could absolutely see it happening with him because he's in denial at this point. I mean, he's always had a touch-and-go relationship with reality.
That's for sure. I can't believe this is the reality for Bill Belichick now, our golden bachelor. We mentioned on Friday that he's dating Jordan Hudson, a 24-year-old former cheerleader. They met on an airplane in 2021.
We determined she was a Patriots cheerleader.
She was not a Patriots cheerleader. Walchuk, I believe, had the facts in the moment.
I think she was just a collegiate cheerleader.
Yeah, collegiate. But
Central Arkansas, something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
It's robbing the cradle.
Apparently, they were Bill had signed her book that she was reading on the plane when they first met, and there's a photo of the handwritten words there. It's dated like February 10th of 2021, and it's Jordan, thanks for giving me a course on logic. Safe travels, Bill Belichick. and that was the start of the relationship.
Was his number underneath it?
That would have been a good play.
That would have been a good play. He's 72 years old. She's 24. The TMZ story says we're told they swapped contact info after landing that day.
There you go.
Stayed friendly through the ensuing months, discussing her schoolwork and the X's and O's of her cheerleading routines.
Oh, he slow played it.
Of her cheerleading routine.
Send me some video of that.
Yeah.
Hand placement and stuff like
how
that.
high do you kick there?
Yeah. Hand placement important for cheerleaders.
And they hold your wear right here?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
exactly. Yeah.
Strong guy.
Belichick was spotted rooting her on at a cheerleading competition in March. He also was seen with her on a work trip to Croatia. This is probably when he's doing like interviews with Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
When he's getting flown out. Just this week, she attended Tom Brady's Patriots Hall of Fame induction ceremony with Bill as well. So he's actually
he
going
doesn't care
around.
now. He doesn't care.
We're told Hudson, the 24-year-old girlfriend of Bill, an entrepreneur and philosopher, has even begun helping Belichick
And
with
gold
his
digger.
business endeavors.
And that Edelman rush.
That's a power couple, dude.
I think it hits a little different now. He really was scouting his next girlfriend at Foxborough High.
Ooh, that does.
That makes a lot more sense.
That lands. It's different this time.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, there it is. The G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan rolls on next with a journey into the expressway. I'll ask you some uncomfortable questions about Luka, Kyrie, and where the Mavs go next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic, though.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?